County Republican Party Incorporated applicant versus Brad Raffensperger as Secretary of State. If we could have the parties and council identify themselves for the record.
Harry McDougald, Kurt Olson, and Todd Harding for the applicant, the DeKalb County Republican Party, Inc.
All right, thank you, Mr. McDougall. And good morning. And on behalf of the Secretary of State.
Good morning. Beth Young and Brian Tyson for the Secretary of State, and Alex Noonan.
All right. All right, welcome everybody. Let me start with a little bit of housekeeping. Are the parties in agreement on takedown? Obviously, we did not provide for Madam Court Reporter this morning, and I assume there's been some arrangement. Just want to make that part of the record.
We haven't discussed sharing the takedown, so I'll ask if y'all want to do that. Sure. Okay.
There you have it. All right, so I've received and reviewed all the pleadings we've had over the weekend and as our part of the docket, and we can set aside some time this morning to talk through some of the motion to dismiss arguments. We'll do that in just a minute here. I'll note we filed an order accepting the amicus brief filed on behalf of Cherokee County late last night, and reviewed that as well. So just an FYI to the parties. In dealing with the logistics, let me start out here and ask and inquire, Mr. McDougald. I think your initial time estimate was 4 to 5 witnesses, about 4 to 5 hours, including cross and that sort of thing. Is that still your anticipation?
It's going to be a little bit longer than that. I've got a category of witnesses that I'm calling authentication witnesses. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. I thought maybe it would be 6. There's 7. They'll be very short, each one of those. 3 of them by Zoom. 1 is elderly and 2 are in hurricane-stricken areas. And then after those witnesses are finished, we will have 2 experts to testify. And I had guessed earlier that they would be 2 hours apiece, direct and cross. They might go a little bit more than that, but we'll just have to see.
All right, and those are the two expert witnesses, as you put it, I would assume are the heart of your case. Those are the ones you said that are here and you're hoping to have heard today.
Correct. It's Mr. Parikh and Mr. Cotton, and they're both from out of town.
All right. You'd mentioned conferring with opposing counsel about whether there was a need for these authenticating witnesses. Anything have come from those?
We haven't discussed that.
All right.
I was just explaining what my plan was to them, but I don't think they have said what their position on that is one way or the other. And what we're trying to authenticate are the backup election databases from these 4 counties. And we have 2 approaches to that, Your Honor. These items were produced to volunteers who made requests to the counties. That's 4 of the witnesses. They will say they got the flash drive, sent it up the chain, a couple of hops, it makes it to a website, which was provided to them, to Ms. McGowan, actually in March. Our experts downloaded the information from that site. There are hash files associated with these productions. That's an alternate or additional method of authentication. And the experts can talk about that. But they haven't had a chance to think about that or review that. So I don't know that it's fair to ask them to.
Right. No, I won't put them on the spot here, but what I would ask, whenever we get an opportunity for a break here this morning, if you could provide to Ms. Young, if she doesn't already have the identity of these 7 authenticating experts, exactly what you're trying to get in through them, and then maybe you can come back and you can tell me if we actually have a need for them. I'd also propose that I don't necessarily know if we need them to be in that order. We could always start with your experts and we can prove it up later, I think under 104B.
That would work. That would work.
All right.
And we do have a pro hac vice application from Mr. Olson. It was submitted to the state bar. We don't have their response yet. I spoke to Ms. McGowan, Ms. Young about that just a moment ago, and she indicated they were not going to oppose the pro hac vice application of Mr. Olson. So as a housekeeping matter, I wanted to bring that up.
Okay, let's get to that in just a minute. Let me make sure I don't forget some other things.
Okay.
All right, so in terms of the authenticating experts and using Zoom, any positions on that, Ms. Young?
That's acceptable to us.
Okay. All right. And then when it comes to any conflicts and logistics, I know Ms. Young has indicated she has quite an active week here in Fulton County. So we're gonna accommodate those. We're gonna work around those. My understanding was that there's a statutory imperative that we begin this in 30 days, but there's not necessarily the end date is not determined. So we'll see as we make our way through it where we can, if we need to pick up where we left off at some later date, or perhaps we see how far we get today and go from there. But if it doesn't make sense to pick it back up Wednesday, well, maybe Thursday, we'll find a different time. All right. Other than the Pro Hawk, was there any other thing we need to bring up before we get into the motion to dismiss on behalf of the, let me start with the behalf of the petitioner.
No, I think those are the housekeeping matters we need to do with that.
Okay, Ms. Young, anything on behalf of the Secretary of State?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, no conflicts today, right? We've got you today. Okay. All right. So with the Pro Hack, Ms. Young, looked at the application. Any position on your behalf?
We defer to the court on that, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. McDougald, what is the expected role of for Mr. Olson in this proceeding?
I will be handling the witnesses and making the arguments, but he knows a lot about the case and he's a good lawyer and he's helping me. And so I would like to have him at council table.
All right. So really the only request here is that he's at council table with you and you're conferring with him, but otherwise you're making all the arguments, you're presenting the evidence, you're doing everything else.
Mr. Harding
Mr.
is going to step up to the plate on their motion in limine.
Okay.
There may come a time where it's necessary for one or the other of them to appear if there's a hearing between October 10th and 23. I have some international travel scheduled and so I don't have.
I mean, I certainly think we're going to get this done before then. It's just.
But I don't want that to delay the case. And if I have to, I'll appear by Zoom.
Okay. All right. Well, understood. Well, I'll say this then, and I can reduce this to a written order if there's a request. But if essentially Mr. Olson's role is just here as an advisory capacity, sitting at council table, it'll just be a conditional approval on those grounds.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. With that, then let's move on to the motion to dismiss. Again, I've reviewed it. I've reviewed that in the response and anticipate taking it under advisement here this morning with the reserving the right to revisit it at any point during the evidence or at the conclusion of the case. But if we want to hear some preliminary arguments, I wanted to give each side 10 to 15 minutes to go through some of those. Had a few follow-up questions. We can explore some of that. So, Ms. Young, your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. With all due respect to the court's plan to take it under advisement, it's our position that the court need not even move into the evidentiary phase of this proceeding because it is so clear from the face of the application that this does not state a valid claim for a writ of mandamus. A writ of mandamus is an extraordinary remedy and is only to be granted when there is a clear legal right to the relief that it seeks. There are two statutory provisions that the petitioner claims are at issue here, and there is really no factual dispute that the secretary has complied with any legal duty that he has under either provision. The first provision required the secretary to purchase a system that was EAC certified. He did that. I don't think there's any dispute as to that. In fact, in their motion, they don't take issue with the fact that it was, in fact, a certified system by the EAC. They just say, well, that can't possibly be the end of the requirement. They seek to impose some extrajudicial or extra statutory kind of continuing certification requirement on the secretary. That's not the way that it works, and there's no evidence or allegation in here that that's the way that it works. EAC certification is something that is given to a system. There's no yearly review or renewal or anything like that. If the legislature had wanted to impose some kind of an ongoing obligation on the secretary or a third party to, continuously update or monitor compliance with EAC standards, the legislature knew how to do that. The second requirement that they talk about is the secretary's certification of the safety of the system. Again, the secretary has done that. They don't take issue with that either. They just feel like the secretary should not have done, have given the certification in the way that he did. That goes to the heart of a discretionary duty, which is not an appropriate basis for a writ of mandamus. And, one way of illustrating this, I think, is to look at the unusual nature of this proceeding. A writ of mandamus is given an expedited track for a reason. They should be very simple cases. Official X had a duty to do Y. And if you even need an evidentiary presentation, it should be very brief. You call a witness that says, this official didn't do this thing. And if that is correct, the court says, official X, go do that thing. That's not this proceeding. They are seeking to put on a full presentation of the same tired claims that have been rejected by courts all over the country again and again. The same claims that these plaintiffs are making have led to sanctions in other cases, not just a finding of lack of merit, but sanctions against the parties and the attorneys. And if you look at the relief requested by the plaintiffs, or petitioners, I'm sorry, again, it's not mandamus relief. They want this court to order this and that, they have to go change this and go get this certification here and implement this new standard there. That's not mandamus relief. Mandamus relief would be you didn't certify, Mr. Secretary, that the system was safe. Go certify it. But the secretary's already done that. If you look at the plain language of the statutes, the instructions that were given by the General Assembly to the secretary are clear, and they've been followed, and they've been followed appropriately. Second of all, the timing of this action is particularly suspect. At the very latest, the petitioners knew about this in March.
So you mentioned that because of the email. I think they push back and say, well, the actual applicant only found out in August. I don't quite remember where that is established. How, so that's a factual dispute, right? That when they found out from, I guess they're now counsel of record, this certification issue?
These are tired old claims that have been trotted all around the country. If the applicant,
but how would you establish the petitioner's specific knowledge of them?
Well, the applicant had a duty to go and seek reasonable knowledge if this is something that was concerning to them. And there's not much credibility in the claim that these petitioners didn't know or couldn't have known of this claim until right before the election.
Is that an issue of fact that perhaps a motion to dismiss is not going to be the right vehicle to make that argument?
I think that given the amount of court proceedings that have been litigated over these same exact claims all over the country, I think the court could presume and infer knowledge to elections officials that the Dominion voting system has been challenged many, many times in court and many, many times been found to be safe and found to have not caused any material errors in elections. Finally, the relief requested is really inappropriate here because they can't ask for proper mandamus relief because anything that they could ask for that would be proper has already been done. If you look at the plain language of the statutes, the secretary has done exactly what has been required. Now, what they seek to do is sort of open this other door to what really is a different kind of case. Because, one problem that they've had all over the country is getting dismissed on lack of standing. Now, mandamus has very, very liberal standing requirements here in the state of Georgia. I'm sure that's why they filed a mandamus case. But just because they got their foot in the door doesn't mean they have a proper case, and doesn't mean that this court should entertain the type of a jury trial that is not appropriate on a mandamus action. This court's focus should be limited to what is the specific statutory duty? Is it ministerial or discretionary? And is there even an allegation here that the secretary has breached a clear legal duty? There are some clear legal duties in the statute. Purchase an EAC certified system, check. And certify that the system is safe, check. Both of those things have been done. Petitioners are not going to be able to offer any evidence to the contrary and have done everything short of stipulate to that. And because of that, we don't think that this complaint states a claim for mandamus relief. And the last thing I want to say, because I know that you're about to hear a whole lot of fear mongering about things like encryption keys. The Secretary of State has done a thorough and diligent job of exercising his discretion in terms of assuring the security of the system. I don't happen to understand computer systems very well. That's why I have Mr. Tyson here to help me out. But if you think about an encryption key like a hotel room key, when you check into a hotel room, you leave on Saturday, that key is coded to stop working. So the next person that checks in on Sunday can't use your key to get into the room. And that's the same situation we have here. Yes, there were encryption keys found that were produced through an open records request when they shouldn't have been. And when an open records request, but just sort of the same way that if I left my hotel room key on the hotel bar, that doesn't mean you can do anything with it. The secretary puts, and the counties actually, put the system through rigorous checks and balances. We've had risk limiting audits, logic and accuracy testing. New encryption keys are issued for each election. So those encryption keys, just like the hotel room key, aren't going to do anything for this election. For the things to happen that they are talking about, you'd have to have not just physical access to the machine, but because they are not connected to the internet or to other precincts, you'd have to basically engage in a kind of Mission Impossible level operation that would require a whole lot of Tom Cruises to pull it off. You'd have to have people with pens and USB codes and really good sleight of hand to do all of this unnoticed by all the poll watchers that are there, the election workers that are there in these precincts. So I would ask that as you listen to what I know that they're going to talk to you about, that you keep in mind that there are more layers of safety there than just the machine's software all by themselves. You've got a robust level of physical security that operates on top of that. So to the extent that they claim that there is a vulnerability, they can't make the claim that this vulnerability has ever been exploited or ever will be exploited. And I say all that because I think it's important, given that I know that they're going to talk about it. That doesn't mean that this court should entertain it. This is a mandamus case. This is not any other kind of case. And this court's focus needs to be just on what the clear legal duty is. And the secretary has done his duties under the statute. Thank you.
All right. Well, Ms. Young, one last thing I wanted to ask you about was,
Sure.
again, kind of the mandamus procedural hurdles to clear here. One, you say that there's an adequate legal remedy here. Have you ever seen this presented at the appellate level of a post-election challenge being a sufficient cure for things that could come up beforehand? Is having to redo an election really an adequate remedy if the first one was bungled in some way?
Well, We would start from from the standpoint that there's no evidence that there will be a risk of a bungled election. But yes, there have been cases where, if there is some kind of a problem with an election, there have been times that courts have, in certain precincts or certain areas have ordered things like recounts. And there is a really robust procedure before you even get to the point of an election contest, where if there is, something going wrong say at a precinct with some voting machines, for the workers at that point to come in and figure out what to do to correct for it. If they need to do a hand recount because the machines went down, they can do that before you even get to that point. So if all of the safeguards and
Applied in like a mandamus or an injunctive posture well before the election. Have we ever seen that kind of definitively stated? We won't address this here because you have an adequate remedy come election day.
that is commonly found in cases where there's no present danger of, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I could probably find you one, when I sit down. But certainly, first of all, there is case law that, says that you assume that public officials are going to operate in good faith. And there's no evidence to the contrary here, from the secretary on down to the poll workers that check you in when you get there to vote. We presume in the absence of evidence to the contrary that everybody in this system is going to act in good faith. And the safeguards that the system has, both in itself and operating all around it, physically, at the polls, are sufficient safeguards for the secretary to have been able to then and continuing to today to certify that the system is safe and secure. The statutory requirements have been met, and there's nothing to mandamus here. There's nothing for the court to tell the secretary, go meet your statutory duty. So.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Young.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. McDougal.
So before taking up the motion to dismiss, I would like to just give the court a thumbnail of what the case is about. As we see it, action for mandamus. We seek an order compelling the secretary to comply with his legal duty to field an election system that complies with the requirements for certification by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, or EAC. The statutory source of that duty is 21-2-300, which provides for EAC certification. And counsel is correct. There is an EAC certification. By the way, Your Honor, before I forget, I have an exhibit binder, which I would like to hand out. And then we'll have one for the witness as well, but that's for the court's convenience. We have the actual certification as part of our exhibits. The certification requirements under the EAC require compliance with something called the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines. So in the context of certification, they're not actually voluntary. The system has to comply. That's not disputed. The VVSG, Voluntary Voting System Guidelines, impose cybersecurity requirements. And among those is compliance with a federal cybersecurity standard called FIPS 140-2, which is Federal Information Protection Standards 142. So the entire set of obligations imposed by the statute is certification, VVSG compliance, FIPS 142 compliance, 140-2. And our application alleges, supported by expert affidavits, that the election system in Georgia does not, in fact, comply with those standards, notwithstanding the pre-purchase certificate. And it does not comply with respect to the storage and management of encryption keys. Well, what the heck are encryption keys? It's a cipher or key that's used to encrypt or decrypt information. And you may remember that the Enigma system used by the Germans in World War II, once they obtained the key, they were able to read all of the messages. They're used ubiquitously on computer systems for the transmission, processing, storage of information. When you do online banking, it relies on encryption keys. The standards require that those keys be kept safely and securely. On Georgia's election systems, they are not. The FIPS 140-2 standard requires they be kept in what's called a cryptographic module. In fact, in the election databases, they're stored in plain text, unencrypted themselves in plain text in the election database. And that's the case on all election servers and systems that have been examined by our experts, not just in Georgia, but in other jurisdictions made by the same manufacturer. We allege, and our experts say, that that is grossly non-compliant with the requirements of EAC certification, which means it does not comply with the statute.
And your petition, the sole statutory provision we're concerned with is 21-2-300, right? There's
Correct.
no greater universe. That's
Correct. A2 and A3.
all right. And so I think the heart of your case is that this is an ongoing duty.
Correct.
And so, and if this is a matter of plain language of this statute, what would you point me to say that that is plain and unambiguous? And how do you account for the seemingly temporal confinement of prior to in paragraph A3? So
there's two things to say about that, Your Honor. One is that the pre-purchase certification requirement is A2. There's a second certification that's required under A3, where the secretary himself makes the certification. Excuse me, I've got them reversed. A3 is the EAC, A2 is the secretary's certification that the system is safe and practicable for use. And that means in their actual operational use in elections. It can't mean anything else. It doesn't say safe and practicable for testing. It says safe and practicable for use. The rest of the argument is to apply rules of statutory interpretation to the EAC certification requirement. And if it is read, as the Secretary's Counsel argues, it would be a meaningless gesture, security theater, if it is only required to be compliant in the testing environment and not the operational environment. And statutes are construed so that we presume the legislature does not intend futile or useless gestures just for show. It intends that the system be secure in use, safe and practicable for use. It would be absurd to say that that he has completed his duty as the chief elections officer in Georgia to oversee the purity and regularity of elections, that all he's got to do is get a certificate before it's ever used, and that when it comes to his attention, emphatically, that it is not, that he can do nothing. And the evidence will show, and we allege in our application, that the secretary was first made aware of the encryption keys vulnerability in July of 2021, when the plaintiffs in the curling litigation delivered the Haldeman report, it's called.
So you talk about that in the brief.
Yes.
This might be a tangent here, but I'm going to chase after it for a minute. I noticed that this is going to be amended. It's going to change effective January 1, 2025, the statute we're talking about.
Right.
Are any of these provisions at issue that were at the heart of your petition changing as a result? Maybe that also can be used as an indicator of statutory intent.
To be honest with you, I haven't looked at that, and I don't know
Neither
the
have
answer.
I. We can cure that.
Yeah, I apologize.
What I want to ask about your gross latches argument.
Sure.
I'm wondering, you cite Justice Lumpkin from 1848. I'm
Yes.
wondering if we've had any other maybe cases addressing latches since then
Yes,
that talk
yes.
about more of his, I guess there's a decade delay Have we seen others applied in the context of months or kind of case specific?
Well, nothing in this factual context that I was able to find.
Maybe not so much the election context, but
Yeah.
just something that was a little more time sensitive.
Right. So there's a case that we cited in the brief called Marsh versus, I can't remember who the defendant in the Marsh case was.
I mean, that one I think just kind of clarified what the standard was. It didn't
Right.
really, as I recall, say a time frame is appropriate.
Right,
here.
right. There is a case cited in Marsh. I think it's in our brief. The plaintiff sued the Commissioner of Roads and Revenues for DeKalb County. The plaintiff was the lessee on a lease for an airport. The commissioner was required by statute to record the lease. Did not do it. And didn't do it for 16 years. And then the plaintiff, who did not know that it had not been recorded and was entitled to rely on the presumption that the public officer performs their duty properly, brought the mandamus after 16 years.
Sure. So that case seems to hinge more on the knowledge aspect
Correct,
that
correct.
I understand and we got into. I'm wondering more if you found any that kind of set a floor or a ceiling on you'd have knowledge and here's how long you waited. Have you found anything like that?
No, not a definitive parameters on that. And I've been, rolling this around in my head. What's the difference between gross negligence and regular negligence, and latches and gross latches? And I think it boils down to more adjectives about how bad it is.
Sure.
But doesn't really illuminate a clear parameter.
And what happened in August that
Okay, so
you claim that?
yeah, our client, the DeKalb County Republican Party, the chair, Marcy McCarthy, is here and she can testify about this. And this is not in the complaint, and there's nothing in the allegations that would support a finding of latches on the part of the DeKalb County GOP. But the testimony will be that she learned about the encryption keys issue in July of this year. And this case was filed in August. Now, you can say, well, the Haldeman report was made public in July of 2023. But, what does that prove? The Haldeman report, that's not that long ago. And the Haldeman report does not speak of certification requirements. It only speaks of the encryption key vulnerability itself and describes it as a very alarming and serious cyber vulnerability. Now, that's a very long report, but it's in there, and it's in two places, Section 6.1 and Section 9. So it was on the table. It's been on the table with the secretary for ever since then, but they haven't done anything. In March of this year.
You're kind of putting that knowledge requirement on the secretary, but isn't
Yeah.
latches is understood.
Right.
The sole focus is on DeKalb.
Right.
Right.
So there's not going to be any evidence that the DeKalb County GOP has slept on its rights. And what Mr. Olson knew and when he knew it is a different thing. Before he is engaged to represent, his knowledge is not attributable to the plaintiff. Now, the argument was made, these are tired old claims. They've been adjudicated, been found without merit. There's been no adjudication on the merits anywhere in the United States on the encryption keys issue, nor the certification issue as it relates to the encryption keys. And the Exhibit 5 to the application is email correspondence between Mr. Olson and Ms. McGowan, where he brings it to her attention, gives her an affidavit from Mr. Parikh. That was in March of this year, offered to help the secretary address the problem. No response. So there's not going to be any evidence of latches, nor any evidence of gross latches. And it's a factual question anyway, as you alluded to during counsel's argument.
All right. Last question I have for you. Just kind of getting back towards the
Yeah.
kind of traditional and
Yeah.
tools we use to glean meaning from statutes if there is ambiguity or even just to confirm what we think the plain language says. we'll see if maybe the revisions have any effect on that, but are there other similar provisions, or is there anything else somewhere elsewhere in the code that you think is going to also shed light on this particular provision, or are we just solely
Well-
within the sections of 300?
The only other code section that I would invoke is the code section on statutory interpretation about what is the evil to be corrected, seek always to fulfill the legislative purpose. And it would attribute to the legislature a futile gesture to merely require, and there's one other point I would like to bring up on this continuing obligation point. The VVSG itself, which is incorporated into the statutory requirement, imposes a continuing compliance obligation.
Sure. I think you lay that out in your petition. But when you talk about the reference to legislative purpose, which is kind of just another way of saying intent, is there a preamble or some other thing related to this code section that we should know about, or is that purpose solely to be gleaned from that one code section?
Well, Robert Bork said that when you're searching the legislative history for legislative intent, the judge is the one that packs the bag himself. So it's a little bit hazardous to stray beyond the text. But when this system was being considered by the legislature, and before it was being considered by the legislature, there was a commission created by the Secretary of State to examine the different vendors' systems and evaluate them for cybersecurity. So anytime there's a discussion of computerized election machines, cybersecurity is a top of mind concern. And so we can infer that the legislature required EA certification in order to meet the public need of having a secure election system. And the contract with Dominion requires continuous compliance with cybersecurity standards.
The requirement for the Secretary of State to enter a contract, that's not a requirement of statute.
No, but it's it uses the 21-2-300A3 speaks of purchase, pre-purchase. So there's going to be a contract for purchase. And the EAC certification is a term and condition that the vendor has to meet before the Secretary can buy it. And the Secretary did buy it, and he bargained for and obtained contractual commitments to comply with all applicable standards, including federal information protection standards.
I mean, could the EAC, just hypothetically, not saying this is a good idea, could the EAC just decide tomorrow, no more ongoing compliance that we require?
No, because the testing by the EAC on their website says the systems are tested against the VVSG. The VVSG requires ongoing compliance. So they would be repudiating their own certification guidelines.
Federal
they took that position.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. McDougall.
All right. I guess you don't need to hear from me about the adequate remedy at law then?
I feel like, I think that was addressed to the briefing.
Very well.
So,
all right. Thank you very much.
Points there. All right. So as indicated, I'm going to reserve the ability to come back and make a ruling on these issues. And I want to give the petitioner the opportunity to present some evidence to make a record. And so I think we need to press onward here. So, and as it relates to that, on the motion in limine to exclude both of these experts, kind of the core of the case, I think they play right into the same kind of arguments in terms of the relevance, the 403 objections. Certainly, if the motion to dismiss arguments on the statutory intent are accepted, I think those would be on point. But since I'm deferring those, I think those would also kind of travel along with it. So the other issues in terms of the qualifications and whether they should be tendered as experts, I think I see that as something that we can handle through their testimony once they're on the stand and likely to go to weight, not admissibility. So with that, I think we can proceed. And Mr. McDougall, you could call your first witness.
I do have one more housekeeping witness. My two experts are in the courtroom, and I'd ask they be allowed to remain in the courtroom as experts to take in the testimony that's presented.
All right, Ms. Young.
Would suggest that the rule of sequestration prevents that and would object to that.
All
They
right.
haven't been qualified as experts yet.
They have not. However, I would anticipate that they've testified. I mean, I can't say I have their CV right in front of me, but they've testified as experts before, and
Many times.
so I would anticipate they're likely to be allowed to testify on that behalf. And I don't think the rule of sequestration limits the number of experts that may sit in and review and hear each other's testimony. And have you got anything more specific for me? Just Ms. Young, you think makes it, other than that initial bar of, hey, they may not be experts at all, is there anything else under the sequestration you think that keeps them out of the courtroom?
I think we've expressed it in the motion in limine, and you've already ruled on that, so I don't want to belabor the point.
All right, fair enough. Then noted, and I think that I'd find the rule is invoked if there are any other witnesses, especially those watching online, Mr. McDougald. So I'd ask you to inform your 7 other potential witnesses, or maybe you alluded to the chair.
I need you to excuse yourself, please. And if I have any other witnesses in the courtroom, please step out. I haven't actually met all of them in person.
Well, that always bodes well. We'll see.
It's a little hazardous, I would say.
All right. All right, with that, you can call your first witness.
I'm going to call Marcy McCarthy to the stand. Who do you prefer to swear the witness, Your Honor?
We have our Deputy Scott will handle that for us.
Well, from the testimony should get a court, is the truth enough to help you?
Yes, thank you.
Please state. Report.
My name is Marcy McCarthy.
Good morning. Ms. McCarthy, how are you employed?
I own a company called Tech Exec Networks 10. That is how I'm employed.
And how long have you been there?
I have been there since 2010.
And what is the nature of that business?
We are a cybersecurity marketing and events company.
And prior to that, what did you do?
I was the director of marketing for a company called Landcope, which is now owned by SecureWorks, and also a director of marketing for Landcope, which is now owned by Cisco, and then the director of marketing for a company called Landcope.
All right, ma'am. And those businesses, those.
I'm sorry,
positions-
SecureWorks. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I was the director of marketing for Landcope and then director of marketing for SecureWorks, which is now owned by Cisco.
All right, thank you. And what was the nature of that work?
They're cybersecurity companies.
And so how many years experience do you have in the cybersecurity field?
Since 2001.
All right, ma'am. Do you have any involvement with academic institutions relating to cybersecurity?
Yes, I do. I'm an advisor on 2 academic advisory boards, the University of Alabama, Culver House Business School, their cybersecurity advisory board, and Georgia State University, their cybersecurity research board.
Have you ever given presentations or talks on the topic of cybersecurity?
Yes, very regularly. I speak at many different conferences pertaining to cybersecurity.
All right. Your Honor, it may sound like I'm getting ready to qualify her as an expert, but I will not be. It's just to establish familiarity. Where do you reside, ma'am?
I reside in Brookhaven, Georgia.
And you are a citizen of DeKalb County?
Yes, I am.
You are a voter.
Yes, I am.
Do you have anything to do with the DeKalb County Republican Party?
Yes, I am the chairman of the Republican Party of DeKalb County, Georgia.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since April of 2021, I was reelected in March of 2023 unanimously by acclamation.
That organization is the plaintiff in this case?
That is correct.
All right. There's a binder of exhibits in front of you, and I would ask you to turn to tab number 6.
May I have my readers? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not too good without the readers. Thank you. And you said 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Tell the court what that is.
This is our Georgia incorporation as DeKalb County Republican Party, Inc.
All right. Now turn to tab number 7. and tell us what that is.
This is the DeKalb County Republican Party rules. These are our bylaws.
And for the record, let me state that these are marked as Exhibits 6 and 7. All right, Your Honor, I tender applicants Exhibits 6 and 7.
All right, any objection to 6 and 7?
Your Honor, we have no objection to 6 and 7. I don't have, well, it's not signed, but I believe her testimony is these are the rules, so I don't think we'd object to those either.
All right, I think she's identified it. It appears properly authenticated. All right, so are we marking these as like as A6 and A7? Is that what we're doing?
That would be better than the way I have them marked now. So yeah.
Okay, all right, so we'll say A6 and 7 admitted over objection for 7.
Okay. Can you describe how the DeKalb GOP is governed or how it runs itself?
We are governed by these party rules. These are our bylaws.
And so when the organization makes a decision, how does it do that?
There's a process that we do make decisions. First and foremost, you have to be a voting member of our organization, and that is referred to as a county committee member. So oftentimes, our executive committee will meet to bring forth proposals to our county committee for approval. And then the county committee is the decision-making authority of our organization on all expenditures, initiatives, and the like.
All right, so the committee members are all residents of DeKalb County.
The voting members, inclusive of the executive committee, are residents of DeKalb County, Georgia, yes.
Okay. Do you have non-DeKalb County resident members?
Yes, we do.
And what is their status relative to the committee and the executive committee?
They're non-voting members. They're just more a professional type of membership where they are able to attend our meetings and events, but they cannot vote on any activities or any actions.
Are any of the members of the party candidates for office?
Yes, actually, we have a total of 14 candidates that are down ballot, 3 that are congressional, 11 that are comprised of state Senate and state House, and 11 overall of these members are voting members of the DeKalb County Republican Party.
All right, ma'am. As the chair of the DeKalb County Republican Party, are you aware, one way or the other, of whether your membership is concerned about election integrity?
Yes, our membership is very concerned about fitness, faith, integrity, and trust in our elections. Many of the people in this courtroom are actually members of the DeKalb County Republican Party here in support of our petition today.
Does your background in the field of cybersecurity have anything to do with the positions you've taken as the chair of the DeKalb County GOP?
Yes, when I was elected and reelected as the DeKalb County chair, I ran on my number one thing was to first restore and then ensure fitness, faith, integrity, and trust in our elections. And as I mentioned earlier, I was elected unanimously both times.
All right, ma'am. How did you, or when did you first become aware that there was an issue with encryption keys in Georgia's election systems?
I first became aware of the problems when I read a CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Advisory for the United States, as well as an FBI report putting out information on a distributed denial service attack on the potential for that to happen, also known as a DDoS attack on our election communication equipment. And I was doing research for some speaking engagements as well as some content for our programs. And what a DDoS does is it is a diversion. So it is an immense amount of web traffic that brings down the front door of basically your website. But what's happening on the back end of your infrastructure can be very nefarious. And I was putting together a list of different types of things that would potentially happen for our program and these speaking engagements overall. So they range from ransomware, phishing attacks, as well as exfiltration and upwards type of credentialing where they take over through phishing type of campaigns, advanced persistent threats. And you have no knowledge that this might be happening on the back end because the diversion activities of the DDoS attack take away your resources.
All right, so how did the issue of encryption keys fit into what you just described?
Well, encryption keys are basically the storage and the ability to anonymize data that is going in and authenticate data that would be going in and out of an infrastructure or device.
Is the encryption keys issue a partisan or ideological issue to your knowledge?
I wouldn't understand why that would be. You want to have your information stored securely as a end user of a financial services system like a banking system. There's an expectation that it is safe and secure regardless of your political ideology or affiliation. When you check into the doctor's office and share medical information with your providers, again, I don't think the doctor's asking you if you're a Republican or Democrat. It's an expectation the system that you're using is safe and secure in protecting your information.
So when was it then that you first became aware of the encryption keys issue relative to the Georgia election system?
I became aware of it in late July, early August of this year.
All right, ma'am. How did the party, your county party, decide to become the plaintiff or applicant in this case?
Well, we follow our bylaws very strictly. And my concerns as a cybersecurity professional have been raised numerous times with my members overall. So I've offered different types of best practices, quite frankly, from protecting their own identities, how we use our own passwords for applications in our own infrastructure. So with that said, I've been educating my members since I've been in office overall. So the fact of the matter is we are equally concerned about how we are authenticating systems, how we're accessing data in the systems, everything that resides in there. So they are very concerned about it.
All right. So was there some kind of vote?
Yes. So I presented my concerns to our executive committee and our general counsel, outlining the encryption keys here and the passwords that are not being changed overall, and that the encryption keys themselves are static code in the source code in the database, and that actually defies many best practices around cybersecurity coding overall. And in the commercial world, that would actually be unacceptable. So I presented this information to our executive committee that we pursue a legal action overall to protect all Georgians, quite frankly. My executive committee agreed on the advice of our general counsel, proceeded to present a motion to engage in litigation to our county committee members. There was a vote for that, and actually encryption keys were used. It was anonymized in the voting because we used voting technology because we were doing this on a remote basis. And it was what we were able to do is overwhelmingly majority voted in favor to move forward with this litigation.
All right, thank you. What are the purposes of the DeKalb County Republican Party?
Well, our purposes of the DeKalb Republican Party is to vote DeKalb red. So we are there to help our candidates for the first time in decades. We have many candidates on the down ballot, giving our citizens of DeKalb County a choice in our elections. We want to ensure that we have safe and secure elections, and we've done a ton of work with the DeKalb Elections Office, establishing a joint stakeholders organization, which is a collaborative effort with the Democrats, the Republicans, as well as the election office leadership, and have accomplished many different things. Additionally, we have built an amazing infrastructure for our members and for our candidates to be successful.
All right, ma'am. Does this lawsuit align with the purposes of the DeKalb County Republican Party?
100% it does.
That's all the questions I have for you, Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Brian Tyson, for the secretary. Good morning, Ms. McCarthy. My name is Brian Tyson. I represent Secretary Raffensperger. I just have a few additional questions for you.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned that you followed issues related to encryption in voting machines for a while. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you closely followed the Curling versus Raffensperger trial earlier this year, right?
Yes, I paid attention to that case.
And in fact, you appeared on multiple media platforms giving updates on the case. Is that right?
Yes, I'm often asked to be interviewed by different media, excuse me, different media outlets to speak on a number of different topics, including this one.
And one part of the Curling case involved Dr. Halderman's report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Halderman in his report specifically discussed issues related to encryption keys, right?
That is correct.
When did you first read Dr. Halderman's report?
After it came out in June of 2023.
So in June of 2023, you read what Dr. Halderman had to say about encryption keys, right?
Yes, I did.
And you have, as you testified, some background and experience in those areas, right?
That is correct.
And I believe Dr. Halderman's report you said was released in the summer of 2023. Is that right?
June of 2023.
Correct.
Well, to the public, you had it a lot longer.
And you appeared on the John Frederick Show in January 2024 to discuss the Curling trial, right?
I regularly appear on John Frederick's show.
Now, you're aware that the state Republican Party passed a resolution about voting equipment after the 2020 election, right?
Yes.
And you supported that resolution?
Yes, I support it.
And you personally opposed the use of Dominion voting machines in Georgia elections?
I oppose the use of equipment that cannot be verified and trusted.
And that would include the Dominion voting machines, in your view, right?
Well, actually, yes, because you cannot trust and verify our vote right now in Georgia.
Now, you testified as well before the 2020 committee chaired by Senator Ligon after the 2020 election, right?
That is correct.
And did you do research on the Dominion system at that time?
No, I was a vote review panelist in DeKalb County, Georgia, and I was testifying on the lack of controls, inclusive of passwords and checks and balances with the adjudication process of our absentee ballots. And specifically, what I did testify on, it was the fact of the matter is that there were almost 900 absentee ballots that were improperly adjudicated. They had no locks and controls on them, and they were adjudicated first by a bipartisan pair using the Dominion equipment. Then they were put into a suspense mode to a nonpartisan pair, which actually broke the laws of how adjudication is supposed to be done with absentee ballots. And that nonpartisan pair, there was no log files for them logging into his system, and we all were using same passwords. Mind you, there were even no locks and controls on the absentee ballots themselves, allowing them to change anything on those ballots. And the most common error of those ballots was the race for U.S. Senate, the special election that was there, where there was a jungle primary going on. So there was not a traditional nature of one or two candidates there. I believe that there were 18 candidates. And the most common error was the voters were filling in overvotes for all the Democrat candidates. And it was based on a nonpartisan pair who was represented by the League of Women Voters, who are actually more Democrat than the Democrats in the room. So they had full control of those ballots, and we still don't know present day if those ballots were accurate.
You're aware that issues related to encryption keys were raised in Arizona litigation too, right?
I didn't follow that case.
Now, you mentioned you were doing research on a report on the distributed denial of service attacks from the FBI and CISA when you started doing research on this issue. Is that right?
That is correct.
And a DDoS attack, or DDoS attack, I believe as you referred to it, involves internet-connected systems. right?
That is correct.
And you're aware that SEB rules govern the security of voting system components in Georgia, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And you're aware that one of those rules is that they cannot be connected to the internet, right?
I'm aware of that as well. But let me just add to that, okay? The DDoS attack that's happening on the front door is a diversion. So what's happening on the inside of your infrastructure, whether they're directly connected or not, can be a diversion of your resources. So the fact of the matter is what's happening on the front door, because your website is forward facing. And if it did occur on election night, quite frankly, a DDoS attack, and several have already occurred in present day, preeminent to it. When Twitter Spaces had Elon Musk and President Trump there was a major amount of web traffic activity. In addition, there was a DDoS attack. Additionally, in Florida, okay, just a few weeks ago during their primary, there was a election communication company that experienced a high volume of traffic with an election that had very little election activity, making it near impossible to the county election offices that subscribe to these services to access, for the public to access their information. So the diversion activities that were taking place with the limited resources in security organizations across the board, exfiltration happens on the back end, or access to systems on the back end are very obscure and often are undetected.
In your work on cybersecurity, you're aware that physical security is an important part of overall cybersecurity, right?
That is actually in tandem. So you have everything from biometrics to physical security and log files. But, you know, when I was adjudicating ballots in DeKalb County, Georgia, there wasn't even a sign-in system to the machines that I was sitting in front of when I was sitting there, or even the adjudicator that was sitting next to me. We simply signed into the elections office and we're sitting there for hours and hours. And then there were batches of ballots that would come about. So the best practices of the Secretary of State's offices as it pertains to log files, password management is despicable. It would not hold up in a commercial sector.
Let me ask you about the allegations you have here in this case. You are not aware of any actual manipulation of election results in Georgia based on the claims you brought in this case, right?
Our Secretary of State and Gabe Sterling,
If you could answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer.
certainly, they remain unproven, because the fact of the matter is Gabe Sterling, our Chief Operating Officer, I believe that's his title in present day, it changes frequently, as well as the Secretary of State, make gracious claims on media and in public, social media, stating that Georgia has the most safe and secure elections, not just in the country, but in the world. So you just put a target on Georgia's back and head to prove our elections to be safe and secure. The onus is on the Secretary of State's office. He is the custodian of our elections. So we have the right as citizens to ensure that we trust our election outcomes, as well as now verify them.
And my question was a little more specific. Are you aware of any actual manipulation of Georgia election results that have occurred on the Dominion system?
There's still a lot of unexplained activities that have occurred over the last 4 years that are still being litigated or reviewed by our State Board of Elections, as well as until the court system. So it remains unknown in present day.
And you personally believe that voters can never know for sure whether the voting equipment accurately reported that Joe Biden won Georgia in 2020, right?
Well, that is correct, because you have a proprietary QR code that is doing the tabulation. That QR code, quite frankly, can even be read by a phone that reads a menu or takes you to a website. So you're asking us to trust and verify a ballot that has clear text on there, but not using that to be tabulated overall. I can't read proprietary QR codes, and neither can my phone, which is actually illegal to have in a voting precinct.
And you personally would support a system where Georgia voters vote on hand-marked paper ballots, correct?
I would support a system that we can understand and it is in clear text that our tabulation is taking place. So what I enter on my ballot, it can be trusted, verified, that is what is being tabulated on the back end. Yes.
And you don't believe the Dominion system today provides that, right?
Why would you have a proprietary code?
Answer yes or no?
I don't trust those systems,
Thank you.
and many people don't.
And you would say as well that your goals in this case are similar to the goals of the plaintiffs in the curling case, right?
No, we're simply asking for a prayer for relief here today is trust and validation, a simple validation of the election equipment that is in place. We're not asking it for being removed. We're simply asking for a validation by a third party to ensure that that no one has tampered with anything, no one has touched anything, and what was entered in there was correct. And there's a number of ways to do that.
Could I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Well, while you're conferring, Mr. Tyson, let me ask a question, Ms. McCarthy. There was reference to I believe it was the Haldeman report you referred to. I haven't reviewed that. Did that ever have any specific discussion of how Georgia was handling its encryption keys?
That report was created for Georgia in the Curling versus Raffensperger case.
All right, so the core of how you believe the encryption keys are being handled in this case, was that discussed in that report?
Yes, it is. Numerous other cybersecurity endeavors, yes.
Okay, and that was something you read when it was released in June 2023.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Tyson, you can follow up on that or anything else, and then I'll turn it back to Mr. McDougald.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDougald, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. McCarthy, to your recollection, in the Haldeman report, is there any discussion of the relationship between encryption keys on the one hand and certification standards on the other?
There is a correlation there. The certification has to be done in alignment with the law.
But in the Haldeman report, when you read that, to your recollection, does it discuss certification issues or just encryption keys issue, if you remember?
I don't remember specifically, but I do remember that the numerous tests were done in Haldeman's lab and performed them over a several-week period and indicated that the machines themselves can be accessed and changed or manipulated both on-premise and off-premise, so illicit and illicit access.
All right, ma'am. And when did you first connect, in your mind, the encryption keys issue with the certification issue?
Well, we're talking about certification of elections by our board members, our state and county board members across the board.
Let me
So,
rephrase the question.
okay.
When did you first connect encryption keys issue with EAC certification?
Starting to dig into deeper, I would say probably more in the September timeframe, just to get a better understanding
Of what year?
this year.
Okay. To your understanding, would an exploitation of encryption keys be detectable after the fact?
No, because the intrusion detection system that is being used, as I understand it, is the base model of the escort, quite frankly, and would not be acceptable in the commercial private sector. It doesn't have any bells and whistles. It's simply there as a device that's adjoining to it, and it doesn't have an ability to really respond and react, and certainly doesn't have any ability to prevent any types of intrusions. You're simply relying on log files after the fact.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Recross on those points, Mr. Tyson.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused?
You may be excused.
All right, thank
Your
you,
Honor.
Mr.
Thank you.
Step down. Do it and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will take up the court's suggestion to put our experts up before the authentication witnesses so that we can get them up and down.
All right. And so your next witness is?
I call Clay Parikh to the stand.
To affirm that the testimony should give a court. Help you.
Yes, I do.
Please state, your first and last name for the court.
Yep. My name is Clay Parikh. It's Clayparikh.
All right, Mr. Parikh, where do you live?
I live in Huntsville, Alabama.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a cybersecurity analyst for Northrop Grumman.
Give us a brief rundown of your employment history.
I've worked for all the major Department of Defense contractors. I've also done work in the private sector. I've done vulnerability management, site design. I've played threat, which is known as red teaming or acting like the bad guy. And I've also done systems testing to include system testing in voting system test labs.
Tell us about the voting system test labs work.
I was approached by a professional staffing company that was looking for a cybersecurity expert that had a CISSP, which is a Certified Information System Security Professional. And I went and looked at that, and it was a way for me to keep my technical skills up because it was to perform security testing at these voting system test labs.
And how long did you do that work?
I did that over a 9-year time span.
And okay, what is your educational background?
I have a master's of science in cybersecurity. My bachelor's, my undergrad is a Bachelor of Science in computer science.
All right. Do you have any military service?
Yes, my first profession was as a United States Marine.
And how long were you in the Marine Corps?
22 years.
And what type of work did you do for the Marine Corps?
I did whatever I was told to do.
Did any of it relate to cybersecurity, or was it digging holes?
No, we had security, and if you, in the CISSP realm, there are 10 domains that they talk about, and they deal with physical security, encryption. I worked in what's known as the CMS vault, where encryption materials were stored. So you learn about chain of custody, procedural stuff. Then, of course, there's always physical security.
All right, sir. You've covered this a little bit, but tell us anything else that you haven't told us that has to do with professional background in cybersecurity.
I've done the cybersecurity realm for over 20 years. I've held the CISSP for over 17 years in good standing, certified plenty of professionals under that certification. I was certified ethical hacker for, I believe, 15 years and a cyber forensic hacking investigator for 12 years.
All right. Do you have any experience in performing cyber investigations in criminal investigations?
Yes, I have.
Describe that to the extent, what government were you working for and so forth?
I was working for the U.S. government, and in general terms, I would just say the investigations were with three-letter agencies, and one was with NASA, and the other two were Department of Defense related.
In the course of your training, experience, and education, have you had any experience with encryption keys?
Yes, quite extensive.
Can you describe the purpose of using encryption keys?
Encryption keys it's the part of cryptography that is to keep confidentiality involved. And so you use them to encrypt and decrypt files. You can use the security certificates and stuff for secure communications. It's basically a form of confidentiality under credentials management.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with how encryption keys are supposed to be handled?
Yes.
What cybersecurity experience do you have with respect to electronic or computerized voting systems?
I was a security tester for several of the voting system test labs during that 9-year period.
Did you do any test work on Dominion systems?
Yes.
What is the EAC?
The EAC is the Election Assistance Commission, which was established under the HAVA, the Help America Vote Act.
And this testing lab work you did, does that have anything to do with EAC certification of election systems?
Yes, it does. The EAC has these certification labs. The voting system testing laboratories have to go through a certification process themselves, which NIST co-chairs with the EAC.
What's NIST?
It's the governing body that looks over technology and laboratory research, and they do the laboratory inspection part of the voting system test labs. That's not really in the EAC's cog.
Is that the National Institute of Standards Technical?
Technology.
In the course of your test lab work on election systems, did you ever attempt penetration or hacking of those systems?
Yes, I did.
And how long would it take you to get into one of those systems?
5 to 10 minutes. My best time's 2.5 minutes.
Can you describe the difference between an insider threat and an outsider threat in cybersecurity terms?
An insider threat, there are basically two types. An outsider threat is someone totally out of the organization that has relatively no knowledge or access. An insider threat is an authorized person. And this can be done, there's two categories, accidental and intentional. And of course, intentional would be like sabotage and stuff like that, negligence, that. The thing about an insider threat is it not only includes the organization, it includes any contractors or vendors who have access to said systems. For example, it could even include janitors that do, because of the physical security aspect.
And so the vendor of an election system would be within the rubric.
Insider threat realm,
Insider
yes,
threat.
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. You have a binder on the table in front of you, and I ask you to turn to tab number 14. And there's a document there that is marked as Exhibit 14, which is applicant's Exhibit 14. Can you identify that document?
Yes, this is my resume.
All right, sir. And if you would turn to tab number 15. And the document marked there as Exhibit 15, tell the court what that is.
Yes, this is the cover letter that whenever I applied for jobs that I always submitted. It includes my additional work experience and cyber experience outside of the normal DoD world contracting, because it states, I was an avid member of InfoGuard, which is an organization underneath the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I participated in that, and it lists the voting system test lab work and experience.
All right. Now, you mentioned a certification you had, CISSP. Are there any other certifications that you have?
Yes, I had the Certified Ethical Hacker and the CHFI, which is a Certified Hacking Forensic Investigator.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would tender applicants' Exhibits 16 and 17.
14 and 15?
14 and 15.
14 and 15, I apologize. Thank you for the
Any
correction.
objection to 14,
No.
15?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, admitted without objection.
In the course of your work at the testing lab, did you become familiar with the requirements for an election system to be certified by the EAC?
Yes, it was one of the very first things that I had to do. The very first laboratory I worked for was Wiley Laboratories, and they wanted to become a certified lab. And so they submitted their testing procedures to me to do an independent review, and they were going to submit that review to the EAC as evidence to help them that their procedures were sound. So therefore, I had to read what is known as the VSS, which were under the Federal Elections Commission's very old guidelines, And then I read the HAVA Act itself, and then the voluntary voting system guidelines, both 1 and 2 that were out at the time.
All right, sir. What election system is used in Georgia?
It is a Dominion system, DVS 5.5 alpha.
And is that system, to your knowledge, certified by the EAC?
Yes, it's required to.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with the Dominion system that's used in Georgia?
Yes, I'm very familiar.
How are you familiar with it?
I've reviewed a lot of the system log information, as well as for the databases that were provided via public record request.
Is the EAC certification document for the Dominion system used in Georgia available on the internet, the certification document?
Yes, it resides on the EAC's website.
All right, sir, if you would please turn to tab number 16. And do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is a printout of the document. All right. Yes, 16 lists the Dominion system.
All right, sir, and the second paragraph of the text, well, before I ask him to read from it, Your Honor, I would tender exhibit number 16.
Objection to A16.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, Mr. Parikh, in the second paragraph of the text, starting voting systems, what is that telling us?
It says voting systems will be tested against the voluntary voting system guidelines, VVSG, which are a set of specifications and requirements to determine if the systems provide all of the basic functionality, accessibility, and security capabilities required. And I might add that there's also a state's requirements document that the EAC maintains. This is how the states get their HAVA grant money from year to year. That's one of the requirements of HAVA. Each state had to submit a plan originally when HAVA was created to the EAC and have it approved. And it lists Georgia, and in that document, it states the Georgia law applicable, where it also states that it has to be federally certified, and then the Secretary of State also has to certify it.
All right, sir. And so your testing was, as this exhibit 16 describes, against the voluntary voting system guidelines?
Yes.
All right, turn to tab number 17. And there's a document there marked as exhibit number 17. Can you identify that for the court?
Yes, this is the certificate of conformance, which is generated by the EAC from the test report that's submitted by the lab and reviewed. They submit a certification certificate on the front of it, but they call it certificate of conformance, and then it lists their evaluation of the voting system test lab testing report.
And this is for what system?
It's a model version 5.5 alpha.
And that's the one in use in Georgia?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I tender applicant's exhibit 17.
No objection.
A17 is admitted.
How would you describe your familiarity with the provisions of the voluntary voting systems guidelines?
I'm very familiar with them. I've actually been sat at the table with the EAC components that included the NIST representatives, and because they used to come around and audit the voting system test labs and check them annually. And part of the thing, and I would always get called in to speak to them, and they would ask me some questions. And I've actually commented on the voluntary voting system guidelines specifically because to me they're not standards, they're substandards. They do not meet the level of security requirements required for systems of high importance or criticality.
Okay, sir. I'll now ask you to turn to tab number 19. And that is marked on the upper left as exhibit number 19. And if you can identify that for the court.
This is the 2005 voluntary voting system guidelines.
And is that the version of the VVSG that was used in the EAC certification in exhibit number 18?
Yes, it is.
All right, Your Honor, I tender exhibit number 19, applicant's exhibit number 19.
No objection.
All right, and are you going back to 18 or are you also tendering that as well?
I'm skipping 18.
Okay, exhibit 19 is admitted.
Does the VVSG address cybersecurity requirements?
Yes.
Now, and you're familiar with those requirements?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what FIPS 140-2 is?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know that?
I had to repeatedly read it and explain to the software developers from the vendors exactly what it meant and how they have to properly implement it. And I've dealt with multiple vendors on this.
All right, sir. Turn to tab number 20, please. And that's a document marked exhibit number 20, applicant's exhibit number 20. Can you tell the court what that is?
That is FIPS Publication 140-2.
I tender applicant's exhibit number 20, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 20 is admitted.
Are you familiar with how encryption keys are employed in electronic voting systems?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how they're used in the Dominion system used in Georgia?
Yes, I am.
Are they important? Are they important?
They are highly important. That is the integrity of the whole entire system.
All right. And are you familiar with the EAC certification requirements with respect to encryption keys?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the EAC certification requirements with respect to storage and management of encryption keys?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what FIPS 140-2 has to say about encryption keys?
And their management requirements, yes.
Have you had occasion to examine any election databases of any Georgia counties that were used in the 2020 November election or recount?
Yes, I've examined 4 databases from Georgia.
What county, sir?
They were Appling, Bibb, Jones, and Telfair.
Have you examined those databases from those counties with respect to encryption keys?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert before, admitted to testify as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Related to election stuff, 3 times for sure.
And how about other cyber issues?
A handful.
As any of your expert testimony where you were allowed to testify related to a Dominion system?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender Mr. Parikh as an expert on cybersecurity, EAC certification requirements for election systems, including the Dominion system in Georgia, how they handle encryption keys, and what the requirements are for certification on encryption keys.
All right, any voir dire of the witness, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could, voir dire. Good morning, Mr. Parikh. My name is Brian Tyson. I represent the Secretary. Appreciate your service to our country and the Marines. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask a couple of additional questions about your background and experience. Now, you indicated you worked for different voting system test labs that were certified by the EAC, right?
That's correct.
And you worked with ProVNV, but you were not directly employed by ProVNV.
No,
right?
I went through a professional staffing company.
And so you were not an employee of ProVNV. You worked for a staffing company that ProVNV retained.
Yes.
And ProVNV is the voting system test lab that certified or that was involved in the certification of the Dominion system that's used in Georgia, right?
Yes.
And you last did any work with ProVNV in 2017, correct?
That is correct.
Was 2017 also the last time you laid hands on a Dominion voting equipment?
The actual hardware equipment, yes, sir.
And you've never reviewed the current Dominion 5.5A software in your role at any voting system test lab, right?
Not in the role as a voting system test lab, but I have reviewed plenty of forensic reports and reports that have been evaluated and can confirm most of them are true.
And you've not reviewed the Dominion 5.5A software in Georgia, is that right?
Reviewing the software, and this is according to Pro V&V Lab, they never allowed security checks of the software. No voting system laboratory, which to me was highly strange. Normally, you test software as for its functionality, its components, and the basic functions, but then it's required a security review because, for example, an administrative console can be manipulated. So it has to be security reviewed in how it functions. And that's normally, I work in a classified environment for the Missile Defense Agency, and that's how it's always done. First by the software developers and then by security.
Let me ask a better question. In terms of the opinions you're offering in this case, you're relying on your review of 4 databases, not of the Dominion voting system writ large. Is that right?
Yes, sir, but you're ignoring the fact that software development, they create an image and a versioning number, and the version used here is used across multiple states.
And you're not offering any opinions about the degree of risk. Is that right?
If you're asking me about the risk with these systems, the risk is highly. They have no integrity.
Let me ask this. Did you rely on Dr. Halderman's report for any of the findings in your declaration?
I've reviewed Dr. Haldeman's report, and a lot of the vulnerabilities that he pointed out were things that I had already knew and reported to test labs, but never made it to final reports.
And you reviewed the databases that were provided to you by Voter GA, is that right?
That's correct.
Are you being paid for your work?
As far as my investigative work,
For your testimony and your work in this
yes,
case?
for my testimony, yes, I am.
Okay. And what is your hourly rate?
My hourly rate is $250.
And Mr. McDougald asked you about courts that accepted testimony from you. Has any court ever excluded you from testifying as an expert?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I think at this point, if it's appropriate, I'd go ahead and raise an objection to the scope of what's being offered here. Our motion in limine lays out our concerns, Mr. Parik's testimony and offering opinions. Also, his testimony that he has only reviewed the databases and not the software itself, hasn't touched a Dominion equipment since 2017. Mr. McDougald's expansive scope of his opinions to cover everything related to Dominion 5.5 as used in Georgia, we think is also beyond what he should be allowed to testify to.
All right, that was a lot, Mr. McDougald, that you asked, kind of the fields of qualification. Let's just nail those down. It's in cybersecurity, EAC requirements, encryption keys. Did I catch it all?
Certification, how that relates to certification, how those are used in the Dominion system.
All right, and other than what's already been raised in the motion in limine about the scope, how would you respond to these issues raised by Mr. Tyson concerning maybe the how recent his review has been?
And I think
Data.
I might be able to address that by posing a few more questions about what his analysis of the databases entailed. If I could,
All right, and you can
with leave of
renew
court to do that.
Renew your tendering after that's done.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, can you describe what analyses you applied to the 4 election databases that you mentioned from Appling, Bibb, Jones, and Telfair counties?
As far as everything that I checked within the database, the very first thing is I restored these backup databases and was successful with all of them, like all the other databases were. If I did not get the database, I got a backup copy and proved to that. Then I compared it against other state systems which had different versioning which had the same database structure. They had a lot of the same stored procedures, which I might add are way too many. And they were the same functionality across different versionings. I can also state that I've reviewed Dominion correspondence that refers to how they handle software versioning, but I don't think that's in the scope of this hearing, but it's not to best practice.
Are you, in the course of your analysis of these databases, were you able to run, well, how did you examine? I mean, what did you do? What tools, what software? How did you figure out what you figured out?
I used everything that was on the voting system, which from a security perspective is atrocious because all you have to do is gain access and you're in. And as my demonstrations will show, I use the tools on the system. These tools that are on these systems would not be found in the DoD operational environment, in the financial environment. There are compilers on there. There's actual where the database resides, the management studio. These are all
So
worst practice.
what does that
worst
mean?
practice.
What does the management studio mean and how did you use it to examine the database?
That and the command line component does, I have free access to the database. And again, they use the operating system, the Windows login credentials, which when I access the system, I entered without a password, which is easy.
Were you able to run Dominion software as a part of your analysis of these systems?
Yes, and components on the software, yes.
And how did you do that on your machine without having a Dominion machine?
As part of forensic investigations, the very first thing you do when you collect evidence is you create your hashes to verify the integrity of the system. You put the evidence away, you have that copy, and then you usually make another copy and you get the hashes of that because you have to have a detailed chain of custody when you're dealing with evidence. And usually to expedite forensic investigations, you want the live system to pull it up. So what I did was from one of the image files of a Dominion system, I created a virtual machine. I then easily hacked into the virtual machine. And once I logged in, I had access to the database. I could manipulate the databases and control it.
And find out how the encryption keys were stored?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And do you think your testimony would help the court understand the issue of encryption keys and how they're used in the Dominion system and how that relates to EAC certification?
Yes, sir. And the importance of encryption keys that they're dealing with in the X059 certificate specifically, the X059 certificate. It's a security certificate that's used for communications.
And were the databases that were provided to you, are they a sufficient basis for you to form a reliable opinion?
Yes, they are.
Did you apply any particular principles or methods to your analysis?
Yes, I use standard testing methods and forensic steps.
And do they reliably support the opinions that you've reached here as well as in other cases?
Yes, sir, they do. As I've put my declarations under threat of perjury and submitted to the U.S. Supreme Court, I stand by 100% of what I've written.
All right, I renew my tender, Your Honor.
All right, based on the testimony I've heard so far and the voir dire of the witness, I do find this witness possesses information beyond the ken of the average layman, and that on the databases he reviewed, he has relevant information to share as it relates to the issues raised here, and concerns or objections that are preserved go to their weight, not their admissibility. So you may proceed, Mr. McDougall.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, are encryption keys any part of the Dominion system used here in Georgia?
Yes, they are.
How are they used in the system here in Georgia?
They're used to encrypt some of the username passwords, which is not a really very good standard. They should always use hashes, but there are also hashes that are weak and vulnerable. They're left unprotected, but they use the Raindale encryption key and its vector as their private keys, which those are supposed to be protected. Then they also use the XO59 certificate, which is used for authentication, and this establishes trust between the system components. And then there's an HMAC key that's also, and these are all stored in the same unsecured table within the database.
All right, sir. And in light of how these, well, you said, you used the word Rendell.
Raindale, yes, sir.
Help the court understand what in the world that is.
Raindale was that encryption algorithm that's used to create those keys. There were actually 3 people. He was the main person that submitted for the keys. And it's an encryption algorithm. That's just industry standard.
And it's named after a fellow named Rendell,
Yes.
but it's spelled, it doesn't,
Raindale, yes, he's Indian.
okay. In light of how these encryption keys are used in the system, are they important to the security of the system?
They are vital to the security of the system and the integrity of the system.
If a bad actor who has a little bit of skill knows what they're doing and has access to the system and access to the encryption keys, is that system secure?
No, it is not,
Why not?
because they could do anything. They can decrypt the configuration files, which are encrypted for the, like, for example, the tabulator components. And so I could make the tabulator, they could easily manipulate that, make it do whatever. They can decrypt the information coming back to the election management system, the EMS. They could manipulate the ballot images. They can manipulate the cast vote record. They could do any number of things.
What is the cast vote record?
The cast vote record contains the data, the ballot images, but it's basically the results from the tabulator.
Under the applicable standards of the VVSG and FIPS 140-2, how should encryption keys be stored or kept or managed on the Dominion system?
The management and storage of encryption keys are, when they're in plain text, it's only within the cryptographic module. If they're taken outside the cryptographic module, they must be securely protected.
And is the way they are kept on the Dominion system in Georgia, does it comply with that requirement?
No, it does not. They're in an insecure operating system, information system, with hundreds of vulnerabilities. The database, and I've had database experts assist me in analysis, that they are not configured properly. They do not log properly, as I'm sure Mr. Cotton could testify to, which leads you hard to do a forensic investigation and determine cause analysis. Even a system administrator tech would be lacking information. And so there's lack of logging. The database, these encryption keys would be considered confidential. It's the same thing as like a doctor's office who has your medical PII information, or your bank that any business that deals with credit cards, for example, would have to protect the database. And you can protect the table, you can protect the row, you can encrypt the whole entire database. And that is not done. And to use the operating system's password and authentication to get into the database is not best practice. And again, I did it without a password at all.
And so how are the encryption keys in fact stored in these election databases?
They're in plain text, unencrypted, in an insecure database.
And so that is not the cryptographic.
That's a violation of FIPS 140-2.
Because it's not in an encrypted or cryptographic module?
That is correct.
And does that comply with the VVSG?
No, it does not.
Does that comply with the EAC certification requirements?
No, it does not. And if I can add, the VVSG, because of the way Georgia state law states, they're not voluntary now. They're now system requirements. They're standards. That standard is a requirement and should be mandatory because Georgia law states that it has to be federally certified.
And Your Honor, just to move to strike that last answer regarding the legal implications here.
All right, I don't think we actually strike anything for the record, but your objection is noted and it'll be given the weight it deserves.
Are there any particular sections of the VVSG that are most particularly applicable to the management of the encryption keys?
Section 7 of Volume 1 is the primary security. Security is also mentioned in sections 4 and 6, but the main ports of those deal with that. Volume 2 also talks about security and from an operational perspective and the risk involved. But Section 8 talks about the quality and they mentioned the life cycle management, which means it's an operational thing, because the life cycle of any information system is from birth to death, and therefore you have to patch it, you have to do security updates, you have to meet all your requirements 100% of the time. It's not something where I get certified and I get connected to the network and I'm good. For example, in my work, when they take, I'm sorry, I got to pause because I got to keep this unclassified. But so in the software that we develop, if they take the system off to reload the application software, there's a whole process that's done, and we have configuration management. If you related it to election system engineering change orders, and so when they get that approved, the software developers finish their job, the techs finish their job. The last part is part of the QA where the security checks are done, and it has to be certified by the group that I work in, the information security officers, before it can be reconnected to the network. So that's the part about quality in the lifecycle management.
All right, sir. And so the VVSG speaks to life cycle compliance.
Yes,
And what part do you recall?
that's in section 8.1, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, would there be any point to having a test standards requirement for cybersecurity that was inapplicable in the operational environment?
No, that would make no sense whatsoever.
So you've had an opportunity to examine election databases from the 4 counties. How did it come about that you examined those databases?
I was able to obtain them to compare them with other databases in different states that I was doing as part of the Arizona. I don't know what it was called when it went to back to the Supreme Court, but that was my evaluation. And because based on that, the investigation and the evidence found, the Arizona Senate allowed me to get their 2020 database as well and to discover the same inconsistencies.
Okay. What was your understanding of how the 4 Georgia County databases were obtained and made available to you?
They were given by the counties under a public's record request.
And how did you get a hold of them?
In my investigation and the other system components that I've looked at as far as system log files and answering questions on what the log information did, because I can interpret that and give them meaning to the components. I was made aware of them and I asked for them to review them to see, because again, this is software development. This is not just specific to the state of Georgia. This pretty much, my educated guess would be, this is even outside of the versions we're talking about. It's been demonstrated.
Let me stop you for just a second, because I think my question may not have been clear. How did you obtain a copy of the election databases for these 4 counties?
I was given access to the voter GA directory, and then I downloaded them from there, and then of course created my hash files.
All right, sir. In general terms, how do the backup databases that you obtained and then restored compare to the actual operational database used in elections?
It's the same database. It's the same exact database. The only difference between that and operational, An operational database would be alive. If if the system's up and functioning and that database is used on a daily basis, it's going to contain things. The backup database would be a snapshot in time.
All right, sir. And are the way the encryption keys were found in the backup databases, is that the same as how they are stored in operational election databases?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And so your analysis of the state, the management, storage, and nature of the encryption keys in the backup is valid for operational election databases?
Yes, it is.
Let me jump in on that point. So essentially what I'm hearing you say is the 4 databases that you analyzed and looked at very closely here, your opinion today is that is the same as the operating database that would be used live in an election. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how are you able to say that?
Because these are relational databases, something that I was educated in, and they're built on a structure. And the most important thing is that structure cannot change because the way Dominion implements what's called stored procedures, that's the majority of their work. And those are in the database. So you cannot change a database table, for example, and it would mess all the voting system up because then your configuration of your tabulators would have to change. There's all different components in the voting system. If it helps to answer, in any system when they create it, and this is whether it's ES&S or Dominion, but we'll talk specifically about Dominion, they create what's called an election project. And there's certain files that get created. And one of those files in the election project is the election database. And it's based off a template, a standard in the software development that they create from, and then it's customized in the table columns are given specific names that do not change, but the rows may change. For example, if there's a state election within Georgia, it will be specific information for those candidates, their party, and the way Georgia runs their election. Even if it's for anything else, if you're voting on funding, how to change state appropriations, whatever, that has to go public, anything like that, that's what changes within the database. The overall structure of the database and the procedures do not, only basically row data.
All right. And these 4 databases, they are a snapshot in time from when and what time period exactly?
Or from after the election, a couple of them are recounts.
Which election?
The 2020 elections.
2020 general November election?
Yes, sir.
Or is it also the runoff?
There are two that are recounts, so would have been after the general election.
But bottom line, you're testifying that with confidence the databases you saw relating to that election are still the ones in operation today, or are they still ones being used and they weren't changed in any way in the open records disclosure process?
They're the exact same. They're a backup of that operational. If, for example, you have 2 options, sir, if you want to see that. You bring in an election management system, which has the database on it, and we can quickly do a query. It takes no time at all. And you can see structurally that it's the same as what I examined. Or there would be engineering change orders or a software update that say that they changed the database structure. And I can tell you for a fact that there's no such engineering change order for Dominion systems. I've looked at every one of them.
All right, Mr. McDougall.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let me try a short version of the questions that the court was asking. How do you know that the way the encryption keys are set up in the backup database is the same as they are in the operational database?
Because the backup database is the operational database.
All right, sir.
It's just a snapshot.
Now, is there some way for you to tell if the backup election databases that you examined are authentic?
Yes, sir.
What is that method?
That's by what was provided from the counties and verifying the hash. And there's also SHA files that are in there. They're part of the system when it's created. And I can compare those SHAs to what I create and see that it was unchanged.
All right, for the benefit of the court, what is a SHA file?
A SHA file is a hashing algorithm. It's basically the fingerprint. It's the identity of the file. In file integrity, you have these SHA's hashes. And there's MD5 hash, there's SHA-1, which is used by the voting systems, there's SHA-512 or 256 and SHA-512. The tool I use creates all those because I like to cover the bases because you never know what you might deal with.
So how to,
SHA, it's an acronym. Sorry.
what does it stand for?
Oh, it's a secure hashing algorithm, if I'm not mistaken.
That would be the one instance I might have a leg up on him. All right. So how does a hash value have any utility in authenticating a digital file?
It's the fingerprint. It's a one-way algorithm that it's a bit by bit binary operation that covers the file itself. In systems, and I've even read it in technical data packages of vendors, they recommend using a file integrity system. In the Department of Defense, we have them all the time. And an application does it. And on your critical portions of the operating system, you would create these SHA files, these hash files, and it's the fingerprint, so you know file integrity. And part of the application thing is it monitors the system. And it's constantly checking the hashes of the system. And so, for example, if a critical application on a server is changed or modified, that will flag it, and you will get a warning in a console. And
I'm trying to understand the concept. Are you comparing the hashes at different times? And how do you use them to figure it out?
when the file is generated, for example, in the public record request or when the system creates them, they create that SHA-1 file. And in the SHA file is the fingerprint of that file at the time that they exported it.
And so how, if you do, how do you use that to determine whether what you looked at was authentic?
You create the SHA yourself independently from what they provided you, and you compare them.
And if they match, what does it tell you?
That tells you that you have the file at untouched. It's exactly as they gave it to you.
And if they don't match, what does that tell you?
That it's been manipulated.
And so you've said this, but I'm going to ask it a different way. Is comparison of hash values an accepted method in the cybersecurity world for verifying the authenticity of a digital record?
Yes, it is.
In this case, were there hash values associated with the production by these 4 counties?
Yes, there were.
And did you carry out the process that you just described to compare hash values?
Yes, I compared the hash on the compressed files that I got, and they matched. Then specifically on the databases and those, because I was going to restore them, I checked that SHA file.
And what did you find?
That it matched.
And therefore the what?
The databases are the operational databases.
All right, sir. Do you have copies of the file? Did I ask you to make flash drives of the files that you got?
Yes, sir, you did.
All right. I have those on flash drives. I actually do not have a flash drive for opposing counsel, but I can make that available to them by the end of the day. And what I would like to do is tender those. Well, I'll show them to the witness. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Mr. Greek, can you identify these flash drives?
Yes, these are the 4 flash drives that I put the hash file that I created to do verification along with the compressed files. And then on the same exact media, I decompressed the files per your request. So if they wanted to look at the individual pieces of those compressed files along with the SHA values. So that's what's on here. They were brand new drives from Staples purchased. So there was open package. That was what was done. They were removed label, and I've kept control of these the whole time.
All right. And you made those at my request?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I would like to assign those exhibit numbers 25, 26, 27, and 28. But they do not have exhibit labels on them, Your Honor. They do have the county label. And so if we could ask the court reporter to put an exhibit label on them at an appropriate moment.
All right, Mr. Tyson, so I know we could have your conditional thoughts on the admissibility of these so you can have a chance to actually look at them. But assuming they do contain what the witness says, I guess one I would wonder is, are these some kind of sensitive materials we have to handle in a specific way? And also if you have any other general objection.
So, Your Honor, I don't believe there are any sensitivities around that. They were produced already in open records requests, and they're kind of out there already. And then I think aside from us getting a copy, then that's the only thing we would have, and just make sure we have that, but no objection otherwise.
All right, so those will be conditionally admitted. You can re-raise it if you look at the copy and it doesn't turn out to be what you thought it was. So, Mr. McDougal, if you could provide that at some point, maybe over the lunch break.
Your Honor, could I get some water? Thank
You
you.
don't have to ask if it's your witness.
I didn't know that was the rule.
Well, it's a personal one.
Yeah, that was kind of my impression. It depended on what the court's pleasure was. So, Mr. Parikh, what, if anything, did you do to check on the encryption keys in these databases?
I did a general preliminary query across the database and to look for anything encryption key. It first identified the tables in the Georgia databases. Well, a couple of them were large, but still no more than a couple of minutes to do that. Once I identified those tables, I went to those tables. I just did the basic request that's already pre-programmed in the SQL database to look at the top 1,000 rows. And it would then,
Hold on.
yeah.
What's the SQL database?
The SQL database is the relational database that's used by the Dominion system. And it's a relational database that uses SQL commands, the SQL commands, in order to execute views and search functions. It's a way to organize your data, and hopefully that's clear.
And SQL is pronounced SQL in the business.
Yes, yes, it is. Sorry for
And
that.
that's okay. And are SQL databases common in the world of computers?
Yes, they are.
And what does SQL stand for?
It's a querying language.
I got another one on you. Is it structured query language?
Yeah, structured query. Thank you.
Okay.
I couldn't remember structured.
All right. I will look dumb later on, Your Honor. Okay, so what did you, and you did the same approach for all four of these databases?
And other states' databases as well.
And so how did you retrieve, what did you do to retrieve or examine the encryption keys?
It's easily, you can export that query from the database itself and get all the keys, or you can copy and paste. It's fairly easy to get them out.
So there's some kind of command you enter and it shows you the encryption keys?
Right. That query of the top 1,000 rows for a specific table election event, that it's only one row, and it identifies the election, the time of the election, the county, what type of election, and then it has those keys.
And what is the state in which those keys are displayed? Encrypted?
No, sir, they are unencrypted, plain text.
And plain text in your world means unencrypted.
Yes, sir.
That means you and I could read them.
In encryption, there's plain text and then there's the encrypted text.
And as a cybersecurity professional, how would you characterize that method of storing encryption keys?
It's egregious in general terms. And I work in the cybersecurity realm, and I work with gentlemen who've got a year, 2 years experience, and then some who have as much as I do. And I just say, hey, what would you think about if the secret encryption key was stored in a database in plain text? And the very first thing you say, well, was the database encrypted? And I'm like, no. Well, how did you authenticate to the database? Well, I use the operating system, and they're just like, their minds are blown.
So what does it mean for the security of the system that the encryption keys are stored in plain text in the election database?
There is no security. For what little that you could claim as security is irrelevant. What's more important than the security is the integrity of the system. There is no integrity because you have to understand that these keys are vital to the security and the integrity of the system. This is how you validate that it's secure, that the data cannot be tampered with. That along with the logging, which doesn't exist, there's not appropriate logging on these systems to even track the actions done.
If a bad actor got a hold of these encryption keys, what could they do?
They could change the configuration settings on the components. They could manipulate. They could create election data and encrypt it and make it seem legitimate when the system takes it in and evaluates it. You know, there's the saying, 1,000 ways to skin this cat. There's about 2,000 ways to skin this with those keys.
And would such changes or such actions be detectable on these systems?
No, they would not. And
Why
as
not?
in Dr. Haldeman's, no, they would not be detectable. And Dr. Haldeman in his report refers to this because when people ask, is there any evidence of hacking? Well, one, two, nothing against Dr. Haldeman, but he was not requested to do a forensic investigation of the system. So when he makes that statement, it's not exactly accurate. He is a security professional. I admire his capabilities, but he himself states when you hack these type of systems and the techniques he used would be undetectable. And I can verify that. When I did threat system stuff for the Department of Defense and we played bad guy, we would have to leave little safe files somewhere to prove because they would swear up and down that we were not there. We'd give them a directory, go look here, and it would say, guess who was here, or Waldo, or something silly like that.
Kilroy was here.
Yes.
All right. If you would, in the binder, turn to tab 21, and there's a document there marked Exhibit 21. Can you tell the court what that is?
It's a security analysis of Georgia's ImageCast X ballot marking devices.
That is
And it's the redacted version of Dr. Haldeman, which, for the record, its redactions were meaningless to me and some of the other technical people that I spoke with because for a tech person, it's not redacted.
in other words, you already knew.
The majority of regular people, yes.
All right. Now, have you prepared any demonstration of that would illustrate your testimony?
Yes, sir, I have.
And do you have your computer up there with you?
No, sir, it's back there. I didn't know whether I could bring it without permission for.
While you're doing that, Mr. McDougall, are you tendering Exhibit 21 for the record as well?
Actually, I think I would like to, but I don't have a witness to swear that it's, it's an exhibit in another case. I don't have Dr. Haldeman, so I'm not sure I can authenticate it. So, but I was going to let it be a document that the expert relied on. That was my intention, but if council would like to put it in, I'm certainly happy to have it in.
Any preference, Mr. Tice?
And Your Honor, we would object to it coming in. I think it contains a lot of opinions. Dr. Haldeman was subject to several days of cross-examination on it at the curling trial.
All right,
I think that's
understood.
fair. That was my thinking on it.
All right, well, thanks for that clarification. Let me do a follow-up here as well. So the statement that, if a bad actor obtained keys, it would lead to, these severe consequences. Just want to be clear, we're not talking about the keys necessarily that you had and as a result of the open records request. We're saying that as you believe they're currently stored, however they're out there now. Is that?
Yes,
what you're
sir.
saying?
Yes, sir. And it's one of the demonstrations I will do will show you there are common passwords. There are passwords that have been used for an extremely long time. The same passwords I saw in the voting system test labs reside on the Georgia voting systems. And that's an egregious violation of password management, credential management. So.
All right, and before I forget it, I'll have a helpful note from Mr. Olson. Just as I was anticipating, is it X509 or X059?
X509.
Okay. I think earlier you said X059.
I apologize.
Okay. And is the X509 considered an encryption key?
It's considered a security certificate. It's a way of identifying and trusting a system. For example, if you go to Amazon or any of the web services, your computer or your phone, because your phone is nothing but a computer, it's going to connect with their server, and there has to be a trust relationship built, and that's done via the certificate. And with these certificates, a lot of times you really don't have to authenticate with a username and password. It depends on how the system's built.
And have you made any findings about the X509 certificates across the election databases that you have examined?
Yes, I have.
And what have you found?
They're the same.
And how would you characterize that in terms of cybersecurity?
That's an egregious violation. And the fact that they're 10 years, they're allowed to exist for 10 years, means that they could easily be reused in election systems year after year if they're not changed or updated.
And so, as an example, on a local area network, what role does an X509 certificate play?
It would allow the system to trust the other system that has that certificate.
And so the system that is thereby trusted can do what with the other system?
It can communicate and access it, exchange communication, do whatever communications need to be done. And another thing about the certificates, because I've had them created, it's easy to do. They are not password protected. In other words, when I install the certificate, there's no password or PIN required to install them. And that's usually a security option that you do when you create a certificate that once you import. So that way you know it's an authorized user that installed their certificate on the system.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would like to move into the demonstrations, but Mr. Parikh needs a minute to set up, and we've been at it for a little over 2 hours. So may I suggest humbly that we take a short break?
All right. Yeah, let's take 5, and when we come back, we can pick that up and go from there. Mr. Tyson, do you have any idea? I know we've still got some ground to cover here, but how long you're going to need for a cross?
I'm thinking I can do that in 45 minutes.
All right, we may end up wanting to break for lunch at the outset or maybe halfway through. Let's see where we get. All right, we'll be back in 5.
Let's step away.
And please, if you, for the acronym, other clerk, that just spoke it to me, said, could you? Yeah. I'm sorry, sometimes I get too nerdy.
I don't think. We're still podcasting.
How do I connect to an HDMI?
I don't know, under that.
I think probably right now, I guess it's too much.
Congratulations.
I'll try to make sure that he narrates it in a way that shows up on the record. So, the record will not. So we use audibly narrate.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because there's a couple of key, because I definitely want to make sure I expand on the shop. So where's the connection for me?
There's an HDMI, that's probably HDMI in right there.
Yeah, that looks to be, let me see.
You might have to do
I got it. We'll give it a test.
Oh, dog. Are we breaking for lunch?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you could be talking to them.
Oh, I need a tech person to help me out here. Okay, I think we got HDMI in. Nope. So HDMI out or in? Also, sure that. Let
I
me,
think this is it. This should work, because the basis of this, I see a land cable and power, so this should be the input.
And we're definitely not your smart way.
right,
What the heck is up with this? There we go. Yeah, this shows it. So
okay.
everybody,
That means they can put it up on the screen.
okay.
We'll put it on the screen.
And we're just going to do the video, right?
Right, right. And if you'd like to take a restroom break, this would be a good time.
I know, and I'll be reminded that I'm still on the road.
I much prefer that man to stand up.
Yeah.
Or the attorney. People are on the same sides.
Okay, need to get on with you about demonstrating.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the passports.
Okay.
And the attorneys should have this information. Okay, thanks.
We can't touch on the relationship. We're standing here. It's for both. Exactly. I saw people go on.
So.
Is there a? See, coffee. There's also very coffee. Is there a hot water? Like a hot.
I mean, and it's, but I doubt, I mean, some of the attorneys bring. It's no hot water.
Oh, it's not hot
Yeah.
water.
It's that, coffee,
Keurig,
Yeah.
Keurig have hot water.
Clay.
Always nice to meet a fellow.
Oh, I know, I get that. Well, before I even saw your tie clip. Or pen, I should say.
Yeah.
I can look, I said, yeah, he still has that Marine look on it. You know, you're trying to camouflage.
I try to camouflage.
Yeah, but.
I got this, I donated money to the Marine Corps Museum and they gave you a little tag. I've had it quite a while. But when were you in?
Huh?
When were you in?
I retired in 2002, but I was 1980 to 2000.
I was in 88 to 92. Yeah. I was in the first battalion.
Yeah, I was.
Come to order.
For me, which is funny, since I got involved with this, you know, like DeKalb Ron Lupo, because he was a 1A Marine.
Oh, 1A?
So I go on, that's. Cause like in a couple of weeks, I'll be going to North Carolina, cause it's 41 years since the Beirut bomb.
Yeah,
which is up there. So that's, yeah, so it's.
Yeah, my cousin was 2.8, 2.4.
Mr. McDougall, are you on Zoom yet?
I was with you.
Mr. McDougall?
That's what-
McDougall, are you on Zoom with co-host so we can get you pulled up?
Pardon me, sir?
We have got you on Zoom so you can pull up your video.
Well, he was gonna run it from his computer.
All right, we need to get him on Zoom then, right? Do we have he's got a link?
Well, that was the question that I didn't know the answer to. He's got HDMI out.
And it's
going
it's showing
into that,
here.
I
bus,
don't,
and it's on that machine, but he needs to be on Zoom to do it.
we haven't done that way
You want me to log
before.
into Zoom?
If you think you're on it and you can try, you can give it a shot. Otherwise, it creates a lot of audio issues because it starts echoing and
So I can forward him the. Zoom
Well, my,
right.
I'm just gonna use video, sir,
Oh, it's just video?
with no audio.
We'll see if you can do it. I don't know.
Will that go out to the,
It should, because
folks watching?
if he's able to share his screen there,
Well, he's got it up on that monitor.
yeah.
And so there might be some switch, one of y'all could flip to get it.
Because
on the
that's
rest of
going to be the
monitor.
equipment. I don't know if, again, we've not done it that way before.
I can actually run the virtual
So
machines
maybe we
too.
should go. with
So
what-
whatever you want.
Yeah, let's do that. I would send him the Zoom link,
You
have him
want me
log
to get on
on,
Zoom?
just because it's untested, so we don't really
Yes,
know
sir.
if that'll work.
Thank you.
And then and then
Oh,
let
wait,
us,
I've got to get connected to the internet.
So it's Fulton County Public Wi-Fi.
You forward that email to him?
I did.
yeah, okay.
I try to keep this clean,
Yeah, now
you know, well,
Put up, the down the vendors.
All right, we'll wait and we won't go back on the record till we got this figured out.
redirect did not work.
Is this selfie time here? Wait.
But I don't know when that's happening.
Yeah, I know. You lose the back and forth,
Back
Okay.
to the email.
All right. All right.
We'll go back to your Wi-Fi.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, this is bad.
It's not fast.
I didn't know you were in such a
Yeah, so I'm gonna
precarious
drop my
profession
VPN.
that she needs proof of life.
The government's already had my desktop and my other laptop. I just tried to keep this one safe.
I might need to deal with it.
Yeah, there is no cleaning. You guys don't know that, yeah, you put the system in a shredder. I'm just, especially if it's our guys. Again, I'm middle of the road. That part.
My grandpa died of cancer. I said that to my husband and he was like, I don't think you're.
Yes.
I don't know what you're saying.
Hey,
Absolutely.
the Zoom link.
Mr. McDougall, Mr. McDougall,
Yes.
I think, passcode is 269.
Thing on our, so you can do a separate one if you want to, but
Well,
yeah.
I asked her one.
That's the pass.
That's the meeting ID, Ms. Sue?
Yeah.
26994.
I think that's probably gonna be the passcode.
That's probably the passcode. I've never seen a meeting. I didn't know it's this. Do you know the meeting ID?
What we got is Ms. Sue's email.
Just click the link on there.
Right, but he's asking.
Oh, okay, okay.
That'll help her. I can make it a little bigger for you.
Five, 9, 4, 11.
Oh, yeah.
So it's right under the link.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait, what's back for?
269. 940.
Okay, here's a different.
All right, here we go.
He's in.
Oh, yes?
Looks like it.
And then I'll just share screen.
Yeah, he's in.
Good.
Okay, and then can you share a screen? So,
All right,
and
and
they
I'm-
gotta mute, that's what I'm talking about. Well, not the mic, the laptop itself.
The laptop mic.
Yeah.
And the speaker, right?
Yeah. All right, can you try pulling it up? And you gotta mute your laptop. Are you on? You still need to mute your laptop.
All right, better?
All right, testing. Yeah, I can see if you can share your screen. All right. All right, let's go back on the record. We're gonna go for about another hour here. Let's
Right.
see where we end up. Mr. McDougall.
All right, thank you. And before we play these demonstrations, I had a couple of additional questions for you. Do you have an opinion on whether the Dominion system that is currently in use in Georgia has the same vulnerabilities as these systems that you examined?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that opinion?
That it is exactly the same. And the reason I say that is because I've reviewed every engineering change order that, more than just Dominion, but every one that Dominion's ever submitted through the EAC, because the change of the database structure would require an engineering change order because you basically have to change it across all the software versions that are distributed.
And if the system had been changed so as to store the encryption keys encrypted or in a cryptographic module, would that require a version number change?
Yes, it would, because you're structurally changing that. But as I do not work in a voting system test labs, I can't state that. Here's what I will tell you. The voting system test labs from a technical perspective keep things what's called de minimis, which means a minor change, so no version change is done. But the fact that not even an engineering change order has been submitted, it's to me evidence that the systems are still unencrypted.
And if there had been a change made to encrypt the encryption keys or store them in a cryptographic module, is that the kind of change that would require submission of an engineering change order?
Yes, it would.
And you have checked, and those are filed with the EAC?
Yes, and I want to state that while technically that will make it compliant with FIPS 140-2 and storage and management of the encryption keys, what it will not do is still mean that they cannot be obtained and decrypted, because the massive amounts of vulnerabilities on this system, the poor configuration of the database in itself, even if you encrypted that database, somebody mid-level could take over.
All right, sir. And now, did I ask you to prepare a demonstration of the topics of your testimony?
Yes, sir, you did.
And did you record that in a video?
Yes, sir. I always record. I did why I brought the larger laptop, because I was going to pull up the virtual machines and do it live. But considering especially network connectivity and stuff for some of the password things, you always back up and record it. Ask anybody who's briefed at DEF CON or Black Hat.
All right. And Your Honor, I propose to have Mr. Parikh play the video recordings of his demonstrations and narrate them as he goes.
All right. Is this also something you're tendering this demonstrative for the record?
Well, since it's a demonstrative, I wasn't planning to tender it, and I do not have the videos on a flash drive, but I can certainly have that delivered to everybody.
All right. Any preference, Mr. Tyson?
I don't think, since it's just a demonstrative, I don't think it needs to come into the record. I think it's fine to play them and he can ask questions about them. I'm fine with that.
All right. I know maybe not need to, but if there's maybe a preference for completeness of the record, since we'd be referring to things that may aren't reflected in the exhibits, or is this all just going to be?
Well, these are illustrations of his testimony that reflect what he's talked about, and so they're demonstratives, 100% demonstrative evidence. So, that's why I didn't prepare flash drives to tender.
All right. Well, if there's no request by the parties, then
I'll
all
put
right.
a flag in that, and I may bring them in, because it will complete the record, and they are illustrative. All right. So, Mr. Parikh, what is the first one that we're going to look at?
The first one deals with a common hash that's been known and still being used, one that I saw in the lab. And so before we start it, I want to explain in brief exactly what's going on. Just let me downsize this. Well, it won't. All right. So I was trying to clear the screen so everyone can see. All right. So what we have here is on the left is the SQL database. Oh, wait, it started to play. I'm sorry. All right, let's go back. So I want to explain everything. This is the SQL database. This is a DVS system of access. As you can see, it's Appling database, and we're going to go down into a table, which is called app user.
And
On
this what you're showing is in the Microsoft SQL Studio.
Yes, sir. This is the tool. That's exactly what we're looking at. If you could see, it says Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. That's just how I access the database. And it is on the system, technically, when it shouldn't be. And then on the right is a website. It's called hashes.com. This is publicly available. You can go there and use it. So what we're going to do, I'll let it run here. We're going to go down to the app user table. We're going to select the top 100 rows, that same default query. Now, what I want to pull out, and I'm going to pause it right here, is these accounts, and you'll see, and I'll highlight over it with the mouse. There are certain accounts in here, if you notice, they have this 0x, which is irrelevant to the key. It's just this way of storage form, and they start 6166 alpha. Notice that those are all the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you those. I'm going to select one of them and copy, which basically removes out of the database. I'm going to paste it over here, remove that front portion because that's not part of the
All right, so let's
hash.
pause for just a second, okay? These passwords, are they encrypted or hashed, or what are they?
These are hashed passwords.
Which means what? Is it encrypted?
They have a one-way, normally in an operating system, specifically Windows, when you put your password in and it's like, Windows does not actually store the password, unlike these Dominion database systems. They actually store the hash. So when you put in the password, and it's a one-way algorithm, not supposed to be able to decrypt it if it's done appropriately. And even Microsoft Windows, and they protect these, and Linux, a different operating system, protects them in a different manner. They're different files, but those storage places for them are kept secure from a normal user. You don't normally see those unless you break into the system. And the reason that is because if you decrypt this hash, then you will see the password. And so when you log into the system, you log in with your credentials, it automatically creates a hash, and all it does is compare hashes. And there's still a hash and a whole bunch of other things
Okay.
I could get into on just
All
this alone, but.
So you've pasted the hash
Right.
for this
On
user's.
an internet site, yes.
Okay, carry on then.
And so the internet site, of course, requires a little bit of security so they know they're not getting a bot. And so we log in, and then as you can see, there's the hash, and at the end is the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point.
Well, what is that?
That is a password that's been around for about, I do want to show one thing in perspective of this. Excuse me, need a little water. But this is a deficiency report from Wiley Labs from back in 2010. And this was reported, and as you can see in there, that DVS Corp 08. And again, this report that I grabbed is from the EAC site, another publicly accessible site. So this password has been around. This report was from 2010. This is Dominion's. They're not the only vendor that hard-coded passwords, which from a software development thing is a critical sin. Anybody who's properly educated in computer science and software programming knows you do not do this. And so this was one of the major findings, and you can see that it's still in use.
All right, so going back to your.
Your Honor, if I could, just since we're now referring to a different document, I feel like where that's out of demonstrative territory, I feel we should mark that at least. I think he's testified as to what it was, but.
I think that's fair. I don't actually have it to mark or tender, but I can cure that, maybe not today because I'm not near a printer, but I will file it with I'll submit it with a notice of filing this evening.
All right. Well, you potentially could also just email it to our court reporter. And as long as we're looking at the same
Okay,
PDF, we can have it noted as, is that going to be what, Exhibit 26?
all right, sir.
Is that it? So is it Exhibit 26?
It would be, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to my exhibit list, and
Yeah.
it's going to be 31.
31, okay. And so if this particular document is marked as Exhibit 31, I don't know if he's
We'll call it-
identified it enough for you, but is there an objection to this being tendered as Exhibit 31 later through email and digital version?
Not to that method, Your Honor.
Would
And
you
I
like?
would just pose a relevance objection, but I know that's a low standard, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So over
I'm
that
sorry.
objection then,
So I can provide the full report title if it's Wiley Deficiency Report. It's T57381 TAC 01. That's.
all right. So Mr. McDougall, you're going to complete the record for us and now we can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to your demo, can you get back to where you were?
Back in the DVS court or
Yes,
to the
yes.
next? Okay.
All right, so towards the end, where the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point was visible. And so the result of the calculation performed on this public website on the hash reveals that the password is DBS Corp 08 exclamation point.
Yes, sir.
And that's been a hard-coded password on the system since at least 2010.
What's more importantly is it's the password for these administrative accounts.
Are you aware of whether that password is the same on other systems
Yes, sir, it is.
and every system you've looked at?
Every system I've looked at, yes, sir.
And I believe you said that from a cybersecurity standpoint, how would you characterize that?
That's an egregious violation of the basic security principles. I have to state that. You could be year one cybersecurity and know that you don't do that.
And because it's an admin password, what does that mean from a security point of view?
There are so many things that can be done as an administrator. We would take up a lot of time for me to list them. You could basically do anything you wanted to.
All right, sir. All right, do you have another video? I assume we're finished with that one, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay.
And so the next one is going to be, and let me pause it here to give the setup. And this is done a little bit more professional. So it's got some graphics in it. But what we're doing here is, again, this is the SQL database. We're still in appling, I'm sorry, but we're going to run through every county. And what I'm going to show you is that even though the passwords are different and their encryption keys are different, because they're accessible, they still expose the password.
All right,
And
sir.
so on the right is another public website that does AES encryption and decryption. We're going to use the decryption portion. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to run this query to find the keys, and this is simply it in the election event.
So we'll stop there for a second. Now, we've talked in this case about you run a SQL query and you can retrieve the unencrypted keys.
Yes, sir.
Is that what's happening in the second pane?
Yes, that's
And
it.
so the query the form of the query, the computer command is what's up at the tip top of that pane,
Yes, sir.
and that's what tells the database what to show you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's
And-
just kind of walk through the query so we know what it's asking for.
Okay, so from an initial query of where the keys are located, I identified the tables. That's why you see it says from election event. That's the table that's shown. And in the other demo where I was going to do live, I would show you that table at first, but it's got a lot of extra things. You only want to see the keys. So this is that query. It pulls up all the pertinent keys. The one thing I want to stress, and for everybody to pay attention that watches this, is pay attention to the X059 certificate
Okay,
data.
before you go
Right.
on, it says select name, and then it's got Rindell key, Rindell vector, X509 data, HMAC key.
Yes, those are the column names for those.
And so the effect of this query is to tell the system to go to the election event table and show you the Rindell key, the Rindell vector, the X509 data, and the HMAC key.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, carry on.
So we've got the key, and you can see they're partially blurred out. Now, as we cut and paste those in, we're going to go over, now we're going to go for appling, and we're going to query, and I'm going to pause it right here. We're querying the tabulator user. So these are the passwords for all the different tabulators. And the thing that needs to be noted is they're all the same login, and notice they're all the same password. And again, they're encrypting passwords, which is just ridiculous in itself. But so we're going to, now that we have that, we're going to put that in the encrypted text.
All right, pause there. So to summarize where we are, you retrieved the Rindell key and
And
vector
vector, yes, sir.
on the system from the election events table. You pasted those two values into the appropriate fields on the webpage.
Yes, sir.
And now you've gone and selected a password that's the encrypted password from the user table.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what do you do with the password on this webpage?
This password is used for the administrator to log into oh, you want to see it execute?
Well, yeah. So
So-
just explain what's happening on this webpage.
All right. So if you see down at the bottom, and again, I partially blurred it out. This is one of the passwords in plain text. So this is what the administrator, when he goes to log in, the PIN that he would put in to run that tabulator.
And so what this demonstrates is that you can retrieve the encryption keys, which are in plain text, and use them to decrypt an administrator's password.
Yes, sir.
All right, carry on.
So what we're going to do is now we're going to go back, we're going to pick Bibb County, do the same thing. We execute the query, we get that, and notice.
Hold up 1 second, Mr. Parikh. When you execute the query, the result is displayed below the query in that middle column.
Yes,
All right, and so it's a row with columns, a single row with columns.
yes, sir.
And the columns are,
The columns are, the application calls from the column and per the row when it makes, software applications make queries to these databases. So it's got to identify what data to pull. And so the application will say, hey, I go to Rendell key because I need the encryption key for a certain administrator. And then basically it would write this stuff there. And it's got to verify. The encryption keys be used for verification to decrypt the files once they're taken on. And so.
all right, sir. And this result that we see, those are the encryption keys in plain text. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
the decrypted at the very bottom. Of course, I blurred a little bit of it out.
But over in the middle column, the query result is showing you encryption keys, right?
Yes,
And they're in plain text.
yes,
Okay, and that's how you're able to use them to decrypt the password.
yes.
All right, carry on.
And so we'll go back over, execute the same query to find the tabulator users. And as we can see, a lot more tabulators here, but again, all the same password. And so while we're cutting and filling and pasting in, I want to pause it right here because this is important from an auditability standpoint. You've got the same password and the same account logging in with no traceability to who did what. It only takes one nefarious person, one insider, to do something, and then it's game over. He can do it on he or she could do it on every component. This is very poor credential management. And
Does that comply with the VVSG?
no, it does not.
All right.
The VVSG states to use best practices, and this is not a best practice. It's a worst practice. And we'll run through each and every county. Again, pay attention to the X059 certificates being the same across different counties. And you see, they're different keys. We get a different password in each county, but they're still all easily done.
All right, sir. And that's the end of that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And have you got another one?
Yes, I've got one more. I want to make. All right. Oh, wait. Selected the wrong one. All right. So what we've got here is I'm going to do a little bit of what we call key math, as I'm going to refer to it. This is the database, Appling again pulled up. I want to point out that, and I've already executed this other one, several people have, of just flipping the vote. And the reason I kept talking about the XO5 non-certificate, because I'm doing these things manually, this data can be collected. I can do these queries remotely. There's also a command line back in for studio management, which is on the system. So this stuff, once you've got connection on an internal network to the system, then this is easily done. This could be put on a USB drive. For example, USB drives are small. Our wireless devices for our Northrop Grumman corporate laptops, because where I work, we can't have them internal. They remove them because that's the only way to shut it off. Then you get a little, it's the same size as my mouse plug-in for the USB adapter. That's the wireless card. So that's how small. On that wireless card, I could also put the wireless card. I could put an application to make it think it's a keyboard, do the commands, all this in the background. Could put it in a phone cable card, in the power cord, printer cord. That's how easy it is to put these scripts and execute them on the systems. And I want to bring that out because that's where we manipulated one digit for two candidates in that table, which would be least notable than this. But so what we're going to do, we're going to go down here. We're going to go to the stored procedures, which is where the majority of the work. What I want you to see is, and I did not open the other folder. This is just the stored procedures that are ran in the database for the application to work, a ton of them. But we're going to go to contest report results. We're going to execute the procedure. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm putting in a variable because the application would do this in order to make it execute. It would send this automatically. And so what we're doing is we're putting in the variable so we can run it. And as you see here, you see that Donald J. Trump got 6,526. Joe Biden got 1,779. Now I'm going to use snippet because I don't have that great a memory. We're going to cover this up. So we've got it frozen. And we're going to downsize that. Now I'm going to go back and I'm going to modify the actual stored procedure with just a few lines of code. So we're going to scroll down toward the bottom, all the way to the bottom, right before it goes, and I'll show you when we get to it. I'm going to pause right there. Notice print 4 is add totals finished. So we're going to submit this right before all the totals are calculated. And so what we're going to do, I'm going to put a hard return in there, hitting enter. And then I've already got the instructions so to make this quicker and expedite. And so I'm copying these instructions and pasting them in there. And we're going to pause this right here. Notice that choice ID number 2 is getting 1,000 votes taken away. And choice ID number 1 is going to get 1,000. So I'm going to execute it. So now it's functionally stored. And then I'm going to go over here. We see how the totals are. Now we're going to execute this again. And we see that the totals have changed.
And how?
And,
Okay.
and right here, we're comparing them. So from the screenshot, so you can see that they've changed. This can be done on any race, anything. And again, this is one of the 2,000 ways to skin this cat.
All right, sir. Would the encryption keys allow a bad actor to perform this exploit without detection?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third and last demo?
Yeah, yes, sir, it is. Unless you wanted to see the decryption of the DVD files, but that's a little bit more complicated. It's not complicated, it's easy to do, but we would be seeing it in the command line terminal, not the application itself. So I think for most people who aren't nerdy, they wouldn't. You can see the candidates' names, choices, and stuff like that, but
Yeah, I think that one is a little too nerdy for
Yeah.
us. We went to law school for a reason.
yeah.
Which most of us, it's because we're not good at math. Okay. Now, you've already talked a little bit about the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point and the common passwords. Talk about that in terms of the VVSG and certification requirements and what kind of risks it creates.
It's a significant amount of risk. Now, the VVSG states that you're supposed to use best practices for your authentication methods. And this is definitely not one of them. The worst thing is in my investigations of the database I've seen that these usernames and passwords are the same in other states. So what that means, for example, someone from Arizona or Colorado could just wander in, or they could share that account information that has it. So by them being the same, not only just in the state of Georgia, but with other systems, it allows now the password can be known by anybody. So you get somebody in Colorado that says, hey, calls a friend in Georgia, boom, and it's over. Because they can access, they have the credentials. They don't even need to go through this. They're already going to be able to get on the component and then do whatever they needed to do.
So the password in Colorado is the same as Georgia?
Yes, sir. In my declaration of the Supreme Court, I actually highlight and show those.
In light of your testimony about how the system in Georgia does not comply with the requirements for certification, can you help the court understand how it got certified?
I can simply state what I've stated for a while, that the certification is simply more than a rubber stamping outfit. There's a reason I left in 2017, because I did this to keep technically proficient. I got to create different versions of virtual machines. I hacked in, matter of fact, this sort of like a rock star in some of the labs, because when I show the guys the simplest things they'd never seen done before, I can tell you, I taught them about how to test tamper seals, because when I started, there weren't security seals on the voting systems. I showed them how to pick locks, because most of the locks on these tabulators and are incorporated on them are what's called wafer locks, which are easy to pick. I've shown, we actually using an alligator clip from things, showed them how to encrypt a secured storage compartment for poll books. Those are the things that I taught them. They have no security people. And again, I went to a professional staffing company, not a full-time employee. I was the only security person. I cannot speak for SLI, but for Wiley Labs, which transitioned to NTS, which no longer, well, NTS still does the hardware portion for Pro V&V and Pro V&V. They have no security professionals in there. They barely comprehend software quality testing, let alone security testing.
As you understand the VVSG requirements, is it a continuing obligation that election systems used by the states meet those standards?
Yes, and you should be able to meet those very low standards.
Is there any reason that, well, why don't you tell us whether these Dominion systems can be brought into compliance with the certification requirements for encryption keys?
They could be. I'm highly doubtful that it would be anytime soon. My suggestion is to have a mitigation plan in place and to make the appropriate engineering change orders and modify the logging and stuff and make it more transparent and more viewable. Allow these logs, and again, and I state this as a systems person in IT with over 20 years, system logs are not proprietary. They contain no confidential information within them. DOD even makes sure they have a standard that you can't even have the username or their password in the same log file. What you do find, and I'm just going to give you this example, when you put your password in as your username, we still see that in the log file. So then we have to look at another portion where we remind that user, please go change your password because you've just identified. And we're the only ones in security that see that. That's the extent as far as critical infrastructure in the DOD realm goes. Now, voting systems are been deemed critical infrastructure by Department of Homeland Security, but yet we don't make them maintain and follow the same critical infrastructure requirements. That's why I'm saying if the Dominion voting system can't meet these low standards, it's bad. So mitigation, you open up the logs, you allow transparency, you start doing the logging, and you put those steps in place to allow trust and confidence to come back into the elections and make it more auditable.
Are there any other transparency or disclosure measures that would help mitigate the risks that you've identified?
Yes, I've started a fairly detailed list, but that's pretty lengthy. And that would be something that I'm unsure. I believe the state election board, I know they do rules in Alabama. Our state election board approves the engineering change orders. And so to me, it would be the state request engineering change orders to make these small changes as far as logging auditability, and then on the county or the state's behalf to make sure that they're public records so that they can be checked by third party.
Would it mitigate any of the risks you've identified?
It would help you identify that the risk occurred and actually pursue and possibly identify the perpetrators
All right,
or
so-
the cause of the incident.
So let me ask you this. If there was a requirement to produce promptly system logs, ballot images, and cast vote records, would that help?
Yes, sir, it would.
And would that change the voter's user experience on the machines in any way?
Not in any way, sir.
And are those records already exist in the ordinary operation of the system?
Yes, sir. The only thing that I would add on that is to ensure that all ballot images are retained. A lot of them, to include my own state, do not retain them all. And to me, that is a digital chain of custody infraction. You've lost the chain of custody. You're taking something that started as a sheet of paper that went into a tabulator. It's transformed. A picture's taken. That picture is what's analyzed by the software. It's now in digital form. Every process of the digital form, which would include, once that image is taken, all the hash files there, all the identifying fingerprint signatures for each file to show that it's not manipulated, because it can be manipulated. And you track it all the way through, and all that stuff should be auditable. But to have those images, it should be required. I complained about this when they started allowing vendors the options and the states to turn the option off. Because two, you're evaluating the ballot differently for one voter than another.
Do you have any understanding of whether HAVA imposes any auditability requirements
Yes, sir, they do.
of the nature you're just describing?
Yes, sir. They require all system logs, and those are often not provided. The best way to actually get them sometimes is to grab an image of the file. So then you get the operating system logs and all that. Any forensic investigator would tell you this. You need all the possible data you can get. And this would include any components.
And producing the records that are already maintained by the system in the ordinary course, to your understanding, does that impose any significant burden on election officials?
No, it does not.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Parikh. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Tyson, why don't we get started, see how much headway we can make?
Certainly. Hello again, Mr. Parikh. Good to see you. All right, so I wanted to kind of drill down a little bit. As I understood your testimony, you're offering opinions about the storage of these encryption keys and the compliance with both VVSG and HAVA. Is that fair to say?
Yes, but the main thing is about FIPS 140-2, which the VVSG require.
And so it's your conclusion essentially that the EAC improperly certified the Dominion equipment that's in use in Georgia, right?
They took what the voting system test labs gave them. What I would tell you is that system testing is incomplete and not to par. And whether it's considered, but I've got it from Wiley employees, to include the same employee who started Pro VNV, told me directly, We are just a
I'm going to
tester.
stop you before you give hearsay testimony here.
Right.
That's what somebody else said.
Right.
So I can just be clear on this. You're not saying that the Dominion 5.5A system we use in Georgia is not EAC certified today, right? You're just saying it shouldn't be, right?
It got an EAC certification.
And that certification has not been revoked, correct?
That's correct. Also not followed is the EAC's election guidance, and that the component should be suspended until an investigation is done before it's utilized in an election.
So from your perspective, the EAC made a number of errors when it certified and did not revoke the Dominion 5.5A system, right?
So I have to explain this. And again, I'm not an attorney or a lawyer, but I did read the Help America Vote Act. And when I first saw voluntary voting systems guidelines, I said, well, why are standards and requirements voluntary? I'm from a DOD world. And so bear with me on this. So I'm used to requirements, you follow them. There's standards, you follow them. You get certified, you meet them all. They're voluntary. I had to go back and reread the Constitution because the federal government cannot dictate to the states how they run their elections. And that's why they're voluntary. But once the state says that it's their requirement to be federally certified, then it is a requirement. And so necessarily the way you're leading it would also, you would have to include the Secretary of State failed before I would say, but both those parties.
But an EAC failure is part of what you're talking about, right?
As well as, yes, or as well as the Secretary of State.
So let's talk a little bit about the EAC certification process, because I believe as you testified, the EAC certifies different voting systems, right?
Yes.
And the VVSG 1.0 standards are the standards that all current voting systems are certified to, right?
Are you specifically talking about Georgia?
I'm saying as a general matter, do you know?
No, there are actually other certification levels, only less than a handful.
But VVSG 2.0 has only been adopted recently by the EAC. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in order to get certification by the EAC also certifies voting system test labs, right?
That is correct.
And ProVNV is a certified voting system test lab by the EAC, right?
Yes, they are.
And when the voting system test lab makes its report to the EAC and the EAC certifies, there is then a version of the software that is retained by both the voting system test lab and the EAC to say this is kind of the gold standard software, right?
The voting system test lab actually retains that.
And any change in the voting system that's more than a de minimis change that you reference requires a new certification, correct?
That's not necessarily true. There are varying parts of the changes, but most of them do, yes.
And that would include even, for example, installing an operating system software update that could require a new certification from the EAC, right?
Not necessarily true.
But it could, right?
It could.
And as I understood your testimony, there were two main areas that I understood you to say didn't comply, in your view, with the VVSG standards. One was the storage of encryption keys, and the other was the reuse of passwords. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you'd agree that on the Dominion system, encryption keys change with each election, correct?
As I demonstrated in the video, they were different between each of the counties within Georgia, but that's irrelevant to the point because they're unprotected.
So just so we're clear for the court, it's your understanding that at each election, each county has a unique encryption key, and then each of those encryption keys also changes not just between counties, but also from election to election, right?
Speaking specifically about Georgia, but in some Dominion systems, that's not the case.
But in Georgia, it is, right?
Yes.
And so if someone had the 2020 encryption keys for Bibb County, Georgia, they would not then be able to access automatically the 2024 Cobb County election database. Is that right?
Well, if you taught the keys, there's a reason I talked about the X059 certificate being the same and good for 10 years. You don't have to have the keys necessarily to get to the system. Once I get to the system, I get the keys. For example, let's go off what you said. The 2020 keys are irrelevant. But to get them, you know where you got them from and how you acquired them. It would only take you a minute to get the new keys.
So let's talk about that piece, because you'd have to have physical access to the election management server to get that database.
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What non-physical access method could you utilize to obtain the election databases?
Would you like me to go over the 5 APTs for standalone air gap systems within the last 10 years, or the recent one where they can exfiltrate data from the sound, from the color from your monitor? That's a way.
So it is your testimony that anyone without physical access to to an election management server can access the database?
I did not say anyone, sir. So what I'm telling you is, if you rely on physical security, and by the way, I'm a physical security subject matter expert in the state of Alabama. I do know a thing about it. You are already gone. You cannot rely on physical security. As someone who's looked at some of the voting locations that are run by counties, they're improper. They do not meet regular physical security standards, so they're not really secure facilities. These systems aren't stored. There are improper procedures on how the voting systems are stored and the auditability of when they start them up. So not anyone, but the majority of people who watch a few YouTube videos on Kali Linux or anything else and vulnerabilities and spend a couple hours of research. And again, we're talking about critical infrastructure for $1 trillion economy. It's fairly easy to do.
Now, we can agree that new election project files are created in Georgia for each new election, right?
Yes, you have to create a new project file that's specific to the election.
And part of that election project file is a new election database like the ones you reviewed, right?
No, sir. It's a new database. That's correct. The structure of the database and the composition of the database maintain the same. You have a template to where the data that you put in for the election through the EED, in Dominion's case, Election Event Designer, you put all your data into that. It does the configuration for that specific database. But the structure, the keys are stored in the same manner.
So just so we're clear, the structure of the database is the same because that's the Dominion system's method of using that database. But the information in that database would be different for each election. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. And it's still unencrypted and in the vulnerable database.
And that would involve different candidate names and different races that are in the database, right?
That's correct.
And it would involve different encryption keys as well, right?
But not necessarily. If you had a lazy county worker that wanted to use the same encryption key, just like we see they use the same passwords, that can be done.
Is it your understanding that county officials in Georgia build election project files?
No, sir. But that leads us down another path with the way the technical data packages, which I've reviewed plenty of, and the way these things are sold. I will tell you, and this may be irrelevant to Georgia, but my state of Alabama, we violate our state constitution by having it contracted out to a third-party vendor. So what I would tell you is many counties let the vendors access it. And again, a vendor, a contractor, is an insider threat.
So you don't know how election project files are built for Georgia elections, right?
From what I've gathered, I'm not 100% on, but they are created by the vendor.
And you've never reviewed the process that Georgia uses to deliver election project files to county officials, right?
That process specifically, no.
And you've never reviewed the process that counties use to test voting equipment with logic and accuracy testing for Georgia elections. Is that correct?
Logic and accuracy testing are nothing but a semi-weak functional test of the system. They have absolutely no security relevance. What you would do prior to an LNA test each election, what you would do acceptance test or a trusted build test, which it only does file integrity and basically say, I got the software I'm supposed to have. And that's on the base system. But because you have an election project, that's going to change a few things. So the limited hashes that they provide the counties to validate that, probably would be irrelevant. But to say that logic and accuracy, I refer to them as a dog and pony show. It's a warm and fuzzy.
But to be clear, you've not reviewed, even though you don't think they're valuable, you haven't reviewed Georgia's logic and accuracy processes, right?
No.
And you haven't reviewed the process that is used, well, let me go back. In terms of the election project file, what you were looking at in the demonstrations you showed us was a post-election file, correct?
And you keep referring to it as a project file, you mean the database?
Right, the database.
Election database, yes.
Okay. And in order to manipulate what's in the database, you would need to get access to the system somehow, and then you would need to then get to the encryption keys. Is that correct?
That's correct. Easily done.
And then the individual who, or our hypothetical person we're talking about, would need to obtain access to each component of the system if the program file had already been distributed out to those components, right?
Not necessarily. Again, there are literally hundreds upon hundreds of attack vectors. Based on the data in the different counties I've examined in Georgia, I would say there's at least 6 different attacks that occurred, or techniques in the attacks. They did different counties and different methods. And again, that's because you know your target. Some counties are larger. You evaluate the process and procedures, and you find where the vulnerabilities are. And so my review of process and procedures, which I bet would be lacking like most other states where I have reviewed it, would be that. But it's irrelevant because the keys are in a highly vulnerable system with hundreds of vulnerabilities in an insecure database, unprotected.
And you mentioned several times the different attack vectors. You don't have any evidence that anyone has ever manipulated any of those attack vectors in a Georgia election, right?
I will reiterate what I said earlier that Dr. Halderman has reiterated. If you do some of these vulnerabilities, there will be no detection, especially in a system that does not upsize the logging information and constantly overwrites the Windows logs. These are not best practices. You cannot audit or track down anything. Half the logs are not recorded. The application logs that are developed are improperly done anyway. They don't even go down to the millisecond, which is a best practice standard.
So to be clear, my question was a little more specific. You don't have any evidence that anyone has ever utilized these attack vectors
would be,
in an actual Georgia election, right?
There would be no evidence.
So you don't have any, right?
Of course you're not going to have any. But if I attacked them, you still wouldn't have any.
And it's your testimony that even if the encryption keys were stored in an encrypted way, you would still consider the Dominion system to be vulnerable to attack, right?
It would decrease the likelihood because you're going to knock out the low-level kitty scripters. That's why.
But I believe your testimony was that there would be a long list of things you would want to see changed in the Dominion system to make it more secure, right?
It's a detailed list, and as I do when I provide, and I've provided it for counties in Arizona and in other places, because believe me, I think my folder count for different states is 26 currently, and people ask for help and advice, and so I do that. A lot of it is process procedure reviews. That's why I'll state LNA testing overall are a farce. And so the long list, it's dependent. I started writing one specifically for Georgia because I told them, I don't think the vendors will come through in time. But so you've got to we do it in the Department of Defense, they do it in Health and Human Services, Department of Labor, all the other programs and agencies I've supported. You have to have a mitigation plan. If you can't fix a vulnerability and remediate it on the spot, you've got to have a mitigation plan. Every agency in the Department of Defense has to report back up those plans and in a timely manner, and it depends on the criticality. What I would tell you is, it's based off what I saw the EAC in the states talk about between some governor's email and the remediation times. Oh, I think it came from CISA. Those remediation times were obnoxious. And then they try to keep it secret from the public on the mitigation of these vulnerabilities. And the timelines were, it's just ridiculous.
So I believe your testimony was that if there was a production of ballot images, logs, and cast vote records, that would help as this mitigation
Yes,
plan
it
you're
would.
talking about? Okay.
Yes.
But you'd agree that wouldn't address any of the undetectable hacking you've testified about, right?
It would help identify that something happened. There are different things that you can do. For example, you can just look at the election data as precincts come in and analyze from a mathematical standpoint. There's one, you cannot fight math. It can only do certain things. So when you had and I'm talking from a security incident response, a security operations center perspective. If I saw some of the anomalies like I've done in the different states in the elections, you say that, you immediately notify a CERT team, image that server, capture that network traffic. We have to analyze because there's an anomaly there and you have to investigate. There's been no investigations of any detail. And even if you do, the way the systems are built and configured, they do not log it. And so it's one thing to try to find evidence, and you keep going on the evidence, but of it there's hack. And I, Dr. Haldeman, have said there would be no evidence. But the thing is about the trust of the system. Would you put your money in something that you couldn't guarantee wasn't hacked? It's crazy to base it on that and trust a system that has no integrity.
Is it your testimony that Georgia voters cannot trust the outcome of the 2024 election if the system is used as it's currently configured?
Yes.
And in terms of the various pieces you said of things you would analyze and look at, you'd agree that's a kind of a policy decision of where you're going to put resources to investigate. Is that right?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Sure. So we were talking earlier about the cast vote records, the ballot images, and the log files that you believe should be made available. You'd agree that how many resources to devote to those types of investigations is a policy question, right?
It can be considered a policy question. But again, these voting systems are paid for by tax money, which is the voters. And so to make something publicly available, and if you look at HAVA, Title III, Section 301, and the requirements of Section A, a voter not only has to verify and independently check his ballot cast, that voter has the same right to ensure that his ballot was done that. And it varies from state. I've read a lot of state constitutions, and so that varies. But that's something that should be done anyway, to make them publicly thing. Now, if you're trying to go off to like the way Fulton County said about it would take them 50,000 hours to gather data, I could pull 24 database people in here that could show them how to do it in an hour. And so resources to access public records and to extract these logs and back them up and put them somewhere secure for people to be able to request them is not that labor intensive.
So let's talk a little bit about the data and the pieces here. When did you download these Georgia databases that you began your review on?
Oh, I don't know the exact date. It was a while back prior to our submission for the Lake Fincham case to the Supreme Court.
Okay. And that's the Arizona case you were referring to?
Yes.
So at least several months ago?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first started preparing your declaration for this case?
It was somewhere in between my trips to the state. I've come here several times to talk to the state election board on behalf of some of the complaints there, and I've been asked to speak, and I've been to ask technical questions.
So
And I will give Georgia kudos. At least your state election board is listening to the voters and hearing things, unlike my home state.
So it'd be safe to say probably several months is when you started on the declaration as well?
I would say probably after late July, I think.
Do you recall when you first identified the encryption keys being stored in an unencrypted way in Georgia?
In Georgia was when I got those databases. I saw the same exact thing that I saw in Arizona and Colorado.
And had you reviewed Dr. Halderman's report from the Curling case before you downloaded those databases?
When was that released?
I believe it was the summer of 23 was the testimony.
The most definitely, believe me, people, I got several copies of it. People asked be to review it and give my opinion.
And you're aware Dr. Halderman discusses this encryption key issue in his report, right?
Yes, it does.
So was that when you first learned about the encryption key issue, not when you looked at the databases?
I knew there were issues with keys from other reports, but then again, knowing this vulnerability and the amount of stuff that was going on in different states, it didn't register until I really focused in on the Kerry Lake case and examining that, and when Arizona wanted their database examined.
In the Kerry Lake case that you referenced, the court didn't order any relief in that case, right?
No, they did not.
So, Your Honor, I know we're about 12:30. I'm about to shift to a different area, maybe a good break point.
And this is a good stopping point. And yes, let's take a lunch recess. We'll make it somewhat abbreviated and hopefully folks packed. Yes, sir.
Are you going to ask me any questions to where I need my demo? Can I shut my laptop down and put it
Good
away?
question.
That is a great question. I don't believe I will. I have some questions generally about them, but I don't think we'll need to look at them to answer
Okay.
those questions.
So feel free to disconnect.
Thank you, sir.
Let's take a 45 minutes. So let's be back ready to go at 1:15. I'll instruct the witness that while you can discuss the matter with counsel, not to discuss it with any witnesses in this case that may testify here. For the parties here, if anyone wants to assemble in the jury room over the lunch break, they can do so. We also have another side room that might only hold like 4. So if someone wants to take that, I'll let y'all arm wrestle over it. And we'll be back at 1:15. All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I do realize I'll be under oath when I come back.
That's right.
Yeah, yes, but too.
You'll take that?
That's fine. Yeah, there's fewer of us, so yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, first floor, one was my best. I know, I think it's been. Like. Some comments, the size, like.
I heard a lot of paper rustling.
Yeah, there's just a lot of noise going on in the galleries.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Make sure you get your number.
That leads back.
We can't show.
But you might just check, see if they want you there. Okay, they're in the jury room.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A's on the second floor. 3 times.
Run 5 Adam and recess until 13:50 Show me the 27 him.
I'll leave and I'm not gonna be able to get back in until.
Yeah, you wanna step out? If you need to come back in, this bus chamber,
I'll just stay.
No, you're good.
I don't need to, I'm not leaving anyway, but I just was, I wanted to come back. So I'm
If
just
you
saying.
want, I mean, you can, if you coming in and the doors are still locked, this was a chamber, you can, unless you come check back, and then you can come through this room. They have a door here, like come from the back hall, which you go, the restroom is there, and let you come through the wall. Okay, I just locked the door because I don't want, ones in the gallery, why they stuff is here.
Guard duty?
Yeah. Can't come back, can't get in. Probably, where are you going?
I'm gonna run over to the cafeteria. I've been here quite a few times. That's pretty good food over there.
Would you mind bringing me back a cup of hot water?
Cup of hot water?
Just,
Okay,
not, just when you come back later.
okay.
I've got some tea bags I was
All
gonna
right.
throw in there. Just if you happen to think about it,
I'll get,
it's not gonna be the end of the world if you forget. You, Mr. Olson.
Yes, ma'am.
OLS.
That's totally fine. I'm coming out right now. Take whatever you want.
Take those three.
Hi there. How are you? Always like this, crazy? No comment. The Diet Coke, kind of the important thing. Thank you.
So these are gonna be 26 through 29. And let me tell you which is which. I can give you some slide. You know, we are gonna have an extra, 26 is Bill, excuse me, 25 is Apple. Yeah, I could, sorry. 25 is, no, yeah, 25 is Apple. Ted. And I've got a, bundle envelope. 25 is Apple. Just on there somewhere, in which way? Let's see, what does it say? So I would say. There's no good spot.
That's scissors, you can't cut it.
So that's usually what we do like that.
You cover it up.
We'll refresh that.
Looking for. What you need?
I'm looking for something and
What is it?
it's over here.
Oh.
Because it's not over there. Well, 6 is Bill. So they're gonna be in alphabetical order. The numerical and alphabetical sequence are the same. This is a. You can put them in there. But I would leave them in plastic case. All right, I'm gonna do it.
You are the best of all time. My husband's concept, remove it for a little while, with the eyes of the layers of it.
Yeah, there's a table back here.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
See,
Going to my heart today.
Oh,
Fasting day, so tea is my friend.
drink about a gallon of tea a day. Maybe more.
Oh, surely they have hot water up here.
Oh yeah, there was a water fountain over there, but it didn't have hot water. Oh,
You'd think there'd be a coffee pot somewhere and hot water fountain. So we all hit pretty hard in Griffin, or, yeah,
no, it wasn't that bad.
we dodged it. Miracle, no idea how.
We had about 10 inches of rain
Yeah.
and there was a few trees, but
Thank goodness.
I know they closed. So there's 16 or 92, and then the Flint River comes up on the west side of Griffin, in between Griffin and Fayetteville. And at the Flint River came up and they closed the road for about 12 hours, but then it went down.
My sister lives in Augusta and it's bad it's pretty bad at their place. They don't have power. They got trees down. But I think they're charging their phones on a neighbor's generator and they have booze.
So they're all right.
They're happy.
Yeah.
We
Um,
got I went and picked up a generator the day before, even I was really worried about it. But, you know, one thing I really cared about was the freezers.
Yeah, we were without power for about 13 hours in my house.
We never even flickered. We're in DeKalb County with above ground power. We flickered when nobody.
If it blows 15 miles an hour, our power flickers, on a sunny day.
Oh, we heard transformers blow, I mean, all the time.
Yeah, ours flickered, but it was.
But I think it's bad in all these like coastal communities and Augusta,
Nashville is
but
just-
the North Carolina stuff is so extraordinary in historical terms. The worst flooding I think maybe ever recorded in Asheville. The French Broad River was 25 feet over flood stage.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And they were having rain amounts on, steep mountain slopes of like 35 inches in
Yeah.
4 days. And so it goes down so fast into the rivers,
Oh, yeah.
wiping out towns
Yeah.
and
My
I mean, Chimney Rock's
wife's
small. Come on.
aunt lives in Johnson City, Tennessee. One area, and there's a bridge over a river there got knocked down. Yeah.
This report is Holder film and. You know how to say Holder film report?
Alderman.
Alderman report.
HALDERMAN.
Yeah.
What's this next? Those tribal restaurants and things.
Do you guys have like a corner, like empty booth where we can like 30 bags?
Yeah.
Like there's 10 of us and we each have like 3 bags. to
Yes.
accommodate. Like, do you guys have any space like that? Anything like that?
We got seconds to go. I'll never forget the Faircut trial. We came back from all there and nobody, plaintiff's side was there after lunch break and the judge came in. He was like looking around. I was like, all kind of came sauntering in.
This is the opposite of one of those, it's an invitation, not a summons. It's a summons, not an invitation. This is
Exactly,
the-
yes.
this is mandatory. So that's Gail.
It sticks it notes.
It's certified. Let's see. Looks like my diploma.
What certification is that? I think I've seen that
That's the
before.
secretary certification.
Okay.
I just was looking, 'cause
Yeah.
I'm like,
That was, we screwed that document up in Pearson, if you remember.
I don't, because I
Well,
wasn't, I
this-
didn't do a
this
whole
came
lot
up
on that
in the-
case.
Came up in the bar
Can you
case.
see that will now come to order?
I'll tell you about that.
All right, thank you all. Please remain seated.
You have a witness?
I think he's in the back.
May I,
Sure.
Bob, your section?
What do you got? Oh, okay. Great.
Giddy up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Right now?
And before we go back on the record, did y'all get a chance to talk about the other 7 or however many authentication experts or witnesses?
We did not.
Okay.
After you. I never should talk about authentication.
Oh, this would be gold field. So great.
We'll see where it takes us. Okay, good deal. I just want to continue to flag that for everybody.
He's coming.
And that may obviate.
Got it.
And I have a memo on authentication.
Well, had it at me. No, I always do for a refresh. Yep.
Stay black.
All right, do we have our witness?
He's coming.
Okay,
Put this jacket.
got it.
There he is.
All right, come on back, sir. All good? All right, let's go back on the record. Sir, I'll remind you, you're under oath. Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I'd like to explore an area I think we can probably have some agreement on. I know you've worked in the security world for a long time, and Mr. McDougall had asked you some questions about, is the system secure or not? You'd agree that security is a matter of degree. Something's not secure or insecure, it's kind of more secure or less secure, right?
Correct.
And part of understanding the security of any particular system involves looking at some of the cybersecurity components, right?
Yes,
And it involves looking at the physical security of those components, right?
true.
And in determining how a system functions, you'd agree that sometimes usability for users can be kind of at war with security at some level, right?
In certain aspects, but in system design, if you create the system appropriately, usability is already taken into an account. So security never really hampers anything.
And part of the EAC's review of a voting system includes its usability both for voters and for poll workers, right?
But we're talking about critical infrastructure, the thing that decides who you put in office, who you vote to protect you as sheriff, how you fund your parks. That's critical. Those are high value systems. You don't put security in the back end of it and say that usability is going to be paramount over security.
Well, my question wasn't which was paramount, just that part of the EAC's review of a voting system includes its usability, right?
Any system that gets evaluated is usability, security, and all that. Not just in the technical world, in any process or procedure.
And there are some times where you may make a choice that makes a system more secure but less usable, right?
Yes, but what we're talking about as far as these systems doesn't make it less usable. I would care to sit down with any of the vendors and talk that technical conversation.
And so when we're talking about voting systems, just to come back to the main point, we're not talking about whether a system is, the Dominion system, for example, is secure or insecure. We're talking about if it's more secure or less secure, right?
No, it's not secure at all.
So in your view, it's not an issue of degrees of security as to the Dominion system. It is just straight up insecure.
Yes, as I've stated before, your home computer is more secure. But I don't know about your work when as you're an attorney, I often find that attorneys don't even use hard disk encryption on their laptops, which is another issue I have. But that's a side note. Please do it if you don't. Your clients will appreciate it.
So, but again, when we're looking at this, what methodology did you use to reach the conclusion that the Dominion system is insecure, not just less secure than you would like it?
The primary factor are the keys stored the way they are. Then within the operating system and the outdated applications, when I literally say there are hundreds of vulnerabilities, there are hundreds of vulnerabilities. And I've done this analysis on different machines. And for example, ESNS in my home state of Alabama, just between the operating system and the database server, 330 something vulnerabilities. And that's a conservative estimate. There's other things about your transport protocols, the SSL version being used, all those other things. There are literally hundreds of vulnerabilities.
And you'd agree there are many vulnerabilities from kind of any election system a jurisdiction chooses, right?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about the data that you looked at. I just want to make sure I understand the pieces that you downloaded from the website from Voter GA. You mentioned those were SQL files. Was it just the databases or was it the entire election project that you downloaded?
They had other elements in it. They have ballot images in it, TIFF files, and there are other components. There was the package info XML, which allows, because with the SHA file of that, I was able to check timestamps of the other files to know that they hadn't been tampered with. Because if the XML has not been tampered with, it had the timestamps of the files for some of the stuff. There are multiple things.
But the pieces that you were analyzing were only the databases, not those other components. Is that right?
I looked at them. I have analyzed the TIFF files because I've done calculations on how much it takes to transfer the image files and how some counties in Georgia don't do it to the next day, which is an improper procedure. It's different even from what is called for by the vendor. And so anyway, the person who asked me about that, I told them they were given inaccurate information, and I calculated everything out from the USB bus speed, which is the wires that allow the transfer, the type of compact flash, and I used the very lowest possible array. So I've looked at several things like that.
Okay, but for your testimony today, you're relying on your review of the databases, not those other components.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the hash values of those. Did the Dominion software generate a hash value for those databases that you relied on, or did the initial hash value come from somewhere else?
There are SHA files in those folders with the files.
And it's your understanding that those SHA hash files were generated by the election management system to travel along with the databases?
Yes, and your technical data package is reference to that. It's part of the system check that they do when they get it. So they ensure that, hey, this is coming from where I think it's from, and then they decrypt the file. Because on the compact in Georgia, since they're Dominion, they use compact flash. And on those tabulars, when the compact flash gets inserted, there's that check, and then it moves the files, and then it decrypts it. And that's how it knows it's legitimate. That's why if you have those keys, you can put illegitimate data in it to include ballot images, the CVR, and you can make it seem legitimate, and the system will take it as valid votes when it should not.
And so then before you did your analysis of the databases, you ran your own hash value and compared it to the one that was in the technical package. Is
The
that
very
right?
first thing I do when I get files is to create the hash.
Right. And those matched, right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned too, I believe, and I may not have heard this right, you loaded the files into, I believe you said a Dominion system?
Yes.
And what Dominion system was that?
That was from Mesa, Colorado.
Did you have access to the Dominion system from Coffee County, Georgia?
No, I did not.
And so you loaded the Georgia files into the Mesa, Colorado file. Do you know what version of Dominion's software is used in Mesa, Colorado?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's 5.10, but the SQL server is the same version.
And so the demonstration you did for the court earlier, you were in a Microsoft SQL suite of some sort to look at the
Studio
dashboards.
Manager.
Studio Manager, thank you. But you performed your analysis in the Dominion system, or did you perform your analysis in the SQL system?
The SQL system is in the Dominion system. The Dominion system runs a SQL server, 2016, and in that server is where the databases get loaded. In different areas, in different states, you'll see old databases, you'll see new databases. It all depends on how the county or state runs their elections and how they preserve their data.
But just so we're clear for the record, in terms of your analysis, did you use the SQL database functions of the Dominion system from Mesa
Yes,
to conduct your analysis?
it's the same database server. This is basic software deployment and development. It's version controlled. It's the same. The SQL server is the same.
Certainly. You also mentioned, I believe in your testimony, you had some database experts who helped you. Who were those individuals?
I'm not going to disclose that.
Those individuals assisted you in your analysis of these databases in Georgia?
No, not the Georgia databases. It's this, but again, it's the same database structure, the same stored procedures.
And just so I'm clear, the individuals you referenced who were database experts who helped you were not involved in the review of the Georgia databases you're testifying about today?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now let's talk a little bit about things you're not offering opinions about. I believe you said you're not a lawyer. You're not offering opinions on the legal compliance aspects of Georgia's voting system, right?
No.
And you're not offering opinions about the overall security of the system because you haven't looked at all the different components of how Georgia handles its election processes, right?
If the system itself is bad, and again, if you're relying on physical security, the other processes are irrelevant.
So it's your belief then that any other element of the system does not matter from a security perspective if the vulnerabilities you've identified exist?
I will tell you, as I told a county commissioner in Colorado, when he told me all the steps he did, and I told him, you served your community well because everything he did, but then I put my hand on his shoulder and said, but all of it's irrelevant because the system is flawed and has no security, no integrity whatsoever.
Was that also a Dominion system you were referring to?
Yes, it was.
And you did not offer an opinion at all about the degree of risk because you've concluded the system is just insecure, right?
That is correct. If you would like a risk analysis and assessment, I would be glad to do it for the whole state of Georgia. I would ask if you have the program. If you do not have a risk analysis assessment program and work, I can do it. I helped design the one that the Missile Defense Agency uses several years back, and Health and Human Services as well.
And you don't have any specialized knowledge or experience about the administration of elections separate from the voting systems, is that right?
The way the voting system test labs function is they set up the different scenarios, specifically if it's a state certification, which is different because Georgia did follow federal. So they run it through the whole gambit. So they have to set the components up in the different configurations that are listed in the technical data package. They run an election to include conduct an LNA test, and then they run sample ballots through, and like a regular election.
And you participated in those processes?
Yeah, I've observed them, and in certain security functions, I would get to participate in them because we would look at things, especially when a vendor would try to connect something to the internet and have a firewall that would get inundated within a minute. But yes,
And it's your understanding the Georgia Dominion equipment is not connected to the internet, right?
that's incorrect.
So you believe Dominion voting system components in Georgia are connected?
From
to the internet?
unrelated Dominion documentation, I can specifically tell you that there is connection.
Which county in Georgia was there a connection to the internet of Dominion equipment?
It would be Gwinnett, if I'm remembering correctly. There were several states involved.
And which time period are you referring to?
This was 2020
Before or after the election?
during the election.
And you've never participated in the training of poll workers for an election, right?
No, I've talked to them in my home state because the training's often done by the vendors in majority, and they ask me questions because they found flaws in the systems.
But you don't know who conducts poll worker training in Georgia, right?
No, not poll worker training in Georgia.
Now, I understand that you don't believe physical security matters in this context.
I did not say it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'd say you cannot rely on it solely.
And you're aware that there are state election board rules regarding physical security, correct?
True. Again, bad guys don't follow rules.
And do some of those rules prohibit connecting Dominion equipment to the internet?
I'm going to get away from using the term internet. I'm going to say network connectivity. I've noticed that many states violate their network connectivity. Their law says no network connectivity anyway. Local area network still increases your attack vectors by 1,000-fold. For example, the switches, are they solely for that? Or are they connected to any other part of the county? It's been the case. A lot of counties don't want to provide that information. In Arizona, they wouldn't provide that data. This is that digital evidence that would show that they have outbound connections and not necessarily the internet. Some people will say it's a secure VPN if you're in Wisconsin or Arizona, which is irrelevant because VPNs can be had as well.
So it's fair to say states have a variety of practices involving how they handle network connectivity.
Yes.
Do you know if the SEB rules in Georgia require secure physical storage of equipment?
Yes, I believe they do.
And do you know if those rules require limited access of who can access the equipment?
I don't know all the details on that, but then again, any logging, access to those systems, any of the security seal tape logs, all that should be publicly available. For example, my company, when the federal government comes in and inspects us, there's an agency called DCSA, Defense Counterintelligence Service Agency. They come in and audit us. We provide everything to them, to include our corporate information, because it's in our corporate building. That's why they have authority over us. Why? Because we're in contract with the federal government. So every access log, everybody that badges in, and I work in a closed area, classified area, all that stuff's publicly available to them. And anyone, as far as the county, should be able to look at that. There's nothing classified about it.
And in preparing your testimony today, you didn't consider the SEB rules related to voting equipment. Is that correct?
Again, when you're talking about systems that are this bad, it's a minor point on what the rules are.
So that would be a yes. You didn't consider that?
No.
Okay. Let me ask a couple questions about your illustrative examples that you played earlier. So the first one we talked about the password, and then you were able to decrypt and obtain the password using the decryption tool and show where the password was the same as it had previously been. Do you recall that?
The very first video was actually a hash of the DV Corp 08 exclamation point. Yes.
Yes, but that showed where the password was similar to what it had been in the past in other
It was the
contexts.
exact same thing. It's the same thing I saw in the labs back in 2008, 9, 10.
Do you know if the full database and those administrative account records exist on every component of the system or only on the EMS?
For the database server,
Yes.
those would, there's an SQL lot database that goes onto the tabulators. I have not seen detailed system logs from the tabulators in Georgia, but I would find that they are not logging just like the EMS. But specifically, we were talking about the database that resides on the EMS. That's what those files. They were the normal election management database, not the SQL lot versions that run on the tabulators.
Right. And just so we're all clear on the different pieces, the part we were looking at on the videos was the election management server that stays at the county office, not the other components of the system that are distributed on election day, right?
That's correct. But with those keys, that's easily manipulated. Like I said, I can decrypt the configuration files. The tabulator will assume that they're legitimate, and then whatever configuration I put on the machine will run.
One of the other videos you showed a modification of votes that you did by running some script within the database. Do you recall
Yes.
that? And the manipulation that you showed there occurred in this example after the election was over, right?
That's because that's the way my demo went. This could easily be put on beforehand. And if you want to talk about beforehand, we could talk about supply chain management, and I could tell you some of the atrocious stuff I've seen, the technical data packages as far as where they get their parts.
But for the specific video you showed, in that situation, if that manipulation were to occur, we would still have the paper ballots to go back and could count those, correct?
Are you going to hand count the paper ballots? Because here's the thing that I've noticed. Even if like the state of Florida, which has, they say they do a hand count, but they use an automated system. It's another machine. Anybody that knows anything about system testing knows you will not use the same device or the same type of device. You will use a totally different method. And two, it's not independent because it has to use a ballot definition. So you've got your other third-party verifying app talking to the vendor. So it's not actually what we refer to as IVB, independent verification and validation. So if you're not hand counting them, that's irrelevant. And I might add, I think there's a county in Georgia that's not obeying the court by providing the paper ballots to someone who requested them and won their case.
So just so I understand then, it's your view that hand counting of ballots is the only way to actually accurately tabulate an election?
That is not what I said.
Okay.
I said when you verify it, you do it by a separate method. If you're going to audit something and do that, that's the way you perform the test. And that's the way you can do it. I have personally went through hand counting class and observed it, and especially from my major in computer science is on system design. And so you look at system and processes, and I will state I'm pretty good at it because I do process improvement, and that's when I've gotten financial rewards from my companies. And what I would tell you as far as that is that in the process, it's got to be scalable, and you have to be able to adapt it because each county, just like each county in Georgia, is different. Telfair is a lot smaller than DeKalb or Fulton County, correct? Therefore, it'll be a different type of a method. The main thing you want is the process to be solid in its performance, to be auditable, and that's what can be done, and it can be done accurate. And the training I went through, we actually had a ballot with 25 races on it.
And you'd agree that using a risk limiting audit post-election is a good practice, right?
Only if the risk limiting audit is a valid audit. And it does not. What I will tell you in every state or county that I've evaluated the risk logic, the risk limiting audit, it's been ineffective. For a point of reference, St. Charles County, Missouri, stood there, they're a county official and everything. Oh, we're 100% correct on audit, 100%, just up, down. Sat down with pencil and paper, did the math. They did 0.004% of the votes cast in that. So what does that mean? I have a 99.996% of not getting caught. It's ineffective. You want your audit to be statistically significant to give you the comfort or trust that it's supposed to be. I have yet to see a risk limiting audit that does that.
So just so I understand then, it's your testimony that a risk limiting audit could be used to verify results of an election, but the ones you've seen, like used in Georgia, do not?
I would not use a risk limiting audit to verify. I would use a separate, totally different counting method, complete and in its entirety. Because my observations, and not necessarily in Georgia, but in other states, I've seen more things happen during primaries and local elections. And again, counties run the election.
Now, when you were at Pro V&V, you conducted a security review of the Dominion 5.0 system, right?
Yes, I did several different vendors with them.
Do you recall if encryption keys were stored in clear text on that system?
From 2008 at Wiley Labs, where Jack Cobb, the owner of Pro V&V, worked as the supervisor lead, I have not been able to do security testing to the realm that they should have been. So they were never, ever checked. Here's the thing, the labs probably never look at them. I stated the way I've stated before, I felt like I had a choker chain on me from day one in those labs. They do not test these systems to the appropriate level they should be. What they do is the lab will spend a week getting the big tabulators, like for ES&S, the 850, the DS850, big monster machine that they have to spend a week to configure to get it to pass the certification test. Or you talk about the ICCs. The labs will spend more time getting them to pass certification on that portion than they do on security testing.
So your testimony then is while you conducted some testing on the Dominion 5.0 system, you don't know if the encryption keys were stored in plain text because you never looked?
I would be allowed to have like 1, 2, maybe 3 tests, because you have to do up a test, right? In basic system development, you have use cases and your requirements, and that's how you develop the system. Then you go to testing. And in the test, there's a portion that would be security. And so I would write up my test cases. Here's the thing I would tell you. In earlier Dominion systems, like 4.14 or whatever, I've done several of them, I would do a test, it would fail. I would want to redo the test in the new version, and I would be told, no, you've already done it. And I'd say, but it failed. They go, no, do something different. Again, why I stopped. I got tired of the rubber stamping, and it was typical federal agency type stuff with the EAC. I just boom, boom, boom. No matter what I put in my internal security report to the lab, they always got certified, whether by a state secretary of state or by the EAC.
So it's not your testimony that the lab was doing something inconsistent with the EAC. It just wasn't doing as much as you thought needed to be done to test the security of the system, right?
I'm not good, well, because you'll pull me to hearsay. I would tell you that where states are supposed to be, just like in Georgia, where the Secretary of State has final say, even though it's supposed to be federally certified. When it came to the labs, they would say, well, it's got to go through a federal lab, so we got to do all the tests, but it's state certification, so we don't care. So are you going to allow that? I can tell you who said it and the multiple times he said it.
Now, you are aware that the federal CISA, a Center for, I can't remember all the acronyms.
CISA, yes, I'm very familiar. I've talked to several of them. Southeast region.
So CISA is a federal agency involving infrastructure security. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're aware they reviewed Dr. Halderman's report in the Curling case, right?
Yes.
And they issued recommendations around security practices for Dominion voting systems after reviewing that report, right?
Yes.
And I think we said earlier the encryption key issue was contained in Dr. Halderman's report, right?
What you're trying to infer is out of the 8 things that they listed, were very limited in scope, didn't cover half of what Dr. Haldeman covered. What I will tell you is I know, because I talked to the Southeast region, Georgia falls in the same area as Alabama, for many years. See, I attend forensic conferences, usually in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, because of the environment, right? Can't blame me. So as I attend that, they had one representative for a year. There are 3 gentlemen now that handle the Southeast region. So when you look at that, and CISA's also responsible for providing recommendations to industry within those regions, to the municipal governments, for example, city and county infrastructure. If you don't want, as Fulton County got hacked and everything went down, if you don't want that, you're supposed to consult with them. And some of their people are pretty good. What I will tell you is their evaluation of Dr. Haldeman's report was probably very limited and very rushed to put something out to the public because his report was going to be public.
And so you'd agree with me then that the encryption key issues you're flagging in this case were not part of CISA's recommendations after reviewing Dr. Halderman's report, right?
He missed a lot of stuff.
But that CISA made no recommendations about encryption keys after reviewing Dr. Halderman's report, right?
That's true. It wasn't in the report.
I could have just a moment, Your Honor. Just a couple more questions. I asked you earlier about the 2024 election results, or whether people could trust those results. Is it your testimony that Georgia voters can't trust the results of the 2022 general election held in Georgia?
I would say yes.
Is it your testimony that Georgia voters can't trust the 2024 general primary results held in Georgia?
Considering the state of these systems, yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Hey, redirect.
If you could go to tab number 19. Turn to section 8. What is the title of section 8?
Give me just another second.
Yes, sir.
The title of Chapter 8 is Quality Assurance Requirements.
All right, sir, if you would please direct your attention to section 8.1.
Yes.
And that first paragraph, if you would please read to the court the first 2 sentences.
Quality assurance provides continuous confirmation that a voting system conforms with the guidelines and to the requirements of state and local jurisdictions. Quality assurance is a vendor function that is initiated prior to the system development and continues throughout the maintenance life cycle of the voting system.
And so that means while it's being used in elections.
When you talk about the maintenance life cycle of any system, that's from inception to death. So if you get a new system, you start tracking it, you analyze it, you maintain it, you record all those. We have a system that we use on our program that everything, when it comes in from procurement, it's in the system. There's change requests done on it. Everything that's done to that system is tracked until we decommission it.
All right, sir, you were asked questions about whether software updates would require a new certification. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the Dominion system has applied Windows security patches and updates since its deployment?
No, I'm not. I've seen a couple of them with ES&S, but that's something that doesn't go To further this point, I have voiced my opinions to the lab when I was in them, that when you bring a new system in and you're going to get it certified for use and sell the product, you would agree that you would bring your best, that you would make sure everything functions, that we've tested internally and it's good. I've been in the lab, seen antivirus in the certification lab now, not even being used, so we're not even talking about having to update it yet. 2 years. 2 years, definitions out of date. The version, the antivirus actual application, several years behind with multiple vulnerabilities in it. And this is just talking about the antivirus. And that's what was delivered in certification, let alone maintaining it. But as far as engineering change orders and normal patch management processes that the rest of their industries anywhere that deal with IT, no.
So to your knowledge, are security updates being applied to the Dominion systems used in Georgia?
No, they're not. I wouldn't see all the vulnerabilities I do. You can pull any test report from the EAC site. All you have to do, type in Google, CVE, and that software listing and the version number, and guarantee you'll find multiple vulnerabilities of high and critical.
Do you have any understanding of why the state of Georgia, or let me back it up. Do you have any understanding of why the systems in Georgia have not been updated with those security patches?
No, I do not.
From a security standpoint, how would you characterize that practice?
That's gross negligence.
You were asked a number of questions about the keys being different from one county to the next. Is that true with respect to the X509 certificates?
No, they're the same.
And they're not just the same from county to county, they're the same from state to state that you've examined?
Yes.
All right, and the same question for that vendor password, DVS Corp 08 exclamation point. Is that different for every county?
No.
Is that different from state to state?
No.
And how long has it been the same on all the Dominion systems?
I saw it in the test labs, and like it's documented by the EAC even as a deficiency, so it went forward formally in 2010, but I know I've seen it prior to that.
And the vendor password, if employed, gives a user what authority on the system?
Yes, they would have administrative access. Here's the thing, these systems are so horrible. I want any access to the system. There are so many vulnerabilities where you can escalate your privileges. So even the normal user who wouldn't have it as they're working can just exploit one component of that system, elevate their privileges, and then act like they're an admin.
Now, you talked about escalating privileges, elevating privileges. That sounds like an industry term. What does that mean, and how is that type of thing exploited if it is?
So in normal organizations, you're going to restrict users' access. We call them privileged users on the program I work at, and even those aren't admins. They get there's special access that you can have to run applications, because some applications require system level or what we refer to as root access. When those applications do, if they have a vulnerability and you're allowed to run them, you can exploit them, and you can raise from your limited access. For example, in the probate judge that allowed me to look at a system in Alabama, he got a little too afraid, wouldn't let me touch, but I had him log in, and his limited visibility, as we looked at the systems, and that's how I came to the 300 and something vulnerabilities, he could have easily, on just the access he had, manipulated, run a script that he copied down from Google or one of the hacking websites, ran it, and been elevated his privileges up and become admin and see things he couldn't normally see. For example, a lot of the vendors will not let you see that the wireless connection's on, and you won't be limited. You can't do that. On my program, because classified systems have to be up 24/7, normal users can't shut them down. When you go to hit the power down, shut down button, you're not authorized to do that. It tells you that. You give levels of access to what they're done.
In the configuration of these Georgia election systems that we've been discussing, are they robust to nation-state threats that are faced by the United States?
No, they are not.
And how would you characterize the level of capability of the adversary compared to the level of protection in these systems?
Considering nation states like China have buildings literally with people that probably make me look silly as far as my technical capabilities. It's a cakewalk. Again, I say someone of kitty scripter level 5 that watches a few YouTube videos and can understand the basics of a computer can manipulate these systems easily.
Now, you were asked a few questions about air gapping or internet connectivity, and then you express it in terms of network connectivity. Just to be clear, is the air gap that's touted in this system actually an air gap, and does it protect the system against penetration?
When there are different areas, and this is only an argument that depending on what state you're in, because how they define the system and the voting system. To me, as a security person, you have to look holistically. To me, as somebody who's hacked before, you look at the whole system because there are things in the hacking world called pivot points. For example, if I can get in on the poll book, then that means I can get to the printer. If they have the ballot on demand printers like a lot of states do, I can manipulate that. I can insert a QR code on that could execute some malware on a tabulator. There are literally thousands of ways to do it. I see some states that actually violate their law because they say no capability, and yet the systems have capability. There's probably not an EMS out there that doesn't have a wireless or Bluetooth card on it. And I'm keeping it simple because you don't need those cards on there to manipulate and to establish a communication channel. Those are the primary ones that normal people understand.
Despite the air gapping.
Despite the air gap. And again, air gap systems can, and they'll use this term, it can include network connections. But the minute you have network connections, that you increase your attack vectors 1,000-fold. And what I will say is these air gap systems utilize compact flash, USBs, removable storage. I can tell you, I put files, they were harmless, but I put files on Dominion and the SNS systems, and they did not identify them.
Through the path of removable media?
Yes, on that, and on the systems to where they actually had the data encrypted as it should be. What I've noticed during forensic examinations is a lot of this election data is not encrypted. For example, I can't remember the Georgia County, but when they removed the compact flash or the USBs during the election and replaced them for some reason, that would leave that data that was currently on there in an unencrypted state. That does not happen until you close that tabulator, that you close the poll down on that tabulator.
And so the removable media, when they go in and out of the slots from one machine and one component of the system to another component of the system, that's mechanically bridging the air gap?
Yes, sir. And another thing is, as far as that is the election not reporting, right? When you've got your main reporting server, usually on an EMS, and it's air gapped, but yet if they reuse that, and that's where procedures come into play because some don't, if they reuse that USB and take it to the internet connected computer and transfer that data off to the other third-party private entities that really shouldn't be involved in elections, when that gets done and then they plug it back in, was there any virus? Oh, we're going to check with the 2-year-old virus definitions that have never been updated. And virus definitions are irrelevant to any good hacker anyway. But the thing is there's no check on the integrity of that USB, that compact flash that gets transferred back and forth.
Between an internet connected machine and
And
the server.
yes, sir.
So are we talking about a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible level terms of difficulty to get across the air gap?
No,
All right.
no.
Okay. To your understanding, is Dominion able to remotely connect to these election systems?
Yes,
Are they able to do that without detection?
yes,
And are you aware of any instances in which that has occurred?
yes.
Can you identify those instances?
One would be the Denver, Colorado server was granted, or requested to grant Belgrade, only Belgrade. I did search. There is a Belgrade, Montana. Again, why would Montana need to connect into a Colorado file transfer server as part of the election system? And there are other components and things that were done in the background concerning the database and the configure of the database server that still do not have an engineering change order. Because if somebody works in an operational environments for a lot of different things, what I will tell you is sometimes things break or you have a problem and you have to fix it. And you submit a change request, or in this case, an engineering change order that's retroactive, right? You want to go back and make sure that you record the process so that you have change management and integrity of the system. If you do not record changes, you lead yourself down a very bad road.
All right, sir. Does the storage and management of the encryption keys relate to or affect usability of the system?
To the user and the way the system functions, no.
All right.
Vote. If your question is, would voters be affected? Would county workers be affected? No, they would not. This, if I might state something on hard disk encryption, because I suggested that from 2008 on every year. I would listen to these software developers tell me how it was going to be a hit on performance on the election systems. These election systems are nothing but a database server that's taking in data and adding the data and printing reports. We run classified systems. Everything has disk encryption. And so I've dealt with that now. Finally, once some videos have gotten out of how easily they are to get in, they're trying to implement changes like that. And so as far as those systems and the way they design it and the functionality of affecting the voter, no.
All right, sir.
It's underneath, it's behind the scenes.
Thank you. Now, the common vendor password that we've talked about, DVS Corp 08 exclamation point, does that relate to or affect the user experience, usability?
No.
You've stated your opinion a couple of times in response to my questions about whether the system complied with the VVSG guidelines. Was that a technical opinion or a legal opinion?
That was my technical professional opinion.
All right, sir.
Now, I do know enough about contract law that when certain sections say shall and you don't violate it. So if you shall do a requirement and you don't do the requirement, I don't see how that gets to be into a legal basis. You did not follow it. It's either a yes or a no. And the way I read it, it's binary.
All right, sir. Now, you mentioned that certain components of the system are connected to a local area network.
Yes, usually your ICCs are connected and they report back that way. And then you have what's called adjudication workstations. There's different levels. Each technical data package from the vendor, they'll give different designs. Again, because each county is different size, you may not need all the components of that system. So they provide different configurations, and each of those configurations are supposed to be tested.
And the X509 certificate that we've talked about, that's how one machine on a network knows to trust another machine on the network?
Yes, sir.
And so the X509, the presence of that on the system is designed to enable network communication. Is that right?
Yes, if one of the uses, yes.
All right, sir. Now, Professor Halderman's report, if you would please turn to tab 21. Tab 21.
Okay.
Does that report identify the system component that he was analyzing?
On the front cover page,
Yes, sir.
it says it's for Georgia, and it's the ImageCast X ballot marking device.
And is that the election server or is it something else?
That's a ballot marking device. It's for accessibility for those with disabilities. And what you do is you mark your ballot on the screen, and then it prints a ballot, which I might add, and I will state this because I know the VVSG requirements. Title III, Section 301, Paragraph A, the voter will verify in secret and confidentiality or something like that, their ballot is correct before they cast it. There is no human being that can read a barcode or a QR code and verify their vote. I dealt with a hearing in Pennsylvania where the printed text at the bottom, which is not evaluated by the system, was different than the barcodes. This were ES&S systems, and people complained, and they allowed it on a clerical error. The clerical error that the court dismissed everything on there is a technical flaw in the system that should be that. And to my professional opinion, based on what HAVA requirements are, that these systems, whether ES&S or that, if they use a barcode or a QR code, they're in violation of the HAVA.
All right, sir. Now, I would like for you to turn to page 48 of Exhibit 21, the Halderman report. And let me know when you're there. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
You see the indented line towards the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what database, well, tell me what that is and what database is being queried.
And Your
That
Honor,
would-
I'll just object at this point. We don't have this in evidence, and so I think this is getting a little squirrely in terms of how we're handling this.
Do we do,
Want me to read it?
what's the ultimate point here if it's not for the truth of the matter?
And this is in rebuttal of questioning on cross that the database with the encryption keys vulnerability existed only on the server. And this report demonstrates otherwise, and I'm calling it to his attention.
And Your Honor, I'll just say that wasn't the testimony, I don't believe. I believe the testimony was there's a SQLite database that's on the BMD versus the entire database.
But regardless, wouldn't that, you're now doing exactly what you said you would be unable to do, which is to say that whoever, wrote this report, you're now putting it in for the truth of what's in the report.
I'll ask him if he has independent knowledge. Do you have independent knowledge of whether the encryption keys are stored in plain text on the ballot marking device?
Yes, they're the secret private keys, and they're obviously, this is the same exact query.
And how do you know that they're, apart from Haldeman's report, do you know that?
Because these Rondell encryption keys are symmetric. There's two different types of encryption. There's symmetric and asymmetric. And that's the reason they're a private key, and they're supposed to be stored securely, not in plain text, is because if you get the key, you now risk exposure. They're a lot faster to authenticate, and they're used, but usually, and we'll talk server communications and authentication, you authenticate with asymmetric, right? Public-private certs. That's quicker. You get the connection, then you exchange the private key. And these are considered private keys, and they're setting on the tabulators.
Do you know
This
that?
ICX in this point
Do you know that apart from the Halderman report?
is actually having an ICX image myself. No,
So how do you know it?
because the queries here and the way the components are built and designed. They have to. It's just a technological piece of it.
In order for the ballot marking devices to work as a part of the.
How would the tabulator decrypt the DVD configuration files and operate if it couldn't decrypt the encryption?
And in
It's
order-
basics.
In order to do that, it has to have the same encryption keys.
Yes, because of the way this is. Yes.
And those encryption keys that were used to encrypt those files, that was done on a,
The same key and the same vector are on the tabulators, the other components.
you mentioned supply chain. Help the court to understand what the concept of supply chain vulnerability is.
Well, considering Lockheed Martin made me go through class on this, I'll try to keep it short for the court. But especially specifically in any major company where you're worried about, especially in the DoD environment, you're going to build a weapon system, an information system, whatever the case is, you want to know that from the concept of the products used to build your components is done in a secure manner. Because technology today, you can fit a microprocessor on the tip of your finger and barely be, it'll look like a speck of rice, even smaller. And these things are that. I know Northrop Grumman touts it on their website. And the thing with these type of things, it can be embedded. Years ago, there was a USB battery charger that they did not discover that China had malware on it until 10 years after the fact. It had already went off market before. So how many computer systems, how many people's systems were infected with that? And that's why you have to look at the products where they come from. It's called global supply chain, and you go through that management. And certain companies have the training, and it's so you ensure the products and the components that you use to assemble your system are secure.
And the system, the election systems that are used in Georgia, do you know anything about their supply chain? You mentioned it in response to Mr. Tyson's questions. What can you tell us about that?
I cannot speak I have not seen the 5.5A technical data package. I will tell you, I've seen several other technical data packages, and to that fact, some of these components that are in the newer versions are the same components that are in the older versions.
When you're talking about hardware components?
Yes, sir. And so because these tabulators are basically optical scanners with some other homegrown software thrown on them and other components, certain kind of little small printer to print reports and do the things it needs to do. You have to have separate in the bins. You're supposed to separate stuff that goes into the adjudication database to a different one and all that. So there's a lot of mechanical points. They build these things. I will say some of them are built poorly because they're supposed to run off backup battery in case you use power. As they found out in Arizona, you've got to plug them in 20 minutes before you can even power them back on or they'll start charging. That's poor system design. And so anyway, these components have to be listed in the technical data package. What I can tell you, I personally verified, is that there are same email addresses for components that go from different countries, and then there's bogus ones, and it's laughable at what they consider supply chain management as far as voting systems.
That's all the questions I have.
Any recross on those points, Mr.
Just
Tyson?
briefly, Your Honor, my best on this. I want to follow up on a few of Mr. McDougall's questions. First of all, as I understood your testimony, it's your belief that any ballot marking device system that's used for all voters that uses a barcode or a QR code either is or should be illegal. Is that right?
Yes.
And so there's no configuration of Georgia's Dominion system, if it prints a QR code, that you would consider to be compliant with existing law and structures involving voting systems, right?
As far as with the voter being able to independently verify.
Mr. McDougall asked you about applying system updates. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Dr. Halderman covered system vulnerabilities in his report in the Curling trial, right? System update vulnerabilities?
Yes.
And he also covered privilege escalation as part of his report.
Yes,
And he also covered root access in his report.
yes,
He also covered nation state threats faced by the United States and states.
yes. As far as ease, I believe is the way you reference it. As far as ease of access, getting into the systems.
Well, Mr. McDougall asked you about internet connectivity. You mentioned you put some files onto Dominion systems. Did I get that right?
Yes,
And you did that in your lab environment at the voting system test lab, right?
yes.
Mr. McDougall asked you about the air gap and moving election results from the EMS over to the election night reporting computer for each county. You have not reviewed the training that is provided to county election officials about how to do those uploads, right?
Specifically to Georgia, no.
You also mentioned Dominion remotely connecting to election systems, but you don't have any evidence that occurred in Georgia, correct?
There was one county. I've seen a lot of Dominion emails. I've had to translate Dominion emails from Serbian to English to verify the technical questions I was being asked about them, to verify that it was translated properly. So
it's your testimony that there is evidence of Dominion remotely accessing Georgia election equipment?
yes, on the one county, it was included with stuff that I was researching and reading through, considering Colorado. Michigan was also involved, and there were other ones.
And so I'm focused specifically on Georgia, and we're referencing the Gwinnett County 2020 incident. Is that what you're referring to?
I believe so. I have went through a lot of Dominion emails.
And ultimately, for all the different vulnerabilities we're talking about, someone has to gain access to the system in some way, right?
Yes, either locally or remotely.
And I believe earlier we covered that of all these different vulnerabilities, that every voting system has vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah, every system has vulnerabilities. The thing is these voting systems, irrespective of the vendor, have a ton more. I don't take that saying your home PC is more secure lightly. I'm a professional with over 20 years experience in this field. I've worked in every federal agency there is. I've been consulted by private companies. I've worked internationally for NATO, recovered NATO's infrastructure when it was being rebuilt and had an issue. So I do not state that lightly. These systems are horrible.
And you'd agree that ultimately each state has to decide which vulnerabilities it wants to encounter when it's choosing an election system, right?
That's basic risk management, and that resides even outside of technology areas. There's all kind of risk assessment and analysis, and there's risk. Even with anybody that deals with a contract knows this.
But ultimately, it's up to the state to make that selection of that voting system, right?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McDougall, can this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Please step down. All right, you may call your next witness.
I called Ben Cotton to the stand.
You swear affirm that the testimony should get important is to come and that the truth will help you. I do. Please state, spell, place, and last name for the board.
My name is Benjamin, Benjamin, Cotton, Cotton.
All right, Mr. Cotton, where do you live?
I live in Big Fork, Montana.
How are you employed?
Well, until this last Friday, I was the Vice President for Incident Response for East Entire USA. I retired from that position. As you may be aware, incident response is a 24/7, 365 commitment, and my wife was diagnosed with a medical condition that requires someone to care for her.
So you mentioned incident response. What does that mean?
Incident response is the industry term for responding to a crisis in which a hacker has penetrated a network and is exploiting that network, whether it be for personal gain, monetary gain, or just kicks and giggles.
And so that's IRT. Is there something called HIRT?
The HIRT program, HIRT, stands for Hunting and Incident Response Team, and that is a subdivision of the CISA, DHS CISA agency. And yeah, I have supported that as an active member.
And so the hunting part is what?
The hunting is actually looking for finding out who did the penetrations, looking for these breaches, and then trying to perform attribution to those intrusions.
Prior to your last employment, I can't remember the name or pronounce it correctly. What did you do?
So I basically got into computer forensics through the military. I'm a 21-year veteran of the military, of the Army. 19 years of that was spent within the Army Special Operations Command. The last 6 years of that was spent in support of a special mission unit as a fully qualified operator. As part of that military service, I got involved in what myself and two other people for that special mission unit termed digital media exploitation. And that is essentially exploiting devices that we found on the battlefield and turning that into actionable intelligence to feed the operations and intel cycle. Operations and intelligence cycle. In 2003, I retired.
From the military?
From the military. And I became a civilian contractor for the Drug Enforcement Agency as a senior forensic examiner in the digital forensics lab in Lorton, Virginia for the DEA. I subsequently moved or was asked to join an effort that performed the deep dive computer forensics for the high value terrorist target disk drives that were seized overseas as part of the CIA.
Was that for in connection with the Gulf War, or was it generally post 9/11 work?
That was post 9/11 work, basically from the beginning of 2004 through 2007. I was part of the team that did all those deep forensics examinations.
So then what? Then take me up to
eCentire.
eCentire, thank you.
So eCentire, that's E, capital S, ENTIRE.
Take me up to them.
So I created a company called Cyber Technology Services. We did business as SciTech Services. We supported the intelligence community, other government agencies, both from analytic and digital forensic support through that time period. Additionally, when I retired from the military, I was hired by Guidance Software. They were subsequently acquired by OpenText. That's one word, OPENTEXT. And I was an instructor for the EnCase forensic software. So I taught other experts how to use the EnCase software.
And what is the EnCase software?
The EnCase software is a GUI-based analytical platform that will perform forensics imaging, and it will also conduct detailed analysis and allow the examiner to conduct detailed analysis of forensics images of digital media that is pertinent to law enforcement, intelligence, or whatever the issue may be.
That's a standard tool in the business.
It is.
All right, sir. So you formed this company called SciTech,
That's correct.
and did you remain at SciTech all the way till
eCentire?
eCentire?
No, I did not. So as part of the SciTech experience, we actually created our own digital forensic software designed for very large enterprises. And essentially, if you're familiar with computer forensics, then you've ran into a one examiner, one computer dynamic where it's very difficult to analyze and triage tens or hundreds of thousands of computers at once. Our software was created so that we could perform forensics analysis across hundreds of thousands of computers simultaneously and return results in the same amount of time as it would take to examine one computer. That software we spun out into its own company in 2018 called Cypher. That's CYFIR.
And what was your role in the development of the Cypher software?
It was my brainchild. And I also assisted in the development, the testing, and the full spectrum as CEO of that company.
And then from Cypher to eCentire.
So eCentire actually purchased Cypher in 2021, and they insisted that I come along as part of that deal.
All right, sir. Any notable achievements in the attribution of significant cyber penetrations or hacks?
Yes, so as part of a demonstration to the Office of Personnel Management in, I believe that was April of 2015, we discovered the Chinese breach of OPM, which resulted in the largest breach in the history of the U.S. government. And that was attributed back to the Chinese.
And how long had that gone undetected, if you know?
Almost 3 years.
Do you hold any security clearances?
I do. I hold a top secret government security clearance.
Have you ever had higher levels of clearance than you do currently?
As needed per specific programs, I have been involved in multiple secret compartmentalized information or SCI programs.
All right, sir. Any prizes or awards in your field?
I don't remember the exact ones. We had multiple, best technology, leading technology, that type of thing from different magazines and industry groups.
All right, I believe you've got a binder on the table there with you.
Yes.
If you would please turn to tab number 22.
I'm there.
Can you, and you see a document there marked exhibit number 22. First page, lower right corner.
Yes, I see it.
Can you tell the court what that is?
This is a copy of my CV.
All right, sir. Now, I'll tender exhibit 22 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, applicant's 22 is admitted without objection.
All right, we talked about your background, qualifications, training, experience. Anything else on the CV that you think is worth pointing out to the court?
Well, I do have a master's degree in Information Systems Management, and I hold a CISSP certification as well.
All right, any other certifications?
I am a certified investigator with the Cipher technology as well.
All right. And do the certifications that you hold require ongoing training or updating or continuing education?
Yes,
And you complete those every year?
yes,
Are you familiar with the election systems used in Georgia?
I am.
How are you familiar with it?
I was first asked to become familiar with them as a retained expert by Stephanie Lambert for her client, Misty Hampton in Coffee County.
And what version of Dominion software is used in Georgia?
Dominion Democracy Suite version 5.5 Alpha A.
In the course of your work and training and experience, have you had occasion to become familiar with something called FIPS 140-2?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with that?
Well, FIPS 140-2 is required anytime a technology that's going to be utilized by the federal government and contains security encryption functionality. It has to be FIPS compliant. And so our Cipher software, I became very familiar with FIPS in the development of that software and our algorithms.
And so how would you characterize your level of familiarity with FIPS 140-2?
I would say that it is more advanced than the average security guy. I'm not a FIPS certification expert, but I'm certainly aware of the criteria.
All right, and if you would please turn to tab 20 and tell the court whether you recognize the document marked exhibit number 20.
Yes,
And what is it?
that is the FIPS Pub 140-2.
Pub,
Yeah, right at the very top. FIPS
not like
Pub
a
means
English or
publish.
Irish pub, right? It's a publication,
Publication
right? And it's put out by whom?
by NIST.
Who are they?
They are the National Institute for Science and Technology, I believe is what that stands for.
Standards and Technology.
Standards and Technology. Yeah,
And got you guys on acronyms today.
there you go.
Given your work in cybersecurity, are you familiar with something called encryption keys?
Yes, I am.
What are they?
Encryption keys are utilized from two aspects. One is to authenticate accesses to ensure that when a system or a user is actually accessing a system, that they are supposed to access it. And it's also used to encrypt and decrypt information and protect that data from unauthorized disclosure.
Now, are you familiar with the industry standard protocols or practices for the storage and management of encryption keys?
I'm familiar with the requirements, yes.
All right, sir. And are you also familiar with the U.S. Election Assistance Commission certification requirements as they relate to encryption keys?
I have reviewed them. I don't know that I would classify myself as an expert, but I am familiar with them.
All right. And does FIPS 140-2 address the topic of encryption keys?
Yes, it does.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
Have you had occasion to examine the election? Well, you've answered this in part already, but have you had occasion to examine election databases in any Georgia counties that were used in the 2020 election?
Yes, I have.
Can you identify the counties that you've examined?
Yes. So Bibbs, Telfar, Appling, Jones, and Coffee.
All right, sir. Have you examined those databases with respect to the storage and management therein of encryption keys?
I have.
Have you examined or analyzed what could be done by a bad actor who had possession of the encryption keys for the election systems used in Georgia?
I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
I was first qualified as an expert in federal court in 2007. And between depositions and actual court appearances, at least 4 or 5 expert engagements per year after that.
Okay, since 2007,
Correct.
4 or 5 a year,
Yes.
right? Have you ever been excluded as an expert due to lack of training, skill, qualifications, or expertise?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding any aspect of the Georgia election systems or Dominion election systems?
Yes, I have.
And where have you done that?
Specifically in Arizona. I also have provided declarations in Michigan on 3 separate occasions. I have provided declarations in support of Supreme Court appeals, reference Arizona as well.
And what aspects did your testimony cover in those instances?
Cybersecurity basics, the state of the systems, state of the databases, and the vulnerability aspects of the systems.
Have you ever testified regarding the encryption keys and how they're stored and managed in these systems?
By declaration and affidavit, yes.
And when was the first such declaration?
Well, the first time I was aware of these encryption keys issues was in March of 2021 as part of the Antrim lawsuit. I provided input to the declarations and affidavits at that time, and I also have provided declarations concerning these databases more recently in the Arizona case
In March of this year.
in March of this year.
And do you recall the first time you ever connected encryption keys to certification standards, if you ever did?
The first time I really was asked about that was in conjunction with this case, and that would have been about a month and a half ago.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I tender Mr. Cotton as an expert on cybersecurity in general, encryption keys and how they should be stored and managed and how they are actually stored and managed in the election systems used in Georgia.
Mr. Tyson?
It's what here, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Cotton. My name is Brian Tyson. I represent the Secretary in this case. I wanted to ask, I believe Mr. McDougald asked you about your testimony on the Georgia system, and you mentioned an Arizona case. Did you talk about the Georgia system in any of your testimony in the other states that you mentioned?
As part of my declarations, I have included the Georgia analysis in the analyzed systems from a holistic perspective.
But you had not offered opinions specific as to Georgia's election system in Arizona or Michigan or other states, right?
Only to the state of the correlation of widespread vulnerabilities across the Dominion systems.
And your first work in cybersecurity related to voting machines happened after the 2020 election, right?
That's correct.
And for your testimony today, you're relying on your review of the Coffee County EMS. Is that in part of your reliance?
In part, yes.
And you're also relying on the databases from the 4 counties that you referenced?
Correct.
Have you reviewed any EMS files from any other Georgia county besides Coffee County?
Are you talking a forensics image of those devices, or are you talking just the databases?
A forensic image of those devices.
Only Coffee County.
Do you have access to any other counties, a forensic image of any other counties EMS in Georgia besides Coffee?
I do not. However, I would offer my services should the Secretary of State make those available.
Now, in part of forming your opinions in this case, you relied on Dr. Holderman's report in the Curling case, right?
I reviewed his report. What I'm relying on is my own analysis and findings within the scope of this case.
Okay. So fair to say you reviewed his report as part of your process, but you did your own analysis of the systems. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Now, you don't have any specialized knowledge regarding election administration, correct?
Only what I've gained as a experience since 2020 as part of these legal proceedings.
Okay. And you don't have any special training or knowledge about Georgia's system apart from what you've looked at with the Coffee County system and these 4 databases. Is that right?
Well, unfortunately, the ability to analyze those systems is strictly controlled, and some might say hidden, by the restrictions put in place in Georgia.
So that would be a yes to my question then. You're relying on what you've looked at, those 5 items?
I am relying on what I have looked at as the basis of my examination.
And are you being paid for your work in this case?
I am.
And what is your hourly rate?
$350 an hour.
And when were you first hired to work on this case?
I was first engaged for this matter probably the end of July. I was asked to take a look at it.
So, Your Honor, we don't have a dispute of Mr. Cotton testifying about cybersecurity generally. Don't think he has a sufficient basis for specialized knowledge about the Georgia election system itself to testify as to the Georgia specific components of the Dominion system. So we'd object on that basis.
The system, including all aspects of it, not necessarily like to include the encryption keys that are the heart of the issue?
Yes, Your Honor, to include the encryption key. I think he can speak to encryption key storage and management generally, but the scope, as I understood it, was specific to the Georgia election system, and we would object to that.
All right. But it's fair to say he's saying that he's just making extrapolations based on what he learned through Coffee County. Is that
correct? I think that's right. Yes.
All right. Then I'll note the objection, and it's preserved for the record, but I'll overrule it. Mr. Cotton can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. On that point, did you examine the backup election databases from Appling, Bibb, Jones, and Telfair?
I did.
And so your opinion is based not just on your examination of the Coffee County forensic image, but also the files, the backup election databases in the other 4 counties?
Correct.
So you've examined 5 Georgia counties?
Yes.
And have you examined any other Dominion systems anywhere else other than Georgia?
Yes.
And you've examined the databases in those systems as well?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Are encryption keys any part of the Dominion system used here in Georgia?
Yes, they are.
How are they used in the system here?
So they are used to authenticate systems, establish trust between one system and another, authenticate the user activities on a trusted system. They are also used to protect the data. So for example, in a tabulator, when you scan the ballots, you are generating images of those ballots, and you are also generating a results file, .dvd, and you're generating a cast vote record as part of that. So those keys are utilized to, one, encrypt the DVD files, and any encrypted file that system utilizes, those specific encryption keys are used to encrypt that data. It's also used to facilitate the transmission or transport of that data, whether that be over a network or whether that be via a USB or SD card. Those encryption keys are critical to ensuring the integrity and the assurance of the voting process.
In light of how they are used, are they important to the security of the system?
They're vital. It might be noted that if one takes the time to examine the certification documents that are present on the public website at the EAC, there's actually a matrix there of risk mitigation strategies from different threats, and encryption of data and the securing of transmissions is used in almost every single one of those mitigation efforts. That shows you how important it is for those keys to the system.
If a bad actor with some skill has access to the system and can they get access to the encryption keys?
Yes.
And if they do that, if they're able to do that, how would you characterize the overall security of that system?
Well, in context of the voting system, they could completely manipulate and control both the reporting and the artifacts that are contained for some of the levels of the audits that are conducted by different states.
And how is it that access to the encryption keys would enable them to do something like that?
So, simple scenario. Let's say, for example, that the encryption keys or the voting results on the SD cards from the tabulators are being transported from the precinct to the location of the EMS. If an insider or an unauthorized person could gain access to that SD card and had access to the encryption keys, they could decrypt the results, change the results, modify the ballot images on that SD card to conform with those changed results, re-encrypt it, re-SHA hash it, and submit that to the EMS, and the EMS wouldn't know the difference. That's one scenario. Second scenario, if you're actually transmitting data via a networked interface, they could do the same thing in what's known as a man-in-the-middle attack, leveraging the 509 keys and those encryption keys in combination.
Up to do effectively the same thing that you just described with the cards?
Correct.
In light of their importance to system security, how should encryption keys be stored or managed on the system?
Well, they should certainly be protected like the family jewels. They are a critical component of the integrity and the surety of that election and the functioning of that system.
And is that topic covered in FIPS 140-2?
It is. It's key management principles.
And in a nutshell, can you describe for the court what FIPS 140-2 requires with respect to the storage and management of encryption keys?
If they're contained outside of the actual encryption module themselves, then they must also be protected and encrypted.
All right. With respect to Appling, Bibb, Coffey, Jones, and Telfair, can you describe what you examined?
Yes. So I was directed to a website, zebraduck.org, I believe is the name of that. Zebra, ZEBRADUCK.
And I have a witness to explain that name.
I will have to rely on other outside experts to explain the name. I was directed to this website, and it contained the responses from public records requests throughout the state of Georgia. Those 4 counties were part of those postings on that website. They were posted there in the form of a zip file, a 7-zip file. So it has a .7z extension on it. I downloaded those files and extracted them. First thing I did was I looked for a verification hash for the databases. When I did not initially see that on the first download, we queried back to the organization that posted them, and they provided us another link to a site that they had the original files that were placed up there, and those did have the 7-zip file of the whole package and an accompanying SHA value for those files. So I
And s-
downloaded those as well.
All right, and did you do anything to determine if the files you examined were authentic?
Yes, I did.
Did that vary by county?
The procedure was the same. Obviously, the files that I checked were different. One has a name X and this one has a name Y. However, the first thing that I did was I created my own SHA value for the 7-zip file that was related to each county. I then compared that SHA value to the SHA value that was posted by the Dominion system in conjunction with the production of this package.
And what did you find?
So on 3 of the counties, they matched perfectly. On one of the counties, which was Jones, there was a mismatch. And so I further examined that particular mismatch and determined that at some point, someone had mistakenly added that SHA value to the 7-zip package for the encryption, and that had changed the value. I further dug into that particular package specific to the database file and the project package .xml file, and determined that the dates and times of that file matched what was produced with the Dominion voting software.
Based on your examination, as you have just described it, with respect to the backup databases in the 4 counties, do you have an opinion, a professional opinion, as an expert as to whether the files you examined are authentic?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, you are you familiar with how the Dominion system works?
Basically, yes.
And how are you familiar with it to that extent?
I've been examining these systems since 2021. I've actually created virtual machines of the forensics imaging that we have taken, and I have operated the systems in a virtual isolated environment.
All right, sir. Now, can you characterize the fidelity of the backups to the operational databases on the machines?
Well, I can tell you that I have the unique opportunity to have a forensics image of Coffee County with that database in its operational state. And so I did examine the Coffee County database. I compared the artifacts of that database to the backup databases we received, and they are fundamentally the same construct, and they would represent the operational databases of those counties.
And does that provide a reliable factual basis for the opinions you have given based on your analysis of those databases and the encryption keys that are in them?
Absolutely. If it exists in that backup database at that point in time where they made that backup, all the data in that backup existed in the operational database.
Now, you've mentioned Coffee County a couple of times, and you've made reference to a forensic image. Would you please describe to the court how you came into possession of that forensic image?
So by direction of my attorney, I was given access to a download site from a firm called Sullivan Strickler. And Sullivan Strickler had been engaged by Coffee County or some person to perform a forensics preservation of the Coffee County EMS, ICC, a Dominion supplied laptop, and some poll pads.
Okay. And how, when you went on there and retrieved it, what did you retrieve?
So when I downloaded those files from the secure website, first thing I did was verify the images. And in this particular case, all of these images were in an EnCase image format, which I know well. It's a forensically preserved, a bit-for-bit copy of that device that was the target of that imaging operation. It is a self-verification mechanism as well. So when you verify a forensics image in EnCase, it will tell you if any bit of that data is changed or if it's deviated from the original hash value at the time of the imaging of that device.
And what did that software report to you about the Coffee County image that you examined?
They verified.
And in your field of work, cyber forensics, is the in-case image through the method you've described considered to be self-authenticating?
Yes, not only self-authenticating, but it's the industry standard for admission into court.
And so in your expert opinion, both the Coffee County files you examined and the files from the other 4 counties are in fact authentic digital records of the systems in those counties?
Yes.
I will, at this point, Your Honor, I'd renew my tender on the 4 counties, the flash drives. I don't have a flash drive or in-case image or anything like that for Coffee, but I would intend to ask him questions about Coffee, subject to the ruling of the court.
And I think that I'd already kind of conditionally admitted him.
Right.
So if there's any update from Mr. Tyson, I think we would proceed along those lines.
Your Honor, I think just waiting for a copy, but we don't have any objection to them.
All right, so if they're admitted, if they're authenticated, then we can dispense with my authentication witnesses, several of whom are outside. And we can release them from sequestration.
All right.
You can let them know they can come back, they can come on in. Thank you, Your Honor. What, if anything, did you do to check on the encryption keys in the election databases that you looked at in these 5 counties?
So the first thing I did was to verify their existence. I knew which tables they would reside in. I navigated to that location of those tables and verified that those encryption keys were there. And I did that in each of the 5 counties.
And is it your opinion that the encryption keys that you found in the backup databases in the 4 counties are the same, in the same state or condition in terms of storage as they are in the operational databases for those counties?
Yes, the reason that you make a backup is so that you can immediately restore that backup copy to an operational state in the event that something goes bad with the EMS server during an election. So by definition, those encryption keys would have had to have been the same as the encryption key state
All right,
in
sir.
the operational database.
And so when you looked at these 5 databases, what did you find in terms of how the encryption keys were stored?
In all 5 databases, those encryption keys were stored in unencrypted text, open text.
Was there any control on access to the encryption keys?
Not really. And the reason I say not really is because in the Coffee County EMS and in all other Dominion systems which I have examined, they are utilizing a user authentication to the database. So that means that if you are at the keyboard of the computer, then you have access and full access to that database. So the vulnerabilities for a Windows system are well known. The antivirus had not been updated since the Coffee County Dominion suite had been installed in September of 2019. There's roughly 1 million new exploits released every day. And so when you do the math, you're talking about millions of additional vulnerabilities that that system would not have detected There were no system patches applied. Once again, hundreds of vulnerabilities that were admitted by the operating system owner, Microsoft. They release a patch every Thursday. So the fact that that hadn't been updated after the installation of that Dominion software, it's just basically an open state. We've heard other experts say that it's just wide open, and it really is wide open.
Does what you have described with respect to the storage and management of encryption keys on the election system in Georgia comply with FIPS 140-2 as a technical matter?
No,
Is that a close call?
no,
You may not know the answer, but does it comply with the voluntary voting systems guidelines
And I'll
as
just
a
object.
technical matter?
I'm just object in terms of lack of foundation. I don't think we've talked about VVSG with this.
Well, you're
with
right.
this at all.
I take it back, if I can. Are you familiar with the voluntary voting systems guidelines provisions on security, cybersecurity?
I've reviewed them, yes.
Do you know enough about that to say whether the management and storage of the encryption keys on the election systems in Georgia complies with the voluntary voting system guidelines? And
I
it's
would say
okay.
they do not.
All right, sir. Have you examined any Dominion election systems in other jurisdictions outside of the state of Georgia?
I have.
What jurisdictions?
Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Colorado.
And on those systems, did you check on how the encryption keys were stored?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found they're stored in the same state, which is plain text,
Unencrypted.
unencrypted. And I might add that with those different analysis, it's not only that they're in the same storage state, but Georgia uses Democracy Suite 5.5 Alpha. Arizona used Democracy Suite 5.5 Bravo, and Colorado used Democracy Suite 5.10.
And so that's those are subsequent updates of the system,
That's correct.
but they all had the same characteristic.
Yes.
As a matter of cybersecurity, how would you characterize that situation?
Well, it depends on how I'm looking at it. If I'm looking at it from a hacker's point of view, hallelujah. If I'm looking at it from a cybersecurity perspective, I can't believe that anybody would ever do this. If you're talking about the criticality of the ensuring the integrity of the vote, which is the base for our democracy, then how could you ever leave this unprotected? So I quite find it, frankly, appalling.
If a representative of the Secretary of State made the statement that Georgia's election system was the most secure in the world, what would be your opinion about that statement?
Your Honor, I'll just object here in terms of it's about the election system. He's not an expert on that. And I don't think there's any basis or foundation for him to have known every election system in the world to respond.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Cotton, would you describe the Dominion system that you've examined in the 5 Georgia counties and in other jurisdictions around the country as the most secure computer election system in the world?
I would not.
Second place?
No.
All right. You had an opportunity sitting in the courtroom to observe the demonstration videos that Mr. Parikh played for the court. You recall that?
I do.
And can you give an opinion about the significance for cybersecurity purposes of what those demos show, and if you can do them one at a time or you can do them in the aggregate.
So basically what it shows and demonstrates, and by the way, I have performed independently each and every one of those activities to ensure that they are accurate. So what I can tell you is that those are just 3 snippets of vulnerabilities and methodologies by which you can gain access and manipulate this system. Okay. But it does show a general lack of security within the voting system, specifically within the database. And that database is critical to recording and reporting the results of an election. I also have the advantage in this particular case to have access to the full forensic image of the Coffee County EMS. And so I took that one step further. I said, well, are those passwords present as the Windows user authentication passwords on any of these systems from Coffee County? And so I analyzed all of the passwords for the user accounts for the ICC, the Dominion Supplied Laptop, and the EMS. And the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point was present as the primary password for all of the accounts on the Coffee County adjudication system. Okay. So now you not only have a vendor supplied password in the SQL database, but you've got a vendor supplied password for the only mediocre protection of the database. So basically, what is demonstrated here is a total lack of cybersecurity with respect to the Dominion EMS and the voting system.
All right, so that was the password video, if I recall correctly.
That is correct.
Showed us DVS Corp 08 exclamation point. The second one, do you recall what the second one was about?
The second one was the tabulator passwords. And those were encrypted passwords that are contained within the election definition file and also the election database.
And the encryption keys were used to decrypt those passwords?
Yes.
Is that method of password management compliant with cybersecurity standards as you understand them?
No.
What is the significance from a cybersecurity password of having common usernames and passwords for all the users?
Well, there's a couple of very critical points here. One, you're using the same username for every single account on the tabulators, as well as on the Coffee County EMS. There's a standard list of generic usernames that are present on every single Dominion voting system that I have examined. Okay. If the passwords are all the same and the usernames are all the same, then there's no accountability as to who did what in the event that you do find something wrong. So you don't know who did it, right? Furthermore, over time, if someone, like in the case of an election worker, is a volunteer in one election, they would have that same username configuration piece specifically for the databases for the next 10 years or until they changed them. So, you know, that really broadens the extent to which someone can exploit these vulnerabilities, and there's no accountability for those.
All right, sir. So if I understand you correctly, username and password in Colorado is the same as it is in Bibb County, Georgia?
For the specific usernames in the SQL database, yes. Okay, for those 3 specific usernames. It's DVS Corp 08 exclamation point. What I have found is that specific to the Windows login, you have the same list of usernames and then a shared password for all the different accesses to that Windows system. So what this means is that if you're trying to regulate what privileges a specific user has, so you want them here at the EMS user level, they can use the very same password to simply jump up to the EMS admin and have full control over that system.
And so we heard testimony from Mr. Parikh that the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point password has been present on the system, identified as a vulnerability since no later than 2010.
I would submit that given the nature and the syntax of the password, probably since 2008.
How'd you characterize that as a cybersecurity matter?
Horrendous.
In your examination of any of these Dominion systems, have you seen any indication of non-election personnel remotely accessing a Dominion system?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I too have reviewed a series of emails produced by Dominion in which they're discussing remoting into Gwinnett County, Georgia. I have also reviewed depositions from Coffee County, in which the election clerk specifically details how 2 Dominion employees fixed her voting system from the parking
Your Honor,
lot.
I'll just object here. I think we're in a triple hearsay at this point, at least.
Unless you've got an exception that comes to mind, Mr. McDougall, I think I would agree with that.
I don't think I can think of an exception, Your Honor.
All right, and that'll be sustained. Next question.
All right, sir. Have you at any point had any discussions with anyone from the Secretary of State's office about the encryption keys issue?
I have.
Can you tell the court about that, please?
In the Supreme Court affidavit, I had mentioned that I had analyzed a Bibb County database, and we immediately got a call from the Secretary of State's office and correspondence demanding to know how I got access to the Bibb County election system. My attorney that represented me at that, Mr. Kurt Olson, I handled those communications primarily, but we did have a Zoom conference. I can't, off the top of my head, recall every person who was there as part of that conference, but they were all representatives of the Secretary of State's office.
And what was the topic of discussion in that call?
They had misread the declaration, and they had thought that I had access to the physical voting systems, that I had analyzed the physical voting systems, not just the database.
All right. And was there any discussion of the encryption keys or your findings and opinions on that topic?
With the call, no. However, the very fact that the only reason they were calling me was because I had called out the encryption keys in that declaration, they would have had knowledge of the issue.
Did they ask you any questions about the encryption keys vulnerability?
No.
Was there any discussion about what ought to be done to mitigate that risk?
No.
And when was that?
That would have been in the July timeframe, I believe.
All right.
Put a year on that.
24, Your Honor.
Okay. I am.
Actually, I take that back. It would have been 2 days after the submission of that document in support of the Supreme Court petition.
All right, and I'm going to ask you to turn to tab number 5.
Yes.
And that's a document marked as Exhibit 5. Have you ever seen that before?
Yes, I have.
Now, this is an email thread, and to be fair, you are not shown as being a sender or receiver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so how is it that you're familiar with the document?
I was shown this by the attorney.
All right, sir. And does this refresh your recollection of when approximately your conversation with the Secretary of State's office occurred?
Yes, this says Sunday, August 25th.
Well, let's go back down a little bit.
And the thread looks like it originates March 28th.
All right, and it's fair to say, or did the Secretary of State's office ever follow up with you to talk about what your findings were?
No. Once we had sent them the data on where we had obtained the backup file, that was the last I heard from the Secretary of State.
Is compliance with FIPS 140-2 an ongoing obligation as you understand it?
Absolutely.
And I'll just object on the grounds that obligation to what and under what?
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. Is as a technical matter, cybersecurity technical matter, is compliance with FIPS 142, where it's applicable, an ongoing requirement that must be maintained?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it would be absolutely ludicrous to require something for certification and then say that as soon as you buy the system, you can do whatever you want with it. You can delete the encryption keys, you can do whatever you want with it. It's just, that's nonsensical.
Your Honor, I'm trying to skip things that have already been covered with Mr. Parikh, so give me just a second. I'm almost done. You heard Mr. Parikh's testimony on how X509 certificates are used.
That's correct.
Any disagreement with the way he expressed it?
I would actually expand on it just a little bit.
Okay.
So, the opportunity I've had to look at different systems across different states gives me a unique perspective of what that vulnerability could do. And so that 509 value is the same in every single Dominion system that I've looked at, regardless of version and regardless of jurisdiction. What that means is that if anyone with that certificate can get access to the same network address space, then they can remotely establish trust with that voting system, execute APIs or direct interaction with that system without really needing to know the user password for the Windows system. Okay. So I use the term address space because each of the Dominion EMS systems comes with pre-configured tunneling protocols and capabilities.
What are those?
So a tunneling capability, think of it as a VPN. If you've ever used a VPN to log into your office or somewhere else, you simply connect to a VPN, and then you have the same IP address or the same IP address space as the network that you've VPN'd into. So in the case of the typical home network, that'd be a 192.168.1.1. Oh, I'm sorry. A 192.168.1.x network or address space. And so you could join that network and be a member of that network through those tunneling protocols. That is very easy to do. We do know in many jurisdictions that the routers that are procured as part of the Dominion voting systems are what they call managed switches, which means that you can program access control lists, you can program routes, and you can establish tunnels to those routers. So, you know, that is it's critical that with that 509 key, literally, if they have a tunnel, anyone anywhere in the world that has access to that address space could change the voting software, they could change the voting results, they could change any aspect of that voting system that they desired.
If they did that, would it be detectable?
Not given the current logging levels and the artifacts that they currently log. So the only way that you would detect that would be to analyze different machine address, they call them MAC addresses, okay? And those addresses can be spoofed, but generally they're not. But if you had a PCAP capture, which is basically as you transmit data over a network, those are in packets. And a PCAP is a packet capture. If you have recorded those packets as they transmitted the network, then you may be able to determine whether or not somebody had unauthorized remote access. But given the current state of every system that I've looked at, they simply do not record PCAP data, nor do they record the system process data that tells you exactly which processes were executed on the system. So short answer is, at the current state, no, that would not be discoverable.
Can Dominion remotely access these systems without detection?
Based on the emails that I reviewed, yes.
I'll object on that basis that because we're relying on hearsay for that. Those aren't before the court.
All right, if you want to expand on the basis for his opinion on that.
What's the
Mr.
basis for your statement?
Dominion produced a number of emails in response to subpoenas. A number of those emails have been released publicly by a sheriff by the name of Darleaf, and contained within those emails are specific conversations about them remotely accessing voting systems during the course of an election.
Apart from that, based on your understanding of the technical aspects of the systems, is that possible to
It
remotely?
is possible.
Remotely, okay. We've heard reference to air gapping. How would you characterize the level of protection provided to the Georgia systems by the Georgia version of air gapping?
Well, air gap is a technique, but it's an easily bypassed technique for protection. The US government has been bypassing air gap networks since the 70s, okay? And the most common technique to bypass that is called island hopping. And basically, we know that the EMS servers typically have a wireless card installed on the motherboard. Even though they claim it's disabled, it's still there. if you bring in a hockey puck with an unencrypted signal, typically default on a Wi-Fi is to connect to these unprotected Wi-Fis. So all it would take is somebody with their cell phone in a hotspot mode, or bring in a little Verizon hockey puck, and you've once that EMS connects to it, or any of the other systems connects to that, you've bypassed the air gap network. It's very rudimentary. If you've got an actual active insider threat, it's child's play. If you have somebody who's inept in configuring systems, happens all the time. So it is a technique for protecting, but it can't be the technique because it's so easily bypassed.
All right, sir. And so if we assume that this system is vulnerable because of the encryption keys and the passwords, and the X509 certificates, as we've discussed, are the physical security measures that are supplemental to electronic cybersecurity, are they sufficient to protect the system?
And I'll object, Your Honor, on the grounds I don't think there's foundation for Mr. Cotton's knowledge of the physical security measures that Mr. McDougall's question is referencing.
Well, as a general matter, as a cybersecurity professional, can you rely on physical security procedures in place of adequate protection of encryption keys and passwords?
And same objection. I believe we're talking about a specific set of physical security processes in Georgia that we haven't established he has knowledge of.
All right. So yeah, Mr. McDougall, if you can tie it a little more closer to Georgia practice and procedures, I'd also say I think we've already covered this ground fairly adequately. And so I'd be wanting to know what additional insight he might offer here.
So as a general matter, are you familiar with the concept of physical security in the cybersecurity world?
Yes, and in the course of my support to election litigation, I have visited various election offices, shall we speak, although I have not visited Coffee County. But it's important to remember that the people who run our elections are not cybersecurity experts like myself and Clay. In most cases, these EMS servers that I have viewed are simply running in the clerk's office. So while you may call it an air gap system, there's a question as to physical access on these systems. If they're simply exposed in a clerk's office and they're there 24/7.
As a cybersecurity professional, would you be willing to rely on physical security measures as the primary defense of your system where it was as vulnerable as the Dominion system is, as we've discussed?
And Your Honor, same objection in terms of Georgia specific. We're again assuming a lot without a foundation.
I'm asking him as a general matter.
All right. Well, I'll give you some leeway, Mr. McDougall. I think, again, we're getting a little astray of the core of your petition.
All right.
But we'll see where it goes.
Certainly physical security would be an aspect of it, but I would heavily focus on what happens when that first layer of defense breaks down, right? So if your defense on a system is strictly one layer and that breaks down, then you really have no layers. We had a saying in the military that one is none, two is one. So in this particular case, if you're solely relying on physical security to ensure the protection of those encryption keys, then that's really not security at all.
So do you have familiarity with the physical security procedures in Georgia election processes?
I have been informed by the clerk from Coffee County what her procedures were. I am not familiar with the total statewide standard operating procedures.
All right, sir. Now, in the, there was testimony earlier that there are lots of different vulnerabilities for the election system. Can you assign a rank to the encryption keys and password vulnerabilities and X509 vulnerabilities that we've been discussing relative to the other known vulnerabilities? Can you rank it?
Well, in some ways, there are different classifications of vulnerability. So most of the vulnerabilities that we have talked about are really vulnerabilities to grant access to those systems that contain the unsecure keys. Okay. So the relationship between those two different categories is if you've got a vulnerability over here for access, then you've got the full vulnerability for the encryption keys in effect. I would say that if you're going to rank this, I agree with Mr. Fareek's assessment that the average home computer is better protected from a cybersecurity perspective than the EMSs that I have examined. And I'll take this kind of one step further. If I'm going to do an analogy between these vulnerabilities, you've taken a AES 256 encryption key, which is a very, very secure encryption technology, and you've neutered it, okay? So if I put this into an analogy with banks, if you've got a bank vault, and that's the latest and greatest lock on that bank vault, and you tout that security on that bank vault, what they've done here is the equivalent of writing in big bold letters the combination on the wall next to the lock. Okay? So there really is no security if you can get access either remotely or physical access to those systems.
And as a incident response professional, would mitigating that be a high priority?
Absolutely.
What mitigation measures could be taken in the way of transparency to help mitigate this that wouldn't be overly burdensome to the counties or the state?
Your Honor, I'll just object here. I think overly burdensome to counties in the state assumes a level of knowledge this witness has not. There's no foundation for that. And I think this is very speculative, even for an expert on what he could offer.
All right. I think
All right, let me ask it this way.
I just say I'll say sustain on those grounds if you
All right, sir.
rephrase.
Would it be difficult to order the election officials to produce system logs, cast vote records, and ballot images shortly after the election?
No, it would not.
Would that affect the user experience at all?
No, it would not. And furthermore, I would say that if you're really going to protect and mitigate during the time frame while they're fixing the database encryption issues, you would also want to enable PCAP captures of the network space so that you could definitively prove that nobody else remotely accessed those systems, and enable what's known as syslog logging of the actual processes and operating system to determine what programs and processes were ran during the course of that election. And both of those are very simple technologies and are not burdensome at all to implement.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Unless there's any immediate need for a quick break, I'd like to try and see if we can power through it. All right, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Ryan. I don't expect to take as long with Mr. Cotton. Good to see you again, Mr. Cotton. Let me start with Coffee County, because you reviewed data from Coffee County, the forensic images you described, right?
Yes.
And were you aware of the data collection happening in Coffee County before it occurred?
No, I was not.
And do you recall when you first were hired to review Coffee County's EMS and equipment?
That would have been the end of May, first part of June of 21.
And I believe you indicated you worked with Stephanie Lambert. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that Misty Hampton, the then elections director in Coffee County, was a client of Miss Lambert's. Is that right?
Yes,
You referenced a firm called Sullivan Strickler that you utilized to download those images. Do you know who Sullivan Strickler's client was in the Coffee County collection?
I do not.
And you've been involved in imaging election equipment in states other than Georgia, right?
Correct.
And that includes voting equipment in Michigan.
Yes.
Was that also working with Miss Lambert?
Yes, and part of that was also with Matt DePerno. Matt DePerno, I believe it's spelled DePerno.
You indicated you conducted a forensic examination of the Coffee County images. What do you mean by that term?
So forensics means I applied standard investigative practices that are technically accurate and repeatable. The term forensics means that you're gearing this towards admissibility into a legal environment. And so it must be able to be replicated and must be authenticated.
In your review of the Coffee County images, you didn't find any malware, did you?
I did not find malware.
Did you find any evidence of manipulation of votes on those systems?
To the extent that I've looked at this point, no.
And earlier, when you referenced you had spoken with the clerk in Coffee County, were you referring to Miss Hampton?
Yes,
And so you've spoken with her about her work and the Coffee County Elections Office?
yes,
And you're aware that Miss Hampton and others were criminally indicted related to allowing access to the Coffee County equipment, right?
I read about that in the newspaper, yes.
And I believe you said you've never been to Coffee County. Is that right?
No.
Let me ask you about some of the analysis you performed. You described some different ways that people could access systems. And one of the things you described was a similar pattern, I believe, of vulnerabilities in Dominion equipment in states other than Georgia. Is that right?
Yes,
And so a way to think about this is it's not unique to Georgia to have these encryption keys stored the way they are. From your knowledge, every state that uses Dominion equipment has the exact same vulnerability, right?
yes,
And so when you said Georgia's system, in your view, is not safe and secure, you'd agree that that applied to other states using Dominion equipment as well, right?
I would.
In terms of access to a system, you described some ways where if somebody had access, they could undertake various steps. Do you know or have you reviewed in Georgia the rules surrounding the storage and maintenance of voting equipment?
I have not.
So you don't know exactly what someone would need to do to gain access to the Dominion equipment in Georgia, right?
Well, I mean, basic storage is basic storage, right? So if you have it secured, it's locked up somewhere in a closet, somebody has a control key. However, Dominion systems have to be maintained. You can't let the batteries go down on the tabulators. You've got to keep them plugged in. You've got to keep them energized. So someone has to maintain them. So there is continual access during that time period in which they're stored. To the extent of who has access, I do not know. But from a basic principle perspective, if you secure something, people have access. They perform maintenance throughout the year.
You talked with Mr. McDougall about air gapping. You'd agree, though, air gapping is a security technique of some sort, right?
Yes,
And you discussed a scenario where someone could bring in a hockey puck to connect to Wi-Fi, various things like that. Has that ever occurred in any Georgia election, to your knowledge?
so here's what I will tell you is I have, as a course of my examination of Coffee County, that system was connected to the internet. Now, whether that was through a hockey puck or another routing mechanism, I simply haven't been able to determine what that is. but the artifacts on the system itself mean that it was connected to the internet.
And when you say connected to the internet, are you finding artifacts of network connectivity or specifically internet connectivity?
Internet connectivity, for example, I believe it's mail.live.com, where somebody checked their mail.
And was that on the EMS server or on another component?
That
of
was
the
on the
system?
EMS server.
And do you know if that connection of the EMS server to the internet would be a violation of any Georgia law or regulation?
I would assume that it would be, given what I know about the Georgia law.
You talked with Mr. McDougall about different risk mitigation strategies that are on the EAC website. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you'd agree that states may select different risk mitigation strategies based on things that are unique to those states, right?
Yes, however, at a certain point, there has to be a little bit of common sense involved in that risk analysis, right? So if you're saying that I'm going to assume a wide open barn door because I really like the looks of the lock when it's open, then obviously that's a failure of the analysis and the risk mitigation strategy.
Now, from your review, you'd agree that the encryption keys for each of the databases that you reviewed, while they're stored in plain text, were different for each county, right?
They were.
And as part of your analysis in this case, you've never reviewed the process Georgia uses to build election project files, right?
My understanding that's controlled by the state. And that in itself may be a weakness from a security standpoint, because you have one office who is now constructing all of the project files, thus defining all of the passwords for every single county in Georgia. So there's a single point there where all of that information is in one point. So the fact that that is performed at state level in one location is actually a weakness rather than a strength.
Do you agree that it's better than having a vendor perform that function of building ballots?
I think that would depend probably on who at the state is doing it, and I don't know who's doing it. If you have the janitor doing it, then I wouldn't say that. But typically, I would agree with the statement that if you have competent people at the state level performing these functions that are government employees, then that gives a larger fiduciary responsibility and assurance to the process.
And you haven't reviewed the process Georgia uses to deliver election project files from the state to counties, right?
No.
In response to some questions from Mr. McDougall, you propose some other changes you think need to be made to the Dominion system, PCAP captures, I believe, various things like that. Do you have any knowledge of whether making changes like that to the Dominion system would alter its current EAC certified status?
Well, the beauty of those changes would be, like for a PCAP capture, that would not involve the Dominion systems at all. That would simply be what's termed a tap off of the switch in a promiscuous mode, so that it would record all of that traffic. So there would be no impact to the certification status of Dominion at that particular point. The syslog enabling function is a setting in the registry. It would require a repository to be established external from the voting systems themselves, because you don't want to put the copies of the logs on the same place where you copy the logs from. That should not affect the certification status. But I find that argument a little bit interesting, because on one hand, you're saying you can't do a simple configuration change because it may affect the certification. But on the other hand, in my certification or in my analysis of the Coffee County voting system, there is a compiler on that system, and they have developed modified, or created over 3,000 program executable files or device drivers on that system, and that did not affect the certification, apparently, of that system. So in my case, in my view of that, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? You either allow changes within certain constraints or you don't. And in this case, changing a registry setting, making a configuration to take the logs off of those individual systems and centrally store those for future analysis is minor compared to creating program files, creating DLL files, which can actually change and modify the behavior of the system.
So it's your belief that having those compilers is an additional vulnerability, but it's not something related to EAC certification. Is that right?
So EAC certification requires a static program listing as it relates to the voting system. Okay. I'm going to leave legal opinions to the attorneys in this room. But what I will tell you is it's, once again, nonsensical to certify a system. And actually, the Secretary of State's office called for essentially an audit after the 2020 election, in which they hired Pro V&V to come in and certify that nothing changed on those systems, and at the same time have program files and DLL files that were modified and created related to Dominion Democracy Vote software paths, over 3,000 of them. So, in my opinion, if you change or if you add a program file or a device driver that's related to the voting software, that should decertify the system.
So to make sure I'm clear on my question then, you believe that the existence of compilers should result in a loss of EA certification, but to your knowledge, the Dominion 5.5A system remains EAC certified. Is that right?
So my opinion is that if you use those compilers to create new executable files or to create new or modify the device drivers of those program files, that should result in a decertification of the system. Okay. Now, the problem is nobody checks. Okay. I know that when Pro V&V came into Georgia, they said no file had been changed, but they didn't check the entire directory paths of the Dominion voting system.
You gave an example of a bank vault and writing the combination and putting it on the door of the vault. Do you recall that?
I do.
You'd agree that even if a bank undertook that, having locked doors on the outside of the building and having guards or staff present would at least provide an additional layer of security, right?
Well, it would provide an additional layer. Now, how effective that is, obviously the question. And, if I relate to an old show, and I'm dating myself here, if you've got somebody guarding it, his name's Barney Fife, and he's got one bullet and he's asleep in the car, then that's really not protection. But it is a technique.
And you've obviously looked at some components of the Georgia election system. Do you have any evidence that anyone has ever manipulated votes in a Georgia election using any of the vulnerabilities that you've described in your testimony?
The challenge is you're not recording the right items or enough of the ones that you do record to make that determination.
So that would be you do not have evidence, correct?
Well, just as I would argue that you can't definitively prove that they didn't. There simply is no proof there because you don't have the necessary elements to analyze to determine whether or not prove or disprove that something happened.
So for whatever reason, you don't have whatever tools you feel you need to have. It's still true that you don't have any evidence of a manipulation of votes cast in a Georgia election, right?
Based on the forensics evidence, if you have no evidence or no artifacts to look at, then you're right.
Mr. Cotton, do you believe that Georgians can never know for sure whether Joe Biden won the 2020 election in Georgia?
Look, I served my country for 21 years.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
And I abide by the law of the land, and he is our certified president. Okay. This is not about rehashing the 2020 election. This is about restoring the confidence and faith of all Americans in the foundation of our democracy, which is the voting process. And if we can't prove or demonstrate to them that this process is secure and that we can detect if there is something going on, then I think that what we saw subsequent to the 2020 election is going to continue forward in the next foreseeable future with whoever lost bringing these up as issues for the general public. And so I really look at this as more of a confidence issue and making sure that we as a collective government are doing the steps that we need to do to ensure the integrity of these elections.
Is it your testimony that if no changes are made to the Dominion system from how it's currently configured, that Georgia voters cannot trust the results of the 2024 election that'll be happening in November here?
Well, I'll go you one further. I mean, there's obviously going to be doubt. If no steps are taken to address the vulnerabilities and the integrity issues that are readily knowledgeable in the public, then there's going to be doubt, okay? But I will go you one step further. In those emails that I have reviewed, the Dominion programmers themselves stated.
And I'll just object here to hearsay, Your Honor, for any further testimony on that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Cotton. Thank you.
You redirect on those points.
Just a couple, Your Honor. You mentioned the executable files.
Yes.
Were those placed on the system, or were you able to tell whether those were placed on the system before or after certification?
They were placed on the system after EAC certification and after the installation and implementation of the Dominion software on the Coffee County EMS.
And does that raise any questions in your mind about whether the certification is still valid for that particular system?
Huge questions.
Right.
Huge questions.
Now, you mentioned a compiler. What does a compiler do?
So, as experts, we are often accused of speaking very technically and
Yes,
above people's knowledge levels, right?
and you are guilty as charged.
I am guilty. So a compiler does the same thing for a computer, okay? So a computer only understands one language, zeros and ones, bits and bytes, okay? Now, as humans, we like to program in programming languages, okay? And it can be C++, it can be Cobalt, it can be Fortran, it can be, Net++, tick, 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 tick. What a compiler does is takes that human written code and turns it into machine executable language so that the machine knows how to interpret it and run appropriately.
Is that compiler a necessary component of the ordinary functioning of the election system?
Well, here's what I will say. If the Dominion software requires changes to a program for an election cycle or requires the development of a new device driver, then that clearly would be outside of what the scope of the certification examination was in the EAC. Now, whether it's required or not, that would be an EAC and a Dominion question. Okay. Why do we have over 3,000 program files and device dynamic link libraries, which are device drivers, that were created or modified after you installed the software? Okay. And they all appeared to emanate from the Net++ msbuild.exe compiler.
Which was also installed after the original installation.
No, that was installed before. So what's changed, so it appears that the Net++ msbuild.exe was installed as part, or that it was part of the golden image that was utilized to install the Dominion software when it was created, when they created the EMS. But what's different is that it was actually used. And it actually created over 3,000 executable files and .dll files after the fact.
That were not part of the system at certification.
Correct.
Can the compiler be used by a bad actor?
You have access to the machine, you have access to the compiler.
And what possibilities does that open up?
Well, I spoke a little bit about the OPM breach. In that particular case, the piece of malware was actually a dynamic link library file, a DLL file, that was masquerading as a McAfee antivirus driver. And that created the entire access to the system, the exfiltration path. It created the entire vulnerability for that system. So when you're talking about malware, you're talking about unauthorized access, unauthorized exfiltration, those types of things. The creation of specific DLL files or executable files is quite common, which is why they should not be there after the certification piece.
All right, sir, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any recross?
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Cotton, just so I think we're all clear on this point, but it is your understanding that Dominion 5.5A is certified by the Election Assistance Commission, right?
I have seen the certification certificate.
So it is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused? Mr. McDougal?
Yes, he may, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Any further witnesses or evidence, Mr. McDougal?
Subject to delivering the flash drives on the demos? No, and with that, I think I've tendered everything that we've identified and intended to put in, and they've been ruled on, so we would rest at this point, Your Honor.
All right, so finding that the applicant's case in chief is closed for now at this point, what I would say, Mr. Tyson, or how soon do you think you can get a copy of those flash drives to him, either remotely or physically?
Well, this evening electronically, tomorrow physically.
Okay, do you have a preference? Do you need them both, or just is remotely fine for you?
Remotely is fine.
All right, if any of you could just let us know in the next day or two, Mr. Tyson, if you've got them, if you have any further concerns with those exhibits. And then should Mr. Tyson, I think we're going to call that a day for now. And should we reconvene, did the secretary anticipate presenting any evidence of their own or any witnesses?
Possibly, but before we do that, we'd like to both renew our motion to dismiss and
Right.
also make a motion for a directed verdict.
Right. And I'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
I just kind of want to scope it out. If you say just generally kind of what that would look like, if you have a proffer generally of what that testimony would be, and just to kind of complete the roadmap for today.
So, Your Honor, I think if we end up putting on evidence, it would be probably a single witness from the Secretary's office just to speak about some of the internal processes for just, I know we had some different answers in terms of ballot building, delivery of information to counties, those types of things. I believe the SEB rules can be decided as law. I don't need testimony on those. So I think that would be the substance of what we'd be looking for a witness from the Secretary's office. So not very long.
Sure. Is there anything as it relates to encryption keys or their current status that you think would come in through that witness?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, Ms. Young, based on what you have heard in the case in chief, is there anything that you think needs updating in your arguments or that you want to highlight that what you learned today?
Well, in terms of a directed verdict, I'd kind of like to address why the evidence that you just heard is not sufficient to state a claim for mandamus. And I can do that this afternoon or.
Ooh, I think we got a little time here, so.
Sure.
I guess mainly what I was saying is obviously I'll incorporate all your arguments from the motion to dismiss. I'm more just curious what now you would have in addition to that. That's more so what I was trying to press on.
What? So a couple of things to say, if I can take the podium. I want to start from a big picture standpoint, because, we've heard a lot of testimony about the flaws that the petitioner's experts believe are in the system. And even if you take all of that as true, and even if you don't hear testimony that we might put on about the guardrails that are put around the system that keep some of the parade of horribles ideas from happening. They look at 300 and they say, well, that can't mean what it seems, what they think it says. It can't simply be, go buy a system that's certified and certify the system and you don't have to do anything else ever again. And they're kind of right and they're kind of wrong. That is what it says, but it doesn't say that in a vacuum. And if you look at, there's a great law review article at 36 Georgia State University Law Review, page 86, I'm sorry, 81. And it kind of goes through the history of HB 316, of which 21-2300 was a part. And, the use of the BMDs at that time were very hotly debated. Sorry? BMDs. And while we didn't hear this exact argument about encryption keys, there were arguments made against the use of the system. And the law review article kind of goes through, the objections to that. And what came out of that was, okay, the majority wanted to have a BMD system, but they said, we're going to do certain things. You're going to buy a system that's certified. And then after that purchase, you're going to have risk limiting audits and logic and accuracy testing. So when you look at 300, it's a starter statute. It tells the secretary, go buy a system that's certified. Then you look at it and you certify it yourself. And then from there, other statutes kick in terms of who's going to do what. You've got, and if you go through the entire election code, lots and lots of statutes that talk about what happens after that. You have statutes that tell the county superintendents that they need to make storage plans and they need to appoint a person that's going to be in charge of making sure the storage is safe. You've got this whole very detailed description of the counties doing logic and accuracy testing before elections, and then a process for risk limiting audits after the elections. From that point forward, most of the responsibilities are placed on the county. The SEB is told to go, promulgate rules for recounts, and they narrowed the threshold for the recount by 0.5% to make it a little easier for somebody to meet that wreath count threshold. And so when you look at HB 316 and our election code as a whole, it makes sense that the secretary's obligations under 21-300 did stop at that point because that's when other things kicked in. In terms of what we've heard today, we've heard a lot of things criticizing, whether or not this system should have been certified or should still be certified. The reality is it's certified. It's still certified. And under 21-300, what the secretary was to do was to purchase a certified system, which he did, and then certify the safety of that system, which he did. What should happen today could be a matter of debate. Should the EAC change its rules? Should they do something? Those are interesting points to debate, but that's not a proper case for mandamus. You also heard Mr. Cotton or Dr. Cotton, I can't remember, admit that the EAC certification is static. That was a very clear admission that, he acknowledged that that certification is static. Now, they have raised, lots of arguments about why maybe it shouldn't be or whatever, but EAC isn't here. They're not a party to the case. We've also heard about physical security not being enough. Well, the legislature thought that it was. And the people responsible for ensuring that, some of these things that we heard about, election workers not properly watching their spaces, those election superintendents aren't here either. And those are their duties under the code. So when you look at mandamus, nothing that we have heard here today points to a clear legal duty placed on the secretary that has been breached. In terms of laches, you heard testimony that people have been aware of this issue for quite some time, depending on which witness you're talking to, but even, the plaintiffs.
Isn't there really only one witness that matters, though? And that'd be
I'm sorry?
Ms. McCarthy. Wouldn't it really only be one witness that matters on that issue, though? And it's the
True,
knowledge of
but,
the applicant.
and she testified that she's a, cybersecurity expert and that she read the Halderman report when it came out. And the standard for, what puts you on notice of bringing a claim isn't, having an aha moment. It's having some knowledge that there's an issue and picking up your duty to investigate further. If you look at the cases that talk about factors of laches, the ones that apply here are, okay, well, you start with how long is the delay? And then you look at what's the excuse for the delay? And, you heard these experts say they began working on declarations months ago without having a plaintiff, apparently. Apparently, it was just a matter of time until they found one. But, between there not being a really good excuse for that delay and then the final factor being what's the prejudice? The prejudice is we're starting early voting in about 2 weeks. This is not the time to be reevaluating the state's entire system. The legislature had a very clear plan with HB 316, and they thought a lot about the steps in that plan. And the secretary did the things the legislature told him to do. The county elections workers picked up the ball from there. And that from that point forward, it was a group effort between the secretary and the elections workers to do all of these things that the legislature sat down and sort of brainstormed out to try to help find a brand new system for our state and then take it from there to make sure it was securely stored, maintained, and properly checked before and after every election. There's just simply no cause of action stated for mandamus, and so we think, even with what you've heard here today, directed verdict would be appropriate.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. McDougall.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So the fundamental legal question, I think, presented by the motion to dismiss and the motion for directed verdict is whether there is a duty to have of an ongoing compliance with the certification requirements. They say there isn't, we say there is. And we rely primarily on 21-2-300 subsections A2 and A3. And their argument relies on a very narrow reading of the language in A3 that it shall be certified by the EAC prior to purchase, lease, or acquisition. And we've checked that box, and that's all we have to do. But that interpretation does not square with subsection A2, which requires that the secretary certify it as safe and practicable for use. Now, that certification by the secretary, it is made prior to purchase. So that's relevant to the statutory analysis. But what is the purpose? What is the purpose of that certification? What is the purpose of EAC certification? What is the purpose of the deliberations by the legislature that council has referred to about how to have a secure election? Well, the purpose is to have secure elections on secure systems, voter verifiable. Why do they store the machines in locked rooms? Why do they put sealing tape over the machines and the cases they're in? Why do they do all of those things? Why have any physical security procedures in an election? Why have any chain of custody procedures in elections? The entire structure of the election code in Georgia and the regulations that the Secretary of the State Election Board has promulgated is to promote election integrity and give the public faith and confidence in the result and have an auditable trail so that people can trust the outcome. So this is important. I mean, Mr. Cotton talked about this. We're evolving into a situation of zero trust in the elections. There was a big discord in our country over the 2016 election and whether it was hacked by the Russians. There was huge discord in our country over the 2020 election. And people are losing faith and confidence, and that creates a fragile situation. And we need a stable situation. We need, in a zero trust environment, we have to have verifiable steps and documentation and proof so that it doesn't require trust. It can be verified independently. HAVA requires auditability.
Your interpretation of the statute, the certification, this is
Yeah.
this isn't a one-time deal. That's your interpretation of this.
Right.
Is that this is a
Ongoing requirement.
and how often and something that can be revisited at any point.
So
The secretary could uncertify it at any point
There
according
is-
to the statute.
yes, there is a provision, and I can't recall the code section, but I'll get it to the court. I'll file a supplemental brief, that permits a petition to be filed with the secretary. It's either competing vendors or a certain number of electors. I think the number is 17 electors. And they can petition for the secretary to revisit the question of certification. So that's a specific way to invoke a duty to re-examine the question. But in this case, we have the Haldeman report, which documents the encryption key vulnerability and many other vulnerabilities being delivered to the secretary in July of 21. Wasn't made public until June of 23. I think earlier I said July, and apparently that was wrong. So what has the Secretary of State done in response to that? Nothing. In March of this year, the Cotton affidavit in another case apparently came to the Secretary's attention. And they reached out through the Secretary's General Counsel to inquire about that. And that affidavit was made available to the Secretary's General Counsel. And the gist of that affidavit is very close to the affidavit we submitted from him as an attachment to our application and to the testimony you heard from Mr. Cotton and Mr. Parikh. So the entire problem was laid before the secretary in, I think, late March of this year. And what did the secretary do? He did nothing. And so we are here asking for mandamus relief to compel the secretary to do what he will not do himself. And so in interpretation of the statute, we say it would be absurd to interpret it as the Secretary's counsel urges, because then it would be nothing more than security theater. It would create the illusion of security, not the reality of security. And we cannot impute to the legislature the intent to simply create illusions. They wanted to create the reality of election security, as illustrated by the entire body of law in the election code regulating very, very minutely the procedures for carrying out elections. The secretary, his own self, took the position in the purchase contract with Dominion that the system must maintain compliance. So which is it? Are they supposed to maintain compliance as the contract provides, or is it in the rearview mirror and it doesn't matter? So the mandamus code sections, 9-6-20, provides that, and in our brief, I quoted this language and I said it was 9-6-21. I was wrong. It's 9-6-20. It says that there's a mandamus provides a remedy for improper performance.
And on highlighting improper performance,
Yeah.
I think the most common application as we see is do something, not that, you've done it wrong. Any particular cases stand out where the Supreme Court said you did it wrong instead of do something?
Not on the remedy of compelling due performance. So that language is in 9-6-20, remedy for improper performance and
Right.
compel due performance. So we think that it's a mandatory duty that the system comply with the EAC certifications, and that responsibility.
And I'm not just saying,
Right.
not just confined to the
Yeah.
world of election law, just are there any mandamus cases that you came across where they said, yes, that performance was improper and here's the court stepping in to say that it was improper? Or are they all just kind of mostly the complete absence of any action?
Well, the other statute, 9-6-21, it does say that there's a remedy for normally it lies only for ministerial duties. But it's also black letter law that mandamus will lie for discretionary duties if there's been an abuse of discretion. And so if it's not construed as a mandatory duty, which we think it is because it either complies with certification or it doesn't. And as we sit here today, it does not. And, would the secretary today, in light of this evidence, certify this system safe and practicable for use? I hope not. I attribute to the secretary good intentions to have a secure system. But it's baffling that they have not reacted to the compelling evidence that's been in his hands for 3 years about this problem. Mandamus, that's the remedy. It's available to us and we are resorting to it. So the abuse of discretion, let me put it this way. He doesn't have discretion to field a system that has open text encryption keys that any moderately sophisticated attacker could exploit to alter election results without detection. He doesn't have that discretion. Where's the statute that says that? And they get there, that's the effect of the argument. They get there by saying, well, all we got to do is have a pre-purchase certification, then it doesn't matter anymore. It does matter. It has to matter. The only context in which it could matter is the operational context. The whole point is to have a safe election, not to pass a test. Why did the legislature require the test? So they would have a safe system in elections. I mean, it's nonsense to construe this as there being no duty to have a compliant and safe operational election system. That's the thrust of the entire thing. So I think I have not read that article, but I will go out on a limb and say that an overwhelming concern was election integrity. The commission that was convened by the secretary was called the Safe Commission. It wasn't the Unsafe Commission, it was the Safe Commission. Why? Because they wanted a safe system. And if those people had known that these encryption keys were in plain text, that you had hard-coded vendor passwords going back to 2008 or 2010, that you had 10-year X509 certificates that could establish trust between communicating machines, it wouldn't have gotten off the ground. Now, we have an argument that's been made that I will paraphrase by saying there's so many different security problems on this system that it doesn't really matter that the encryption keys are in plain text. He did not say that. I'm characterizing it. But the line of cross-examination was, well, there are a lot of problems here, and this is just one of them. And why should we focus on this one compared to the other ones? And the reason is because it is an extreme vulnerability, and it's been proven in this courtroom that they can be exploited to decrypt passwords with administrative privileges. It's been proven in this courtroom that they can be used to alter election results. Those are critical vulnerabilities, and they're not being addressed. And I'm sad to say that the Secretary of State's office is resisting doing anything to correct them. There was another sort of insinuation. That it's the same all over the place. Well, that's like the everybody does it defense. Questions, does it comply with the statute? Yes or no? And it doesn't matter what everybody else does. It either complies or it doesn't. And it does not comply, and there's no evidence that it complies. Latches. The actual test is gross latches. No illumination was provided on the subject of gross latches. The earliest that Ms. McCarthy reads the Haldeman report back in 23. That is June of 23. We're talking 14 months. Latches can be sometimes analyzed in comparison to applicable statutes of limitation. It's not in every context, but that is one way to sort of figure out where you are in the world of sleeping on your claims. There's no particular statute of limitations on this. The public and the plaintiff were entitled to assume that the secretary would perform his duty. And I cited this in the brief, but it's the case about the recording the lease. So, you knew in 2003. Well, and I was at pains to point out we got encryption key vulnerability is one part of it. The certification aspect of that problem is the other. And it's fair to say that Haldeman talked about encryption keys vulnerability in July 21. He did not talk about certification. He did not put it in the context of certification. That report was such a hot potato, it was put under seal. Went up to CISA, which is the Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency. And they got security in there twice. Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency. And they took about, Mr. Tyson would know better than me, but I'm going to say approximately a year to review that. They issued a bulletin recommending mitigating measures, adaptations. There were 8 of them. They didn't mention encryption keys at all. And The secretary from 2001 forward has not taken any action to mitigate the encryption keys problem. But the latches argument presumes that Ms. McCarthy should have known more and better than they did once she read it in 2023 and come immediately to court. That's inverted. They're the ones that have the affirmative legal duty. And she's entitled to rely on them performing their affirmative legal duties correctly. It does not fall on her. And so I think that's inverted, and I think they have unclean hands charging her with latches. And in terms, there's no evidence of gross latches, no evidence that she laid around and tried to spring it on them. The issue was presented by Mr. Olson to the Secretary's General Counsel back in March of this year, and still they did nothing. We have asked for relief in the form of an order to compel them to bring the system in compliance with the certification requirements. They did not make the argument that that was impossible or infeasible for 2024. That argument has not been made. Maybe they'll make it in their case if we get there. But they have not made that argument. But what if it is? What if it is? Well, is that the same thing true for future elections after that? 25, 26, 28? I should think not. And if it is, presents a practical problem for them to bring these systems in compliance in time for 2024. We've asked for what we call in the complaint interim and mitigating relief in the form of transparency measures. And I would say, to be fair about it, that our witnesses described some additional things that could or should be done that we didn't identify in our pleading. And all of that would be good. Not just what we asked for in the pleading, but specifically the things that Mr. Cotton described. Those are not big burdens on election officials. The system, we got PCAP devices. Those are not part of the Dominion system. That's not maintained by Dominion. But the logging can be, they can change what gets logged. They can produce system logs. That's maintained normally. They can produce ballot images. Those are part of the process, and they can produce the cast vote record. Those are all already there. Just give them to us. That will be, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to solve the problem entirely, but it will mitigate the problem that we have that's an urgent problem that needs to be addressed and needs to be fixed. And the fact that if those mitigation measures are applied, it will serve as a deterrent, because a bad actor will know that more scrutiny is being applied. And that will have a beneficial effect. And these transparency measures will bring additional confidence to the public. Why did we bring this case? Because we want this problem fixed. And if the Secretary had fixed it himself, we wouldn't have had to file it.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Stewart.
Judge.
May I be
Just a minute.
brief
All right.
over just on that last point about remedies? We've had both shifting legal theories. They started saying it was ministerial, and now they're saying it's discretionary, but of course, abuse of discretion. But what I haven't heard is a really cogent and clear expression of what the remedy should be. He says, well, you should just order them to bring it into compliance.
I'll just take it. I think there's quite a few things laid out in the petition, so that's what I'm using as my kind of point of reference.
So, I'd like to ask before you enter any kind of an order to consider what that would actually mean, because I'm certainly not sure what that would mean in 2 weeks. What is it that they're asking the Secretary to actually do? Is it fix the system or throw out the system?
And I see these more, Ms. Young, as those, that would be a discussion we'd have if they get past your directed verdict. So,
Well,
I don't see that as kind of.
But it does wrap into the directed verdict analysis, because if you can't simply order somebody to do their duty under a statute, then it's not a proper mandamus case. I will remind you that in terms of relief post-election, we do have a fully litigated case pending in the Northern District, which kind of tells you that there are adequate legal remedies out there where many of these issues may end up being decided in that forum. But if the suggestion is that the secretary should just, simply order the counties to toss out all the machines, that would be a violation of a number of legal duties that expressly were placed upon the secretary and the county election superintendents by the legislature. So, the remedy, I think, really illustrates why mandamus is not the right place for us to be right now. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Young. All right, so I know I'd initially indicated that we would reconvene Wednesday, but I think kind of in light of some of the other things that Ms. Young has brought up and some of the other cases that are active this week, I think her presence and attention will be needed elsewhere. And so also just with our own conflicts here on this docket, I don't think we'd be able to come back this week. So I think next week would be the earliest. Recognize kind of the time sensitive nature of the decision here. So my intention is to have a decision for you on the directive verdict by the end of the week, which I'll just file by written order on the docket. And depending on the results of that, if we need to come back and reschedule something, I'll start working logistics with the parties from there. I think that's all I've got.
On scheduling,
Yes, sir.
and I confess I do not have a leave of absence filed in this case, but I'm going to Europe between the 10th and the 23rd with my wife, and
We'll just reconvene in Paris. All right.
and they do have Zoom from there. So
Understood. Well, we can work that out through
Yeah.
email. Anything
Thank
else we
you.
need to have today?
no, other than thank you very much.